Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Broken Kekei Genkai. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Konohagakure, Hidden Leaf Village. Ninja Academy. Inside one of the classrooms, a Chunin instructor stood at the front with a clipboard in hand. He called for Hatake Kaede. At his cue, a silver-haired boy calmly stepped onto the platform. His fingers moved swiftly, forming a simple hand seal. A puff of white smoke burst forth, and standing next to Kaede appeared a near-perfect replica of himself. A wave of gasps rippled through the classroom, mostly from the girls. He had executed the clone technique flawlessly on the first try, and it was no surprise. Kaede was undeniably one of the most handsome boys in class. The instructor noted the score, stating it was 95 points, and gave a small nod. It was a flawless execution and a clean clone, definitely top 10 material. However, the teacher's eyes held little praise. The reason was simple. Kaede had a younger brother, Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi had graduated early at 5 years old and became a Chunin by 6, a prodigy whose name already echoed through the village, believed by many to be the one carrying on the will of the legendary White Fang of Konoha. Compared to him, Kaede seemed ordinary. Kaede's grades were excellent across the board, placing him among the best in class. But against Kakashi's extraordinary talent, his brilliance seemed dim. At 8 years old, Kaede was still following the academy's standard curriculum without any groundbreaking achievements. The teacher might have remained neutral, but admiration erupted from his classmates. Kaede returned to his seat, smiled at Yuhi Kurinai beside him, and humbly remarked that the clone technique wasn't that hard, it just required focus. He had arrived in this world 2 years ago, becoming Kakashi's older brother. Unfortunately, he hadn't arrived early enough to prevent the death of their father, Hatake Tsukumo, the White Fang. That event had deeply scarred Kakashi, leading him to apply for early graduation within a month. As a modern soul reborn into this world with the blood of a legend, Kaede knew he wasn't inferior to Kakashi. Still, he thought early graduation was unwise, a decision he couldn't help but scoff at. Why rush? Training steadily at the academy was the smarter path. Why jump into the field early? Especially considering the current era, this was year 42 of the Hidden Leaf calendar. If he remembered correctly, the Third Great Ninja War would officially break out next year. The entire shinobi world was already on edge. In peaceful times, becoming a genin early might not be a big deal, just basic missions. But now, even genin were frequently sent on dangerous combat operations. Kakashi's early graduation and rapid rise might seem dazzling, but to Kaede, it was reckless. Revealing such overwhelming talent could attract the attention of enemy villages, and during times like these, that was not a good thing. If he had Jonin-level strength, he wouldn't mind graduating early, Kaede thought. Unfortunately, he wasn't there yet. He could easily outmatch Kakashi, but he was still only around elite Chunin level, and that was thanks to a certain special ability. After all, he was only 8. His body was still growing. For a ninja, true maturity didn't come until around 16. That special ability was something he discovered after arriving in this world, an ethereal, enormous clock embedded within his mind, visible only when he closed his eyes. It resembled Kurumi Tokusaki's Zafkiel from Date Alive, though so far, he had unlocked only one power, time acceleration. It worked much like a personal time field, similar to the Time Alter ability from Fate. When activated, it sped up his time alone. Under its effects, every move he made, whether taijutsu or hand seals, became faster. That alone was why he could dominate Kakashi in a fight. At the moment, he could accelerate up to twice his normal speed, meaning his movements were literally double that of any regular person in real time. Just as Kaede was deep in thought, a girl sitting in front turned around, blushing slightly as she offered an invitation to eat together later. Her words sparked immediate outrage from the nearby girls. Even Kurinai, seated next to Kaede, shot a sharp glance her way, and the tension was palpable. Kaede could only sigh. So this was why Kakashi wore a mask all the time, probably to avoid this kind of headache. The problem wasn't just the girls. It was that none of the other boys could really compete. The class lineup was impressive, with future big names like Uchiha Obito, Noara Rin, Yuhi Kurinai, and Sarutobi Asuma, but right now, Obito was dead last in everything. Asuma was average at best. Itachi Uchiha wouldn't even enroll for a few more years, and Shursui had already entered the academy but was 2 years younger and in a different class. Honestly, if Kakashi had not graduated early, maybe some of the attention could have gone Kied's way. Being too popular really was a problem. Kied sighed again. Back in his previous life, he used to envy characters in these kinds of situations. But now that he was living it, all he could do was groan internally. And honestly, girls in the Naruto world matured way too fast. Just look at these 8- and 9-year-olds already fighting over him. To be fair, the boys were just as ahead of their time. Kied could feel several jealous stares drilling into him, some full of resentment, others with clenched fists. Even Uchiha Obito was among the frustrated crowd, as Rin was one of the girls hovering near Kied. Kied didn't care much about his classmates. The only two that piqued his interest were Might Guy and Uchiha Obito, but only after Obito's infamous transformation. Before that, Obito was just a weak, whiny loser dragging everyone down. As the classroom grew increasingly chaotic, with girls throwing sparks and boys on the verge of fighting, the Chunin instructor finally lost his patience. He called for silence and announced the next student, Uchiha Obito. The teacher's authority still held weight, and at his sharp command, the room quickly fell silent. Uchiha Obito shot Kied a resentful glare before making his way up to the front of the class. His eyes briefly landed on Noara Rin, and after a deep breath, he clenched his fists and steeled himself, determined to beat Kied this time. A puff of smoke erupted as he formed the hand seals, and a clone appeared beside him, lopsided and unsteady on its feet. Technically, it was a clone, but even a glance revealed it wasn't the real deal. The Chunin instructor barely acknowledged it, assigning a score of 50 points. The Uchiha clan was renowned for its geniuses, with nearly every student from that family ranking among the academy's top. However, Obito was the exception. Frustrated, he declared he would try again, but his nerves got the better of him, and his second attempt at the clone technique failed. His third attempt yielded little improvement, resulting in a score of 55, still below passing. Kied observed the scene, a single thought occupying his mind. How could this guy become a final boss? All it took was witnessing Rin's death for this seemingly inept individual to transform into a villain, awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, unlocking Kamui, one of the most powerful abilities in the series, and completely changing in both combat skill and personality. Not long after, he attacked Konoha, unleashed the Nine Tails, and played a role in the demise of the legendary fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It was utterly absurd. If Kied hadn't known the original story, he would never have believed that this person, who struggled with a simple clone technique, would one day become one of the greatest threats to the shinobi world. Kied shook his head and looked away. He didn't harbor any strong feelings for Obito. The true mastermind had always been Uchiha Madara, manipulating events from the shadows. Even without Obito, Madara would have found another Uchiha to carry out his will. The most important thing was his own strength. The Third Great Ninja War was just a year away. When that time came, the usual graduation exam would be replaced. By age 9, all academy students would be forced into battle. That meant he had only 1 more year left in school, whether he liked it or not. He wondered if he could reach Jonin level in a year. During the Third War, Genin and Chunin were essentially cannon fodder. He was fortunate to be in Konoha. In any other village, even Jonin would be thrown into hopeless battles against monsters like Minato Namikaze, who could take out 50 Jonin in a single breath. If Kied could unlock more time-based abilities, relying solely on temporal powers might be enough to dominate the battlefield. Unfortunately, he only had access to a single ability, time acceleration, linked to the 1 o'clock position on the mysterious clock in his mind. Thus, he still had to depend on traditional ninjutsu and taijutsu. Just as Kied was lost in thought, a crisp ding echoed in his mind, like the sound of a clock striking a new hour. He blinked in surprise, then smiled slightly and closed his eyes. In the darkness behind his eyelids, a massive, silver-white illusion of a clock emerged, ethereal and otherworldly, with golden hands ticking slowly across its face. The hour hand remained fixed at 1 o'clock. At the center of the phantom dial was a strange gear-like mechanism, displaying the current acceleration multiplier. No new ability had been unlocked, but Kaede narrowed his eyes. With just a thought, the mechanical dial shifted, emitting a sharp click as it moved from 0 to 1, then to 2, and finally stopped as he realized he could now enter triple speed. When he first crossed into this world, the maximum time acceleration he could achieve was between 1x and 1.5x. About a year later, he heard that same crisp ding sound, and the upper limit increased to 2x speed. Now it had become 3x. He speculated that the time acceleration limit might increase once per year. While he couldn't confirm it yet, the timing seemed to align. It was slightly disappointing that he still hadn't unlocked any new abilities. Who knew when the power tied to the 2 o'clock mark would finally awaken? Still, even this lone acceleration ability was incredibly powerful. In an accelerated state, the world around him slowed dramatically. His speed, reflexes, perception, everything received a seamless, direct boost. If an ordinary Chunin could move at 5x time acceleration, they could stand toe-to-toe with a Jonin. And if a Jonin had 5x speed, even a Kage from one of the 5 great nations might struggle to keep up. The same logic applied to him. If he could maintain the strength of a Chunin under normal conditions, time acceleration would allow him to fight evenly against Jonin. And if he reached Jonin level himself, there would be very few in the ninja world who could even touch him. And that was just at 5x. If the phantom clock ever reached 10x speed or more, his speed alone would become a terrifying, almost unbeatable force. He let his imagination run wild, picturing a massive air cannon blast, 10 times stronger than the evening elephant, shattering clouds and ripping apart the moon created by the Sage of Six Paths, reducing it to a cloud of debris. He took a breath, returning to reality after a few moments. Tenfold acceleration paired with the 8 gates was still a distant dream, but the 8 gates themselves seemed like one of the most compatible powers for time acceleration. As for other abilities, once a jutsu was cast, its flight speed wasn't affected by his time powers. The acceleration field only covered his body, not the outside world. However, his hand seal speed and casting speed were both boosted, providing him a significant edge. After all, the casting speed of a technique could be critical in battle. Take the Flying Thunder God technique. It made the entire ninja world tremble not because of its power, but due to its instantaneous casting time and lack of need for hand seals. Now that he could use 3x acceleration, and considering that his 2x state had already allowed him to easily defeat Chunin-level Kakashi, he figured that at 3x, even elite Chunin wouldn't pose much of a challenge. A Jonin would still be a tough fight, though. He assessed his current power level, realizing he was likely just a bit short of Special Jonin, but by this time next year, he was confident he'd reach that level. In the ninja world, attaining Special Jonin was the bare minimum for being considered a strong ninja. Genin and Chunin were often seen as expendable when war broke out. Above the Special Jonin were the Jonin, then Elite Jonin, and above even that. Technically, there was no official Kage-level designation in this world. However, in Kaede's eyes, ninjas like the White Fang or Danzo, whose strength far surpassed that of typical elite Jonin, could be considered Kage-level for the sake of categorization. Kaede's movements did not escape Obito's watchful gaze. When Obito noticed Kaede close his eyes and ignore him, his eyelids twitching slightly as if deliberately provoking him, he couldn't help but clench his fists in frustration. He thought about how Kaede seemed so smug, especially for someone who had been left behind by his own little brother. Obito gritted his teeth, recalling how Kakashi had graduated early after only half a year in school. Both brothers had their own ways of being insufferable. Rumors circulated that Kakashi had recently completed an A-rank mission with a Jonin, and it was undeniable that he was impressive. Having become a Chunin last year, he was on track to become a Jonin soon. Someone nearby, picking up on Obito's grumbling, added fuel to the fire. Kaede usually ranked in the top 10 of his class, sometimes even taking first place, making it hard to criticize him based on performance. But in comparison to someone like Kakashi, who graduated at 5 and became a Chunin at 6, Kaede's achievements seemed to pale. Another classmate casually remarked that as much as they hated to admit it, Kakashi really was a genius. Compared to him, some people didn't seem qualified to be called Big Brother. Before Kaede could respond, Yamanaka Inoka, sitting in front of him, jumped up and glared at Inuzuka Fong, who had just spoken. She demanded to know what he meant by that. Fong, unbothered, stood his ground and questioned if he was wrong. Inoka fumed but struggled to come up with a solid comeback. Kaede opened his eyes and looked at her with a calm smile, acknowledging Kakashi's genius and noting that most people would find it hard to measure up to him. Inoka nodded earnestly, reassuring Kaede that he didn't need to compare himself to Kakashi, as a ninja like his brother only came around once in a lifetime. Yuhi Kurinai agreed, affirming that as long as Kaede wasn't compared to someone like Kakashi, he was already one of the most outstanding students in class. Kaede shrugged innocently, cut off before he could finish speaking, and smiled at Kurinai instead. Seeing that Kaede didn't want to argue and the girls were clearly on his side, Fong could only grumble and look away, though he was clearly dissatisfied. Kurinai looked at Kaede, her large, beautiful eyes flickering slightly as she spoke softly, acknowledging the pressure of having a brother like Kakashi. Kaede replied that he didn't feel pressure. The stronger his little brother was, the better it was for him. Curious, Kurinai asked about the Hyuga clan. Kaede briefly explained the situation regarding the main and branch families, surprising Kurinai. She glanced over to a quiet student in the corner, Hyuga Hamon, who was a member of the branch family and nephew of the clan head. Hamon held a certain pride as a member of a prestigious clan and had no fondness for Kaede, who was always surrounded by admiring girls. He consistently ranked first or second in class, seeing Kakashi as his only rival. Though he could have graduated early, the elders of his clan had instructed him to follow the standard path. Hearing someone mention the Hyuga clan, Hamon turned to glance at Kaede, frowning slightly, though he didn't catch exactly what was said. Even without hearing clearly, he could guess that Kaede had brought up something about the Hyuga clan, and a glint flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself that Kaede was getting a little too arrogant. While he didn't mind Kaede's popularity with girls, discussions about the Hyuga clan were a different matter. Perhaps he should give Kaede a warning after class. As he continued to think, the final student completed their clone technique test. The Chunin instructor recorded the last score, glanced at the results sheet, and announced that the test was over. Those who didn't pass, including Uchiha Obito and Aburame Den, were instructed to stay after class for extra practice. The instructor reminded everyone that there was a mock exam tomorrow and that the official advancement assessment was in 4 days. If they couldn't pass, they would be stuck in remedial lessons over winter break. The class collectively sighed in relief at the announcement. Obito and the others who didn't pass looked miserable, as no one wanted to waste their vacation on makeup classes. It was not only boring but also humiliating. The instructor concluded the class, and the students stood up together, bowing respectfully before scattering like birds once he left. Kaede, using the excuse of having something to do, quickly shook off Kurinai, Inoka, and the other girls and headed home. While it was amusing to watch the young girls bicker over him, he had more important things to focus on, namely adapting to his triple speed state. Compared to his double speed, triple speed provided an even greater boost. After a quick dinner, Kaede headed to the backyard, activated his triple speed state, and began striking a special wooden training post. To enhance his physical development, Kaede trained in accelerated mode and also slept in it. His cellular regeneration and metabolism increased, making 1 day for others equivalent to nearly 2 for him. Though he was chronologically 8 years old, his body had developed to about 9 due to months of accelerated sleep. If he stayed in that state all the time, his body would develop even faster, but it was too boring. Listening to lectures at 3 times speed made it feel like the teacher was speaking in slow motion, stretching each syllable unbearably long. Additionally, to appear normal while in that mode, he had to consciously slow down his speech and movements, which was incredibly annoying. During school hours, Kaede maintained his usual demeanor. Kaede's fist struck the wooden post repeatedly, each blow landing with a heavy, muffled thud. Deep dents formed in the tough, specially reinforced wood, clearly showing the impact of his punches. When it came to taijutsu training, Kaede was nothing if not diligent. His time acceleration ability served two main purposes. The first was to grant him movement and reaction speeds far beyond those of ordinary people, an advantage he could freely stack during combat. The second was to boost his training speed, effectively increasing his total training time. In accelerated mode, every 3 hours of effort for Kaede only amounted to 1 hour passing in the outside world. In other words, whether in battle or training, the enhancement from time acceleration seemed to affect only speed on the surface, but in reality, strength was also involved. After all, according to Newton's second law, force equals mass times acceleration, and this law applied just as well in the world of Naruto. Kaede vaguely remembered a character from another world saying something like that speed is power. If his speed during time acceleration could truly reach incredible levels, then a single strike might very well be capable of shattering the world. Kaede adjusted to triple speed before suddenly stopping. He quickly formed a hand seal and activated the shadow clone technique. Two identical copies of Kaede appeared, one to his left and one to his right, surrounded by a brief cloud of smoke. The shadow clone technique, widely considered the ultimate support jutsu for training, was something Kaede had prioritized from early on, having learned it from Kakashi. Using this technique in the ninja academy would astonish his peers, as the shadow clone jutsu was a B-rank ninjutsu, 3 entire ranks above the basic E-rank clone jutsu taught in class. Even many Chunin struggled to master it. Just being able to use it proficiently was enough to set Kaede apart from the vast majority of students and qualify him for early graduation. Once the two shadow clones appeared, they dashed off to different parts of the yard. One of them grabbed a short sword placed on the left side of the courtyard, the White Fang, a ninja blade left behind by Tsukumo Hataki, which Kaede had inherited as the eldest son. Kaede had been diligently practicing the renowned Hataki sword technique, a powerful style that incorporated chakra into its form, a perfect match for his time acceleration ability. If he could one day master the Hataki sword technique to the level of Konoha's White Fang, he would be able to roam the ninja world unchallenged. In accelerated mode, he might even stand toe-to-toe with those who exceeded Kage level. Meanwhile, the second clone moved to the opposite corner of the yard, holding out its palm and shaping chakra into a spherical form, the Rasengan. The core principle behind the Rasengan was chakra-shaped transformation. Since it was a close-range jutsu, it synergized well with time acceleration. More importantly, training the Rasengan was an excellent way to improve chakra control. Kaede had already mastered basics like tree walking and water walking long ago. To further refine his chakra control, the Rasengan was the logical next step. However, his chakra reserves weren't even close to Naruto's extraordinary levels, so his progress was slow. Even after a few months of effort, he had only managed to get halfway. With triple speed, Kaede estimated that his body should grow to around age 10 in about a month, which would be just enough to meet the physical requirements for 8 gates training. While training, Kaede contemplated his next steps. The 8 gates were extremely important to him. Because of their massive side effects, they weren't suitable for young children, which was why he hadn't tried to secretly learn them from Might Due just yet. Still, he needed to acquire the training method for the 8 gates eventually. Despite the drawbacks, their power was undeniable. Kaede was very clear on his core principle: improve every aspect of his strength to the fullest. That way, he could maximize the power of his time acceleration, 3 times, 5 times, or even more. To him, this phantom clock was like having an upgraded, side-effect-free version of the Holy Grail world's time manipulation, and it could be kept active at all times. The clone wielding the White Fang blade continued slicing through the air in the eastern yard, practicing precise strikes infused with chakra. Though shadow clones couldn't enter accelerated mode, that didn't matter. Kaede only needed them to accumulate experience and skill proficiency. Meanwhile, the second clone kept condensing chakra in its palm, forming a faint, glowing sphere that rotated with increasing stability. After a while, both clones exhausted their chakra and vanished in small clouds of white smoke. Kaede paused his training and felt a wave of experience and memory flood back into his mind, absorbing and integrating it quickly. Taking a deep breath, he formed the hand seals once more. 2 more shadow clones appeared. This time, beads of sweat formed on Kaede's forehead as he felt his chakra reserves struggling to keep up. Chakra was always a limiting factor. Kaede sighed inwardly. Naruto, who could train with dozens or even hundreds of shadow clones, was truly exceptional. Then again, he was an Uzumaki and had the 9 tails sealed inside him. His chakra volume was off the charts, making it impossible to replicate. After another round of training, the clones dispersed once again. Kaede didn't create any new ones this time. His main body had been training taijutsu non-stop, burning through chakra. 2 sets of dual clones were already his limit for now. He counted silently as he repeatedly side-kicked the reinforced wooden post, not stopping until his legs trembled and his body could barely continue. Still in accelerated mode, he staggered over to the side of the courtyard, grabbed a cup of water, took a sip, and nibbled on a couple of biscuits. With his metabolism also sped up, his recovery came faster too. If he kept time acceleration active all day, then to him, a single day would equal 72 hours. That meant 9 meals and 3 sleep sessions per day. Kaede chuckled to himself, contemplating the absurdity of training more than 25 hours a day. Just as he was about to resume his training, he suddenly sensed something. He looked up toward the top of the courtyard wall and noted that someone had gotten accustomed to unconventional entrances. Standing atop the outer wall was a familiar figure with silver-white hair and a mask covering his face. It was none other than Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi leapt down from the wall and landed gracefully inside the courtyard. Despite their close proximity, there were noticeable differences between him and Kaede. Kakashi had slightly longer hair, his signature face mask, and a noticeably smaller physique and height. Kakashi informed Kaede that, just as he had predicted, tensions between the villages were escalating. Recent missions had focused on intercepting or spying on each other. Kaede was not surprised. Since arriving in this world, he had made only minor changes within the ninja academy and had not altered the larger course of history. The impending outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War was inevitable. Kakashi inquired if Kaede still planned to remain in the academy, pointing out that there was little left for him to learn. Kakashi understood Kaede's true strength, having never defeated him in a duel, even after being promoted to Chunin the previous year. Despite his rank, Kakashi had challenged Kaede again and still could not win. Kaede's speed was almost otherworldly. Moreover, Kaede was not only strong in combat, his intellect was equally sharp. Although he was just a year older than Kakashi, his understanding of the broader situation was nearly that of a seasoned adult. Kaede smiled, explaining that while he had learned everything he could from the instructors, staying in the academy allowed him more time to train independently. He then asked Kakashi if he had made any progress on the techniques he had asked him to investigate. Kakashi, now a Chunin, had access to a wider array of jutsu than Kaede. Many techniques Kaede had learned were from Kakashi, and he had specifically requested Kakashi to look into 2 techniques, Flying Thunder God and 8 Gates Release. The 8 Gates technique was essential for him, while mastering Flying Thunder God would serve as a valuable asset. However, Kaede was confident that, given his abilities, space-time ninjutsu was not critical. Kakashi rolled his eyes, mentioning that those techniques were contained in the sealed jutsu scrolls and were not easily accessible. Although he had access to many jutsu like the Shadow Clone technique, forbidden techniques like Flying Thunder God and the 8 Gates remained out of reach. Kaede remained unfazed, knowing that once Kakashi became a Jonin, accessing those techniques would not be a problem. Considering Kakashi had achieved Jonin status at 12, there was a chance he might reach that milestone even sooner. Regardless, Kaede would have to graduate next year due to the war. Once it began, he could no longer hide his abilities. In the face of constant danger, he would have to give his all. Kakashi shook his head, expressing disbelief at Kaede's patience. After their father's tragic passing, which stemmed from public criticism for prioritizing comrades over mission success, Kakashi had been deeply affected. He had no desire to face judgment, so he showcased his talents early, graduating at 5 and becoming a Chunin at 6. No one dared to look down on him after that. In contrast, Kaede remained in the Ninja Academy, attending classes like a regular student, which sparked much discussion in the village. Kakashi knew Kid was stronger than him, yet Kid remained unfazed by gossip or judgment. He never expressed a desire to graduate early, simply continuing his studies as if nothing were amiss. Kid sighed, realizing Kakashi still did not understand. The legendary White Fang of Konoha, Hataki Tsukumo, did not perish merely due to a failed mission. That notion was misguided. In his past life, Kid might have doubted, but now he was certain that foul play was involved, particularly from Konoha's higher-ups. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, had never intervened. He could have mitigated the fallout from a single failed mission, especially since Tsukumo had chosen to save his teammates. While Kid could not confirm the details, he suspected that Danzo Shimura had played a significant role. Tsukumo's strength and battlefield accomplishments made him a strong candidate for the fourth Hokage, which was reason enough for Danzo to act. If Tsukumo's death was indeed linked to Danzo, it meant both Kid and Kakashi were under scrutiny from the higher-ups. If only one of them displayed exceptional talent, Danzo might attempt to recruit that individual into Root, but Hiruzen would likely oppose it. However, if both stood out, Danzo would find countless reasons to persuade Hiruzen that at least one of them should join Root. Kid was determined to prevent that from happening, both for himself and for Kakashi. He would not allow either of them to fall under Danzo's influence. Kakashi looked puzzled, asking what Kid meant. Kid shook his head, not intending to explain. Kakashi was still too young and impulsive. It was better for him not to learn about Konoha's darker side just yet. However, Kid felt it was time to consider their situation. With the impending Third Great Ninja War, revealing his strength now would not raise eyebrows. Danzo would be too preoccupied with external threats to focus on expanding Root. The coming war presented both a crisis and an opportunity. Kakashi would rise to the rank of Jonin during the conflict, and so would Kid. Once they both achieved official Jonin status, they would be free from Danzo's reach. Even after the war, Danzo couldn't arbitrarily move full-fledged Jonin around. Hiruzen wouldn't allow it. Kid had pushed his training hard during the war, surpassing Jonin level and reaching power on par with Kage, making it well within the realm of possibility. After all, he possessed the illusory clock, the ability to manipulate time itself. Kakashi's eyes flickered as he glanced at the wooden training posts in the courtyard before turning his gaze back to Kid. Although he had never beaten his brother, Kakashi had never given up on surpassing him. Recently, after numerous battles and close calls, he felt his strength had grown significantly. If Kid had been slacking even a little, this time might be different. Since becoming a ninja, he had never stopped training, and his power had continued to rise with each mission and every challenge faced. Kid raised an eyebrow, already sensing Kakashi's thoughts. He acknowledged his brother's determination, thinking it might be time to see how much Kakashi had improved. Konoha Village. The mountain forest behind the village. Now that Kakashi had become a Chunin and Kid's strength had long surpassed that level, their training duels could no longer be held in their small courtyard. There simply wasn't enough space to fight seriously. Kakashi stood in a wide clearing, holding a kunai in each hand, his body leaning forward slightly, poised for battle as he stared at Kid from a distance. Kid stood calmly in place, holding the chakra short blade known as White Fang, his expression tranquil as he prepared for the duel. The moment Kid spoke, Kakashi sprang forward like a bolt of lightning. His twin kunai turned into afterimages as they slashed from both sides, swift and unpredictable. Kid, however, remained steady, swinging his chakra blade in clean arcs, deflecting every strike with practiced ease. After parrying a few moves, Kid's eyes flashed. With a sudden, powerful downward slash, he broke through Kakashi's guard, his blade slicing across Kakashi's chest. But then, Kakashi's figure burst into smoke and vanished. He had used a shadow clone. Before Kid could regain his stance, a voice called out from behind him, and heat surged through the air as a massive fireball roared toward his back. Kid didn't flinch. With a simple step, he launched himself forward, narrowly dodging the full brunt of the fireball. However, before he could fully regain his footing, several shurikens spiraled out of the flames, each one wreathed in fire, cutting off every path of retreat. Kid smiled faintly, acknowledging Kakashi's skill in blending ninjutsu with shuriken attacks. Then he moved. His short blade, white fang, flickered like a phantom, slicing through the air in a series of graceful arcs. In the blink of an eye, all of the flaming shuriken were knocked aside. Almost simultaneously, Kakashi emerged from the ground, less than a meter behind Kaede. With a swift stab, he drove his kunai toward Kaede's back, only for the blade to come to a stop, resting gently against his shirt. Kakashi felt a bead of sweat roll down his forehead as a glint of triumph flashed in his eyes. This was the first time he had ever defeated Kaede in a spar. But Kaede calmly turned his head and smiled faintly, casting doubt on Kakashi's victory. With a soft burst of smoke, Kaede's body dispersed into a cloud of vapor, vanishing entirely. It was another clone. Kakashi froze in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Before he could finish his thought, a gust of wind swept in from behind him. Kakashi spun around and raised his arm to defend, but it was too late. Kaede's kick landed squarely against his arm, sending him stumbling back. A heavy force crashed down, and Kakashi stumbled back several steps before managing to steady himself. Kakashi stared at Kaede in disbelief, questioning if that had been a shadow clone. He was sure he hadn't seen Kaede perform the technique, and how could it be cast so silently without leaving a trace? Kaede shook his head, clarifying that it was just a regular clone technique. Kakashi was momentarily stunned, insisting that normal clones couldn't attack and questioning how one could block his flaming shuriken. Kaede explained that when he blocked the shuriken, he was still using his real body. He smiled faintly, suggesting that Kakashi watch carefully to understand. Kaede gripped White Fang with one hand while his other hand moved at a speed that blurred into afterimages. In what seemed like an instant, he completed 2 sets of hand seals, clone technique and substitution technique. Kakashi stood there, jaw dropped. Both techniques were basic jutsu taught at the Ninja Academy, but what shocked him was Kaede's seal speed one-handed seals that were faster than two-handed seals. Kakashi had always known Kaede was fast, but this was something else entirely. The speed at which his fingers moved was nearly impossible to follow with the naked eye. Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment, questioning how Kaede could possess such speed beyond normal human limits. Kaede shrugged, casually suggesting he might just have exceptionally good motor skills. Kakashi gave him a skeptical look, feeling that even superhuman reflexes couldn't explain what he had just witnessed. Memories resurfaced, recalling strange things he'd noticed about Kaede over the past few years. He realized that Kaede had begun getting faster about 2 years ago, and it was no longer normal. It was approaching the realm of a Kekei Genkai. Kekei Genkai. Every ninja knew this term. Many existed in the world, some common, like elemental chakra fusions, and some rare and powerful, like the Sharingan or Byakugan. Kaede's speed wouldn't be out of place even among Jonin. It wasn't just speed, it was unnatural, as if his entire body operated in fast-forward, out of sync with the world around him. The only plausible explanation was a Kekei Genkai. The Hataki clan had always passed down swordsmanship, not bloodline limits, but there were cases where a regular ninja spontaneously awakened a unique Kekei Genkai. It was rare, but not unheard of. Kaede might not yet be classified as having a Kekei Genkai, but if he could move even faster, it would be something extraordinary. He murmured thoughtfully about his ability, the illusory clock, which indeed seemed to fit the criteria. In the world of Naruto, where forbidden techniques like Izanagi existed, a Kekei Genkai that enhanced speed wouldn't be out of place at all. Kakashi considered this and remarked that if Kaede believed it to be true, then it probably was. However, he couldn't recall reading about any Kekei Genkai like that, and there was no record of anything similar. Kaede stroked his chin, contemplating the implications. If there was no record, then he must be the first to awaken it. In that case, he decided to name it Ghost-style Kekei Genkai. Kakashi nodded, acknowledging the name. The movement did indeed feel inhuman, like a ghost darting through shadows, which fit perfectly. Kaede, amused, thought to himself that he had been considering something more along the lines of glitch release. But whether it was ghost-like or glitchy didn't matter, it was merely a cover. If this ability were truly to be considered a Kekei Genkai, then it should bear only one name time Kekei Genkai. Kakashi looked at Kaede with a serious expression, acknowledging the unfairness of their situation. Kiid's Kekei Genkai gave him a significant advantage, making it difficult for Kakashi to compete. Kiid laughed lightly, questioning when using a Kekei Genkai had ever been considered cheating. He offered to fight Kakashi again without using his special ability, but Kakashi hesitated. He understood that a Kekei Genkai was an innate skill, not a form of cheating. Even if he managed to win without one, it wouldn't hold much meaning. In the world of ninjas, no one ever said you couldn't use your Kekei Genkai. Kakashi remained determined, expressing that just because Kiid had a Kekei Genkai didn't guarantee his victory. If Kiid made a mistake, Kakashi believed he could surpass him. He was undeterred, recalling that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had no Kekei Genkai yet was revered as one of the strongest in the ninja world. Kiid smiled, promising to wait for the day Kakashi would surpass him. He reached out to pat Kakashi's head, but Kakashi stepped back, frowning. Before he could protest, a loud voice interrupted them. A boy in a tight green jumpsuit burst through the bushes, unmistakably Might Guy. Without acknowledging Kiid, Guy charged at Kakashi, launching a spinning kick and declaring his intent to settle the score. Kakashi, with his usual calm demeanor, blocked Guy's attack effortlessly and countered with a kick of his own. Guy, full of energy, was eager to prove himself. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, reminiscent of their rivalry since their academy days. Kiid observed from a nearby tree, choosing to remain uninvolved in their friendly competition. Guy's talent in taijutsu was evident, even without having mastered the 8 gates. However, once Kakashi began using ninjutsu, the tide of the battle shifted. Frustrated from his earlier loss to Kiid, Kakashi unleashed a lightning release technique, sending Guy flying back, slightly singed but still determined. Guy lay on the ground, vowing that next time he would win. Kakashi looked down at him, suggesting that Guy should consider giving up, as his chances of beating Kakashi were slim, even less than Kakashi's chances against Kiid. Guy, undeterred, pushed himself up and gave Kakashi a thumbs up, confused by Kakashi's earlier comment about Kiid. He had never really compared the two brothers, but he dismissed the thought, believing he must have misheard. Kiid then jumped down from the tree, asking if they would continue training or take a break for food. He had grown accustomed to Guy's frequent challenges and never looked down on him or his father, Might Due. Kiid knew that one day, Guy would master the 8 gates, achieving great feats, while Kakashi would also reach incredible heights. Kiid felt a twinge of guilt for considering the 8 gates technique himself. Mastering it was both straightforward and incredibly challenging, requiring immense dedication and discipline. Few could endure the rigorous training needed to perfect such a demanding technique. Guy, determined after his loss, declared he would do 3,000 squats before eating and immediately began his workout, ignoring Kakashi's exasperation. Kakashi, inspired by Kiid's progress, decided to continue training as well, unwilling to let the gap between them widen any further. Kiid, unfazed, casually mentioned he would go eat while they trained, as his training regimen was far more intense than theirs. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi reviewed a file detailing Kakashi's recent missions and his struggles with team dynamics. Shimura Danzo, leaning on his cane, remarked on the difficulty Hiruzen faced in finding a suitable place for Kakashi. If that's the case, why not leave him to me? Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, glanced at Danzo, and replied that he did not want to turn Tsukumo's child into an emotionless tool. Danzo's expression remained unchanged as he insisted that if he trained Kakashi, the boy would not repeat Tsukumo's mistakes. He would become an even greater ninja, someone who could surpass Tsukumo. Hiruzen snorted and stood up, questioning whether Danzo had come just to discuss this matter. Danzo looked at him intently and clarified that he had heard about Kakashi's situation but was more interested in Hiruzen's next move regarding Kirigakure. He asked if Hiruzen was planning for war. Hiruzen took another drag from his pipe and exhaled a ring of smoke while gazing out the window at the distant sky. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a low voice, suggesting they take actions to intimidate Kirigakure, as their recent probing had gone too far. He decided to leave the matter in Danzo's hands. Danzo nodded and turned to leave the office, adding that Hiruzen should not let Kakashi's talent go to waste. While he had little interest in Kiid, Kakashi's potential had caught Danzo's attention. However, if Hiruzen disagreed, Danzo knew he did not have the time to interfere too much. Hiruzen remained silent, turning his gaze toward the door after Danzo left. He shook his head, the image of Tsukumo appearing in his mind, and sighed. Tsukumo's death had significantly impacted the village. Other ninja villages had been probing Konoha more aggressively lately, and the loss of a powerhouse like the White Fang was undoubtedly a factor. Kakashi had also been deeply affected by his father's death. No matter which team he was assigned to, he always ended up clashing with his seniors. It had been over 2 years since his graduation, yet he still had not found a proper team. Danzo's suggestion, while extreme, held some merit. Hiruzen reflected that while Tsukumo's child was a gifted ninja, he was still too immature in handling people. After contemplating, Hiruzen realized that of Tsukumo's 2 sons, Kaede could be considered excellent, but Kakashi was undoubtedly a genius. He had inherited Tsukumo's talent and might one day become the next White Fang of the Leaf. The challenge now was how to place Kakashi properly. Hiruzen had tried assigning him to multiple teams, but conflict always ensued, bringing the matter back to his desk. Entrusting Kakashi to Danzo was out of the question. While route might suit someone like Kakashi in theory, it would betray Tsukumo's wishes. Tsukumo had openly clashed with Danzo during his life and would never want to see his son molded into a tool of root. After sorting through countless thoughts, Hiruzen finally made a decision. He spoke quietly to the seemingly empty rooftop, asking for Minato to be brought to him. Regular Jonin could not handle Kakashi, and the few Hiruzen had in mind had already clashed with him. That left only one final candidate, Minato Namikaze. After Tsukumo's death, the best candidate to succeed as the 4th Hokage was one of the legendary Sen. However, Jiraiya and Tsunade had no interest in the role. It was Jiraiya's recommendation of Minato Namikaze that stood out the most. If Minato was to inherit the title of 4th Hokage, he needed to begin training his own elite subordinates. Entrusting a genius like Kakashi to Minato was a perfect fit. The Umbu on the rooftop acknowledged the request and vanished instantly. Hiruzen returned to his seat, took another drag from his pipe, and muttered that it was Minato again. Due to the tense situation in the ninja world, Minato's skills were in high demand everywhere. Hiruzen had thought of him early on but hesitated. Now, after going in circles, he found himself right back where he started. He had no worries about Minato. After all, he was Hiruzen's ideal candidate for 4th Hokage. Training a talented young ninja was child's play for someone like him. As he mulled over the situation, Hiruzen pulled out a file that listed detailed information about the current crop of academy students, organized by their relationship to Kakashi. At the very top of the stack was Kaede's file. Hiruzen glanced at it and set it aside. It was not appropriate to place 2 brothers on the same team, especially when one of them was also a key figure's younger sibling. If Kaede had talent on par with Kakashi, it might have been worth overlooking, but public perception within the village was important. Hiruzen pondered for a moment and made his choices. First was Obito Uchiha. Assigning a member of the Uchiha clan to Minato would help smooth the clan's attitude toward Minato's future as Hokage. Next, he considered a civilian student. Since Guy was male, he was ruled out to avoid an all-boy team. Rin Noera, a competent and well-balanced kunoichi, was a perfect fit to round out the squad. Having made his decision, Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and chuckled quietly. The great Hokage was going to such lengths to sort out a single ninja's placement, even meddling in next year's team assignments for graduating students. But Kakashi's talent was truly worth the effort. With Minato, there was nothing to worry about. Letting him handle this personally was far more reassuring. With Kakashi's placement settled, Hiruzen lost interest in the rest of the student files. He returned Kaede's folder to the stack and tossed it aside, not giving it another glance. He hoped Danzo's actions would be enough to quiet things down with Kirigakure. Hiruzen looked up at the ceiling, exhaling a swirl of smoke. What truly troubled him now was the state of the ninja world. The great villages were clashing more frequently, with everything seemingly revolving around Konoha. The Land of Fire was the most resource-rich country, and Konoha had claimed significant spoils in the Second Ninja World War. The other villages had all set their sights on Konoha. But conceding was not an option. In the ninja world, one concession leads to another. Only by meeting greed with strength could true peace be maintained. Hiruzen understood this all too well. If the situation could not be stabilized, and if a third ninja world war became inevitable, then Konoha would fight back with everything it had. As that thought crossed his mind, a cold gleam flashed in Hiruzen's eyes. Thanks to the gains of the Second War, Konoha's core strength was vast and steady. Even though they had lost Tsukumo, their top-tier forces still included Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who had both become powerful enough to lead. And rising stars like Minato Namikaze promised a strong future. If war came, Konoha would not lose. Ninja Academy. It wasn't time for morning classes yet, but the training field was already noisy, filled with kids of all sizes. In the center of the crowd, a chaotic scuffle was taking place. A young boy formed hand seals and blew towards a few others, startling them with a tiny puff of flame. After a brief moment of silence, the boys facing him burst out laughing, mocking his attempt. A group of 7 or 8 boys was caught up in the brawl, looking like lower-year students who didn't really know any actual jutsu. It was just a wild free-for-all. A couple of the older kids could throw around some basic techniques, making their fights look slightly more organized. The onlookers shouted, cheered, and egged the chaos on. It was a mess, and since it was still early, no Chunin instructors had come to break it up yet. Keed appeared not far from the field, glanced at the brawl, and walked a few steps closer. He tapped someone on the shoulder at the outer edge of the crowd. Yuhi Kurinai jumped slightly in surprise. When she turned and saw Keed, she relaxed with a sigh of relief. They exchanged morning greetings, and Keed smiled warmly, suggesting they head to class. He had no interest in watching the kids fight. Kurinai hesitated, glancing at the center of the brawl. She revealed that her cousin, Yuhi-yo, was in the middle of it, getting overwhelmed. Keed tilted his head, not having heard of him. He shrugged, expressing that boys fighting was normal and that Kurinai, being a girl, didn't need to get involved. He reassured her that the Chunin instructors were likely watching and everything would be fine. Kurinai looked conflicted. She felt wrong doing nothing but also felt unsure about stepping in. Seeing her torn, Keed clicked his tongue, stepped forward, formed a simple hand seal, and gently pressed his hands against the ground. The ground trembled beneath them, and Kurinai steadied herself, while the rest of the students stumbled. The brawling kids were shaken apart by the sudden quake and scattered. Keed signaled for Kurinai to stay quiet, stating that the tremor should stop the fight. The crowd, thrown into disarray, was confused about what had just happened, many believing it was a real earthquake. The earlier brawl was completely broken up, but not everyone had been thrown off balance. Among the crowd, one student narrowed his eyes at Keed, realizing the tremor had been caused by him. Uchiha Shursui, a young boy wearing clothes bearing the Uchiha clan symbol, observed the scene. Unlike Uchiha Obito, Shursui was a genius nearly on par with Uchiha Itachi. He had earned a fearsome reputation on the battlefield and wielded a powerful illusion technique. Noera Rin, who had been watching Keed from a distance, approached him, commenting that his jutsu was impressive. Keed smiled, revealing that he had copied the technique from Kakashi. Shursui smirked at their interaction but turned to walk away, only to be interrupted by Obito, who stood directly in front of Keed, raising his fist in challenge. Obito had arrived early that day, only to find Keed and Rin laughing together, which soured his mood. He charged over angrily, demanding a confrontation. Keed, uninterested in Obito's antics, sidestepped his clumsy punch, grabbed his shoulder, and gently twisted, causing Obito to lose his balance and crash to the ground. Rin face-bombed, and Kurinai was left speechless, questioning Obito's reputation as a member of the Uchiha clan. Just then, Shursui approached, calmly addressing Kurinai. He made it clear that he wouldn't let her insult the Uchiha clan go unchallenged. Kurinai was taken aback, realizing she was speaking to one of the most well-known students in the academy. Shursui was at the top of his class in every subject and had even defeated a real genin recently, seen as a future elite ninja capable of graduating early. Noticing the commotion on Kurinai's side, Keed turned his head. Recognizing Shisui, he tilted his head slightly and spoke, suggesting that Kurenai didn't mean to question the Uchiha clan's prestige. He argued that it was narrow-minded to judge an entire noble clan based on one individual, emphasizing that the Uchiha were still a clan of many geniuses. Shisui's expression softened at Kide's words. Originally, he hadn't intended to meddle in Kide's affairs, seeing no need for unnecessary conflict. He only spoke up because Kurenai's comment had crossed a line, and he wanted to gently warn her. However, in the very next instant, Shisui's pupils suddenly contracted. A hand had silently landed on his shoulder, causing his body to go stiff. The owner of that hand was Kide. Shisui's eyes widened with disbelief as Kide simply gave him a harmless, innocent smile. Without saying a word, he withdrew his hand and casually walked back toward the classroom. The Kide that had been standing in front of Shisui just moments ago suddenly burst into a puff of white smoke and vanished. A clone. The one that had remained in place was just a clone. In that brief moment, Kide had left behind a clone while his real body moved instantly to Shisui's side. As a fellow genius, Shisui immediately understood what had happened, but even with that realization, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The clone technique and body flicker had been executed flawlessly. Kide had swapped places with his clone and appeared next to him in an instant. It was utterly mind-blowing. If this had been a real fight, he would have already been taken out in a flash, before even understanding what was happening. Yuhi Kurenai and Noera Rin were stunned too. Neither of them had fully grasped what had just happened. In fact, they hadn't even seen how Kide had left a clone behind and arrived next to Shisui in the blink of an eye. The two girls exchanged glances, and both saw the same shock in each other's eyes. After snapping out of their daze, they glanced at the still frozen Shisui, then quickly chased after Kide. Shisui took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. As he turned his head to watch Kide walk away, there was still a trace of shock lingering in his eyes. Everyone knew about Kakashi's genius. Kide, by contrast, had always been considered average or lacking potential. At this moment, Shisui had only one word for those evaluations: blind. Even though he wasn't sure about Kakashi's full strength, just based on Kide's technique, Shisui was convinced that Kide was definitely not inferior to Kakashi. In fact, he might even be stronger. This level of skill couldn't have been gained overnight. That guy had been hiding his true strength all along, never once showing off his talent, not even when others doubted him. Shisui's current judgment of Kide could be summed up in one word: terrifying. Compared to the brash and proud Kakashi, Kide, his older brother, didn't just possess incredible strength. He had a calm, composed, and mature demeanor. And someone like that was undeniably even more formidable. Taking a deep breath, Shisui suddenly felt the weight of being called a genius grow heavier on his shoulders. Back in the classroom, Kide leaned back in his chair, fingers to his chin in thought. Young Shisui of the Uchiha shouldn't be any weaker than Itachi. But Kide wasn't sure exactly when he awakened the Mangekyo and obtained Kodo Amatsukami. Since this was the Shisui from the original story, one of the Uchiha clan's prodigies, and considering how arrogantly he treated Kurenai, Kide decided to test him a bit. He wanted to see if the future Shisui of the body flicker could keep up. Turns out not quite. As Kide walked into the classroom, Kurenai and the others followed close behind. Kurenai sat down beside him and immediately spoke up. She didn't fully understand what had just happened, but it was clear that Shisui had been shaken by something. His expression and eyes had frozen on the spot. Kide casually remarked that he was just saying hello to Shisui, downplaying the moment. Kurenai stared at him with wide eyes, noting that he had totally scared Shisui. Kide took out his textbook and placed it on the desk, thinking aloud that he had 2 more years of experience with ninjutsu. Though he said it lightly, Kurenai knew full well that what had just happened was far from simple. Uchiha Shisui was one of the most famous geniuses in the whole academy. To shake someone like him was definitely worth bragging about. Yet Kide acted as though nothing had happened, joking and smiling just like always, as if it were no big deal. That unshakable demeanor only made Kurenai admire him even more. Compared to the boys who couldn't stop bragging about every little achievement, Kide's charm was off the charts. Noticing the look in her eyes, Kaede sighed inwardly. This girl's expression made him wonder if she was already planning for the future. Maybe he should tone it down a bit. But then again, he hadn't really done anything excessive. To be young, Kaede had wanted to truly enjoy this peaceful ninja school life, this sunshine-filled PRD without stress. Unfortunately, reality wouldn't allow it. No matter how much he tried to forget, he would still remember the looming Third Great Ninja War, the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha, and Pain's destruction of the village. This was a dangerous world, where strength was needed to enjoy peace. Leaning back in his chair, Kaede stretched and muttered as he gazed out the window that he wished this were some slice-of-life world. Kusanagi tilted her head and asked what he had just said. Kaede shook his head, chuckling softly, and explained that he was just thinking about something. Even if he had ended up in one of those relaxed worlds, there would still be different kinds of pressure pushing him forward. Being reborn with the power to manipulate time and landing in Konoha before the Third Great Ninja War was already a pretty easy mode start. If he had ended up in the Bloody Mist Village, where students killed each other during training, without the time manipulation ability, that would have been hell mode. With those thoughts in mind, Kaede calmly waited for today's training test while refining his chakra, feeling it flow smoothly through his body. Now that he thought about it, the 8 Gates technique shouldn't be that hard to train. He pondered, circulating chakra through his body and trying to pinpoint the locations of each of the 8 gates based on memory. He wanted to see if he could figure out how to train it on his own. The real difficulty of the 8 Gates technique wasn't in unlocking them, it was the long-term discipline needed to master them. Otherwise, someone like Might Due wouldn't have been able to create it in the first place. To put it simply, training the 8 Gates was like writing the same character over and over again. If one possessed the willpower and persistence, success would eventually follow. Techniques like the Reaper Death Seal or Flying Thunder God resembled complex mathematical theorems on a global scale. Without inherent talent, the chances of mastery were slim. Although the 8 Gates technique was relatively accessible, even for genin, Kaede understood that fully mastering it would take more than just a brief effort. He had identified the 8 positions of the gates within his body, but the real challenge was in training to loosen them and learning how to open and close them at will. This was the true essence of the 8 Gates. Kaede reflected on his need for more practice. He contemplated whether he should seek guidance from Might Due. While asking Due directly would be the safer choice, he recognized that even a simple method could be risky, as it was a forbidden technique. That morning, the Academy had conducted a general physical ability assessment, which included tasks like tree climbing and weighted runs. These challenges posed no difficulty for the ninja students. Even Obito had passed with ease. After the test, Kaede returned home. Following a quick meal and some tidying up, he set out again to find Might Due and Might Guy. Unfortunately, Due was away on a mission, leaving only Guy training alone at their usual spot. Without Due, Kaede couldn't orchestrate a coincidental encounter to ask for help, but he wasn't in a hurry. He returned home, retrieved the chakra blade White Fang, and ventured into the forested mountains behind the village. Upon reaching his training spot, Kaede gripped White Fang tightly, took a deep breath, and began training earnestly. This time, he chose to train with his real body instead of creating shadow clones. After his sparring match with Kakashi the previous day, Kaede had continued practicing the Hataki sword style at home and felt he was nearing the threshold of sensing chakra flow. The Hataki sword style, a technique that made White Fang's name feared across the ninja world, comprised 2 stages. The first stage focused on chakra flow, allowing chakra to naturally enhance the weapon's sharpness and attack power. Mastering this stage would significantly increase the power of the Hataki sword style. The second stage involved chakra shape transformation, solidifying the flowing chakra into a razor-sharp form, further amplifying its destructive capability. Regardless of a shinobi's level, mastering the first stage alone guaranteed Chunin level strength. The second stage elevated the user to Jounin level strength. Beyond that, success depended entirely on talent. While some might consider reaching Jounin level as merely average, they overlooked that techniques stronger than the Hataki sword style often fell into the realm of forbidden techniques and secret arts, like the Flying Thunder God, which were beyond the reach of most ninja. Kaede had never slacked off in his training with the Hataki blade style. It required refined chakra control and was compatible with nearly every form of taijutsu, including techniques like the 8 gates or sage mode. As he continued to swing his blade, a faint white glow shimmered across white fang, subtly trembling with each slash and leaving glowing arcs in the air. He trained for hours before returning to the village for a meal, then came back out to continue. 7 hours passed. Then 8. Then 9. Under the effect of 3 times time acceleration, Kaede repeatedly practiced the most basic forms of the Hataki sword style, integrating the increasingly familiar chakra flow into each motion. Over time, his movements became smoother, transforming from clumsy to fluid. Finally, with one clean slash, Kaede felt the chakra flowing along his blade perfectly align with his cutting motion. His eyes lit up as he paused to replicate that exact state once more. With another swing, the result was the same perfect execution. After confirming his mastery through dozens of repetitions, Kaede finally relaxed. He had completed the first stage of the Hataki sword style. Determined to test his newfound power, Kaede calmed his breath and stepped in front of a thick wooden post. His eyes focused as he slashed with white fang. A thin white arc flickered through the air, and the thick post, easily as wide as a man's arms, was sliced clean through as if it were nothing. The top half slid off silently. Kaede evaluated the strike quietly, acknowledging the legends about white fang were true. The first stage of the Hataki sword style alone could elevate a shinobi to Chunin level, potentially giving him an edge against others at the same level. With his prior strength already at Chunin level due to his ninjutsu and taijutsu, this now elevated him to elite Chunin, even in his base form. Next, he focused on the accelerated state. That last slash had been executed at normal speed, but under time acceleration, the Hataki sword style should become even more formidable. Silently, Kaede activated 3 times time acceleration. Anyone observing from a distance would have seen his entire body shift into a rapid forward motion, his movements and even his breathing appearing unnatural and surreal. In that state, Kaede gripped the chakra blade, gathered chakra flow, and unleashed a slash toward the wooden post. The slash was so swift it left behind afterimages. In an instant, a white crescent arc, akin to a blade of light, tore through the air and effortlessly pierced the thick post. Kaede's eyes widened in awe. Under time acceleration, the slash's range had extended beyond the blade itself, launching a chakra wave nearly a foot long. This was a feat only achievable by the second stage of the Hataki sword style. Trying to calm his excitement, Kaede circled behind the post, where he could clearly see a clean line where the wooden post had been cleaved in two. The ground bore a faint mark as well. Kaede took a deep breath, reassessing his current strength level. He was a Tokubetsu Jounin, a specialized speed type. He wasn't certain how he would fare against opponents who used genjutsu or forbidden techniques, but against standard Chunin or even most elite Chunin, his overwhelming speed would allow him to end battles in mere moments. The best part of being a speed-type shinobi was that he wasn't afraid of being outnumbered. While genjutsu users or those with forbidden techniques might struggle against groups, Kaede could freely enter and exit combat, dodging and striking at will. The surge in strength brought a sense of joy, but it quickly faded as Kaede Hataki calmed himself. He understood that despite the title, a special Jounin occupied an awkward position. Their overall abilities weren't balanced enough to be considered a true Jounin, and their survivability in actual combat was significantly lower by comparison. He muttered to himself about still lacking endurance. Without the constitution of the Uzumaki clan or a tailed beast sealed within him, his chakra levels were just reaching the level of a Chunin elite, far from what a Jounin possessed. As for stamina, there wasn't much to expect from a 10-year-old's body. In accelerated time, stamina burned out even faster. He thought about learning the 8 gates, realizing that it would make him a fleeting powerhouse. A helpless smile formed on his lips as he acknowledged that until he could gain the body of a sage, stamina and chakra would likely remain his weaknesses. However, he reflected that if he could unleash overwhelming power in an instant, it wouldn't matter how short-lived his stamina was, much like the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, who could defeat numerous Jounin in a flash. Kaede couldn't help but joke to himself about his future combat style being about ending things in one instant. Despite his stamina issues, learning the 8 gates was still worthwhile. When combined with time acceleration, he would finally have the capability to end battles at lightning speed. If his speed was high enough, endurance would become irrelevant, as the fight wouldn't last long enough for it to be a concern. He considered his current state, which was on par with a Chunin elite. With triple speed, he was effectively a special Jonin. To advance further, he contemplated 3 potential paths. The first route was the most conventional, steadily training in taijutsu, refining chakra, and using time acceleration to grow his body more quickly. By the time he reached 12 or 13 years old physically, he should have chakra and stamina comparable to a true Jonin. Adding 1 standard Jonin-level ninjutsu would make him a full-fledged Jonin in his base state. The second path involved continuing his training in the Hataki sword style. If he could reach the second stage of the technique, even without massive chakra reserves or elite stamina, the sheer destructive power of the white-fanged blade would grant him Jonin-level strength. The third path was, of course, the 8 gates. Kaede made his decision to cultivate all 3 paths simultaneously. For ordinary people, focusing on one path was the wisest course, but he was not ordinary. With the ability to accelerate time, he had far more time to train than anyone else. If the illusory clock's power improved further, allowing for 4 times speed or even 5, he would have the capacity to pursue all 3 paths at once. He set a small goal for himself, to reach Jonin level in 6 months. By that, he meant achieving Jonin level strength in his normal state. If he could accomplish that, then under triple or quadruple speed he might truly reach the level of Minato Namikaze, defeating Jonin with ease. Only by reaching that level would he have real survival power in the looming Third Great Ninja War. Otherwise, a random accident might take him out before he ever had a chance to shine. As he left his training grounds, Kaede returned to the village. He noticed that security had tightened again. Compared to a few days ago, there were noticeably more patrol ninjas on the streets, and their frequency had increased. In the shadows, the Umbu and the Hokage's surveillance corps were surely monitoring every corner of the village, hunting for enemy spies who might have slipped in. Kaede felt the weight of scrutiny upon him. Someone had clearly investigated him. After confirming there was nothing suspicious, the feeling of being watched gradually faded. It wasn't a pleasant experience, but such scrutiny was inevitable in the tense days before a ninja war. Every village was sending spies and doing everything they could to gather intel. Due to his accelerated training sessions, his food supplies were running low, necessitating a trip to the market for restocking. He hadn't gone far when he heard a familiar voice from a nearby butcher shop. Kaede glanced over and saw a familiar figure holding a grocery bag, standing in front of the beef vendor, visibly upset. The figure expressed dismay at the rising prices, lamenting that beef had become too expensive. The shopkeeper shrugged, explaining that the price reflected the wholesale cost, not an attempt to scam anyone. Rising tensions in the ninja world had inevitably led to climbing prices. While Konoha remained relatively stable, their supply routes were strained, and large shipments required ninja escorts to prevent sabotage, further increasing costs. Kaede observed the scene unfold, noting the struggles of the figure, who was only a genin and unable to find a team to join. The rise in living costs weighed heavily on him, especially with a growing son who needed proper nutrition. After some deliberation, he finally purchased a smaller piece of beef, deciding to cut back on his own portions to make it work. Kaede murmured to himself about the tough life, reflecting on his own situation. Despite the loss of Tsukumo, he had inherited enough to ensure a comfortable life for both himself and Kakashi for years to come. On top of that, Kakashi was already a Chunin and could support himself. If Might Due could open all 8 gates and defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, then even just opening 7 gates should elevate him to Jonin level. If not a full Jonin, at least a Chunin promotion should have been possible. However, the missions he took were mostly menial tasks, cleaning up litter, finding lost pets, and similar activities offering no opportunity to showcase his true strength. As a result, no one in Konoha had any idea about his real abilities. After considering this, Kaede Hataki quickly bought his groceries and returned home. He prepared a simple meal and ate before heading out again, this time to find Might Due. It didn't take long for Kaede to locate Due. Just as he expected, after returning from a mission and having dinner with Guy, the two had begun their training. They were currently running laps around Konoha. Kaede thought for a moment, then took a different route and also began running around the village. After a while, he, naturally, caught up with Due and Guy. Kaede greeted Guy casually, who saw him and gave a thumbs up while running. Guy expressed his enthusiasm for their training, emphasizing the importance of youth and energy. Might Due mirrored his son's gesture, flashing a bright smile in agreement. This unusual scene drew curious glances from passers-by, and Kaede felt a bit embarrassed. He wondered if they really had to be this eccentric. Even he was attracting attention just for running alongside them, and he could hear whispers about his association with the duo, which made him mentally sigh. While running, Guy turned to Kaede and asked about Kakashi, expressing interest in his whereabouts. Kaede informed him that Kakashi likely went off to train alone, as he hadn't taken any missions recently. They rarely trained together. Guy gave him another thumbs up and grinned, surprised that Kaede was also engaging in basic training. Kaede smiled back, explaining that he had been focusing on taijutsu lately and felt like he was on the verge of breaking through some internal limits. Guy looked puzzled, not quite understanding what Kaede meant by limits. Kaede clarified that it felt more like shackles restricting his physical strength. Hearing this, Due appeared impressed and acknowledged Kaede's insight, noting that sensing the existence of the 8 gates at such a young age was quite remarkable. Curious, Kaede feigned confusion and asked about the 8 gates. Due, being straightforward, explained that when one trains their body sufficiently, they can feel these internal shackles, which he referred to as the 8 gates. Breaking through them allows one to unleash extraordinary power. Guy, surprised, asked if his father could use this kind of taijutsu. Due confirmed that it was indeed the ultimate technique he had trained in for 20 years and had planned to teach Guy once he was older. Kaede then inquired if forcibly opening the gates could cause damage. Due nodded seriously, advising against attempting to open them at such a young age. However, he acknowledged that Kaede's ability to sense their existence indicated he was on the threshold of practicing the 8 gates. Due eagerly shared the key points of the 8 gates training method, providing Kaede with sudden clarity. Grateful, Kaede stopped running and expressed his appreciation with a respectful bow. Due laughed heartily, insisting there was no need for formality and that he was happy to help. He was surprised that someone would actually listen to a genin like him share his taijutsu experiences. Guy, still curious, asked about the 8 gates and if he could learn them. Due snapped back to focus, reminding Guy that he wasn't ready yet and that they needed to finish their laps first before discussing the 8 gates further. With that, Due resumed running, pulling Guy along with him as they quickly disappeared down the street, leaving Kaede shaking his head in amusement. Kaede reflected on how he had finally obtained the training method for the 8 gates, just as he had hoped. Although he felt a bit guilty about it, he resolved to find a way to repay Due someday. Returning home, Kaede organized the 8 gates training method based on Due's explanations and his own understanding of taijutsu. The key to training the 8 gates lay in breaking the internal shackles of the body. However, he understood that forcibly opening them could cause damage to the chakra network, necessitating specific preparation and adaptation training, particularly resistance training. Early-stage practice involved using weights to place constant stress on the body. This way, once the weights were removed, the body would be better prepared to break through the 8 gates. The training essentially revolved around repeating this process. Determined, Kaede rummaged through his ninja gear and found some old training weights, but none were heavy enough for the beginning stages of 8 gates practice. They were suitable for ordinary training, but he needed something more substantial. Still, he knew that weights weren't hard to come by. Ninja villages were never short on training tools, and the inheritance left by Sakumo was more than sufficient to cover the expenses. Soon after, Kaede spent a considerable amount of money to purchase a full set of weights. Unlike the ankle weights worn by Rock Lee in the original series, his set included everything: a vest, wrist guards, and leg weights, forming a complete outfit. Kaede examined the weights, puzzled by their composition, noting that they seemed to be another one of those unscientific items like the blood-absorbing executioner's blade or the endlessly stretching Kusanagi sword, likely crafted using special methods. The weight felt overwhelming. Once he donned the entire set, he could feel a significant increase in his body weight. Walking felt unstable at first, but he gradually adapted. After acquiring ninja tools and obtaining a training method, he decided to take a nap. In his accelerated time state, he awoke after about 2.5 hours in the real world. After having a meal, he made his way to his usual training spot. Kied's training ground was located behind the mountains of Konoha. It was a popular training area, but at night, it was completely deserted. Under the moonlight, Kied began his intense training. The 8 gates technique required sheer hard work to master. There were no shortcuts or wild ideas like permanently opening the gates. Those were pure nonsense and practically impossible. 4 hours passed. At some point, Kied had removed his weights and was resting against a rock, his clothes soaked in sweat as if he had just emerged from a river. Training the 8 gates was far more grueling than regular ninjutsu or taijutsu exercises. Even with his time acceleration ability, which sped up his time relative to the outside world, he could not bypass the effort and strain of training itself. This was already his 7th break. Although his body had recovered somewhat, Kied still leaned there, reluctant to move. 4 hours at 3 times acceleration equated to 12 hours of continuous training. Deciding that he had trained enough for now, Kied stood up, picked up his discarded weights, and prepared to head back. However, he suddenly paused, setting the weights down again and listening intently. Faint sounds echoed from within the woods. Someone seemed to be moving through the trees. At this hour of the night, anyone wandering the forest was unlikely to have good intentions. Kied frowned slightly, expression growing cautious. He had no desire to encounter whoever it was. Judging from the sound, they seemed to be heading in his direction and would likely pass by nearby. Carefully assessing the intruder's position, Kied moved around the back of the rock to avoid detection. The footsteps swept past on one side and gradually faded into the distance, seemingly unaware of his presence. However, almost immediately after the footsteps vanished, a sudden flash of silver burst through the night air. Accompanied by the whoosh of slicing wind, several shuriken rained down toward Kied's hiding spot, cutting off all possible escape routes. Kied cursed under his breath. The chakra blade already gripped in his right hand flicked out in swift, precise motions, knocking the shuriken away. At the same time, he leapt atop the rock and looked in the direction from which the attack had come. Under the moonlight, a figure was clearly visible. Although the symbol on his forehead protector wasn't Konoha's, Kied recognized it instantly. Kirigakure, a ninja from the Hidden Mist village. Rin Kinuya narrowed his eyes coldly and charged at Kied, drawing a short sword and slashing at him. He was a scout from the Hidden Mist, a sensory-type elite Chunin. After some effort, he had slipped into the Land of Fire, planning to infiltrate Konoha. However, he had sensed Kied's chakra. His initial reaction was shock, thinking he had walked into an ambush. But after analyzing the chakra, he realized it belonged to just one person and that the chakra level wasn't high. Without hesitation, he sent a clone to create noise and launched a sneak attack. Kied's ability to block the strike surprised Rin Kinuya slightly. But seeing that Kied appeared to be a young child, he relaxed a bit, deciding to finish things quickly. They were close to Konoha, and the longer the fight dragged on, the more dangerous it would become. He had to eliminate Kied swiftly and then attempt to infiltrate. As Rin Kinuya radiated killing intent without attempting conversation, Kied's thoughts raced. He met the attack head-on with his blade white fang. The clash of their weapons echoed under the moonlight, sparks flying as metal rang out. In just a few seconds, they exchanged over a dozen blows. From initial bloodlust to growing surprise, Rin Kinuya realized that this child was not as easy to handle as he had expected. Silver hair and a chakra blade, could this be the son of White Fang mentioned in the intel? Rin Kinuya's eyes flashed with recognition. It had to be. Hatake Kakashi's reputation as a genius had spread throughout Konoha, and he was on the Hidden Mist's assassination list. No one wanted Konoha to produce another White Fang. Killing this child would be a significant accomplishment. Even if he failed to gather intelligence, returning with this success would suffice. Compared to risking everything to infiltrate Konoha, taking out a child was a much better option. Besides, now that Kaede had spotted him, he couldn't just leave him alive. With that thought, Rin Kinuya's killing intent surged. After another exchange of blows, he leapt back, biting down on his short sword and forming hand seals rapidly. He prepared to unleash his jutsu, but before the mist could spread, Kaede seemed to predict it in advance. Almost simultaneously, he released his own wind-style jutsu. A violent gust blew through, scattering the forming mist before it could thicken, only slightly obscuring vision. Rin Kinuya frowned but still charged forward through the mist. This was Kaede's first true battle, his first real fight for survival. Most people might panic, unable to bring out their full strength under such pressure, but Kaede remained eerily calm. He had already assessed his opponent's strength, and more importantly, in 3 times acceleration, everything before his eyes moved in slow motion, including Rin Kinuya's movements. A faint gleam shimmered on the edge of Kaede's chakra blade as he prepared for his attack. With cold determination, Kaede unleashed a speed he had never used before, instantly reaching his limit. To Rin Kinuya, Kaede seemed to blur and vanish, moving at a speed that felt almost supernatural. His chakra blade left afterimages in the air as it slashed forward. Rin Kinuya's expression shifted dramatically, overwhelmed by the sudden burst of speed. He thought to himself how fast Kaede was, but there was no time to dwell on it. Facing Kaede's terrifying speed, he raised his short sword in defense with all his strength. The clash of their weapons rang out, and sparks flew as Rin barely intercepted the white fanged blade. For a fleeting moment, he thought he had succeeded, but then he froze in disbelief. A thin line of blood appeared on his forehead, trailing down from the center of his forehead protector. He had blocked the physical blade but failed to anticipate the slicing shockwave that extended beyond it. This was the legendary Hataki Kenjutsu, a technique that had felled countless ninja during the Second Great Ninja War. Even knowing it was coming, it was nearly impossible to defend against. In his last moment of consciousness, Rin Kinuya recalled the dread that many had felt before the chakra blade white fang. He had never imagined that such a young kid could wield the very technique that once shook the ninja world. Silently, Rin Kinuya's body shuddered and collapsed to the ground. Kaede had only wanted to quietly train until he reached the level of Jonin, but now he had been forced to take a life, disrupting the rhythm of his training. For a moment he was at a loss for words. Should he destroy the body to cover it up? There probably wasn't enough time. Without checking Rin Kinuya's body, Kaede leapt up, grabbed his belongings, and quickly fled into the distance. He could easily guess that Konoha's Umbu were likely rushing to the scene, and he had no intention of running into them. Almost immediately after Kaede left, several shinobi appeared at the location where the fight had taken place. They wore animal masks, clearly members of the Umbu directly under the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. One of them, a sensory-type ninja, caught a flash of something and saw Rin Kinuya's body. He didn't approach directly but hurled a shuriken that struck the body, confirming that the target was dead. The other 2 Umbu quickly approached from both sides. One of them crouched down to confirm the death and flipped the corpse over, revealing the forehead protector of Kirigakure. The 3 Umbu exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise passing through their eyes. They had expected to find a fallen Konoha shinobi, only to discover it was an enemy ninja instead. Judging by his gear, he was likely a scout, though it was unclear who had taken him out. The crouching ninja swiftly inspected the body and turned to his companion with a flicker of doubt in his eyes. It had been less than a minute since he sensed the battle here. To take out an elite scout from Kirigakure that quickly would require one of their jonin, yet he did not recognize the chakra signature at all. It seemed the attacker had left without wanting to encounter them. The inspecting ninja suddenly froze, staring closely at the wound on Rin Kinuya's head, his expression turning to surprise. He remarked that this kind of wound resembled something caused by Lord Tsukumo's sword technique. The other 2 were taken aback, recalling that Lord Tsukumo had died 2 years ago. After double-checking, the inspecting ninja confirmed that the cut was indeed the result of Lord Tsukumo's blade technique, but he speculated that it likely wasn't him. If it were, the forehead protector would have been cleaved right through. The three Umbu exchanged glances, realizing the significance of the Hataki sword technique, a secret art passed down only within the Hataki clan. Ever since Tsukumo's death, very few could use it. They decided to compile a report for the Hokage and returned to the village. The death of a scout from an enemy village wasn't a major incident given the current tensions, so there was no need to wake Hiruzen Sarutobi in the middle of the night. It wasn't until the next morning, when Hiruzen entered his office, that he was informed of what had happened. A Kirigakure elite scout had been killed by the Hataki sword technique, and the fight had lasted no more than a minute. Hiruzen was taken aback. An elite Kirigakure scout capable of sneaking near Konoha would at least be a high-level Chunin. To take such a person out in under a minute would require a Jonin-level shinobi, yet there shouldn't be any Jonin in the village currently proficient in the Hataki sword technique. Could it be? A figure flashed through Hiruzen's mind: Kakashi. His heart trembled slightly at the thought. Killing a Kirigakure scout in under a minute. Had Kakashi already grown that powerful? He wasn't even 8 years old yet. Though it was hard to believe, no one else seemed to fit the profile. Hiruzen took a deep breath and instructed that Kakashi be brought to him. A short while later, Kakashi arrived outside the Hokage's office and walked in, bowing respectfully. Hiruzen stood up, approached Kakashi, and gave him a warm smile, his eyes full of admiration. He remarked on Kakashi's significant progress in training, expressing surprise that he had already mastered Tsukumo's blade techniques at such a young age. Kakashi froze, taken aback by the unexpected praise. Hiruzen patted Kakashi's shoulder, reminiscing about Tsukumo in his youth. Kakashi looked at Hiruzen, utterly puzzled. After hesitating, he asked what the Hokage was referring to. Hiruzen was slightly surprised but then smiled again, realizing that the proud and impulsive Kakashi had learned to hide things. It seemed the boy had truly grown up. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Kakashi could take on the duties of a Jonin. If he had known this earlier, there might have been no need for Minato to guide him. With a swift motion, Hiruzen tossed something toward Kakashi. Kakashi caught it and saw that it was a Kirigakure forehead protector, stained with dried blood and marked by a clean cut across the middle, as if it had been sliced by a sharp blade. Utterly baffled by the Hokage's gesture, Kakashi looked even more confused, lost in thought as he turned to Hiruzen. Hiruzen took a sip of tea, his expression calm. Knowing how to hide was a good quality, but once the Hokage knew, it was time to report the full situation. Kakashi's mind raced, but he truly couldn't recall anything involving the forehead protector. After a long silence, he finally asked about it. Hiruzen frowned slightly, surprised that Kakashi was still denying it. His tone turned colder as he demanded an explanation about the battle from the previous night. Kakashi was stunned, his expression turning serious. He insisted that he had been home all night and wasn't involved in any battle. At that moment, Kakashi considered whether someone had disguised themselves as him, sneaked into the village, and done something suspicious. Such a thing would be serious, but he didn't panic. After all, he had really been at home all night. Even if something had happened, he could withstand any investigation. Hiruzen, sensing that Kakashi was sincere, paused in midair with his teacup, looking at Kakashi in surprise. After a brief moment of confusion, he gestured with one hand, and an Umbu ninja instantly appeared in the office. Hiruzen instructed him to call in the patrol team and have them report on last night's activities. The Umbu ninja vanished quickly. Moments later, several masked Umbu operatives arrived to give their reports. Kakashi occasionally exchanged words with them, and after comparing accounts, it was confirmed that he hadn't left his home at all the previous night. Once it was clear that the hidden Mist Village scout hadn't been killed by Kakashi, Hiruzen's expression turned pensive. He mulled it over carefully, recalling that he had no memory of Tsukumo Hataki ever passing down the Hataki sword techniques to anyone else. Hiruzen asked Kakashi if Tsukumo had ever taken on any students or taught his swordsmanship to anyone. Kakashi shook his head, unsure. Tsukumo had once led the Umbu and served as commander during the Second Great Ninja War, but Kakashi never had many conversations with him about such matters. After a pause, Kakashi expressed his confusion about what had happened. Hiruzen considered for a moment and then gave Kakashi a brief rundown of what had transpired the night before. As Kakashi listened, his expression shifted from surprise to realization. His eyes widened slightly and he hesitated, sensing that this might be Kied's doing. The question was whether he should say anything. Seeing that Kakashi clearly knew something, Hiruzen frowned and insisted on a full report. Since Kied hadn't asked him to keep this quiet, Kakashi decided to share what he knew. He quietly mentioned that he thought his older brother, Kied, might be involved. Hiruzen blinked in astonishment, unable to believe what he had just heard. The Umbu squad leader and the Jonin who had come to report also looked surprised. Hiruzen stared at Kakashi in disbelief, questioning if he was sure about Kied's involvement, especially considering the elite scout from the mist had been defeated in under a minute. Kakashi, having already implicated Kied, decided to be direct. He admitted that while he didn't know the exact details of the fight, it was definitely within Kied's capabilities, noting that his brother had always been stronger than him. Hiruzen couldn't help but cough as he sat back down, processing the information. The idea that Kied could be stronger than Kakashi was extraordinary, especially since Kakashi was one of Konoha's rare prodigies, reminiscent of his father, the White Fang, Tsukumo Hataki. If this were true, it would mean that this 8-year-old boy had taken down a Mist Village elite Chunin in under a minute, possibly exceeding Kakashi's own talent. Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling a long plume of smoke before commanding that Kied be brought to him. An Umbu ninja nodded and vanished with a whoosh. At the Ninja Academy, it was the final day before the end-of-term exams. Kied's class was gathered on the training grounds, lined up in rows. In the open space at the front, 2 students were locked in a fierce sparring match. Kunai clashed with crisp metallic notes, sending sparks flying. Uchiha Obito let out a loud shout, bringing his kunai down with full force. He pushed his opponent back and immediately threw his kunai, forcing another step of retreat. Then he rapidly formed hand seals and successfully cast his jutsu. A giant fireball roared toward his opponent, who looked horrified, clearly unable to dodge in time. A Chunin instructor stepped in, swiftly weaving hand signs to create a water wall that extinguished the flames. After suppressing the fire, the instructor announced Obito as the winner. Obito pumped his fist and cheered, bursting with excitement. He had finally succeeded without any embarrassing failures. Looking back, he saw Rin Noera and the other students clapping for him, filling him with satisfaction. As he walked back toward the group, he shot Kied a smug look and tilted his chin. Kied, however, remained calm, applauding like the others, his eyes deep and unreadable, revealing none of his thoughts. Kurenai Yuhi noticed that Kied seemed a bit off that day and inquired if he was in a bad mood. After the applause, she quietly asked him in a low voice. Kied shook his head and replied that he was just thinking about something. As he stood lost in thought, the Chunin instructor pulled out the list of matches and announced the next pair. The next match was between Hatake Kaede and Hyuga Hamon. All eyes turned toward Kaede and Hyuga Hamon. Hamon stepped forward, his tone calm as he expressed that it was not a bad matchup and that he would demonstrate the strength of the noble Hyuga clan. He had held a slight grudge against Kaede for a previous incident, but it was not enough to provoke trouble. This sparring match provided the perfect opportunity to settle their differences. Kaede glanced at Hyuga Hamon, who appeared completely uninterested and didn't seem inclined to respond. Nevertheless, he stepped out from the crowd and walked to the clearing in front of the Chunin instructor. Noticing Kaede's silence, Hyuga Hamon frowned slightly and remarked that Kaede was getting a bit too arrogant, questioning whether he thought he was as good as his brother. Kaede shrugged, acknowledging the comparison but dismissing it. If Kakashi had time acceleration, he would likely be flying by now. The Chunin instructor chose not to comment on the tension between the two, understanding that conflict among students was a normal part of the Ninja Academy experience. In fact, instructors sometimes encouraged a level of competition to motivate students to excel. The crowd began to cheer for Kaede, with many girls in the stands, including Yuhi Kurenai and Noera Rin, supporting him. Although Kaede wasn't ranked number 1 in the class, his popularity was undeniable, evident in the enthusiastic cheers that filled the air. This only fueled the frustration of the boys, who began shouting encouragements toward Hyuga Hamon in the ring. As the Chunin instructor raised his hand and called for the match to begin, Hyuga Haman rushed toward Kaede. His Byakugan activated instantly, and he launched into the signature gentle fist style of the Hyuga clan. Kaede, expressionless, gripped a kunai and skillfully blocked each of Haman's punches, forcing him to halt his movements repeatedly. Haman, realizing that Kaede seemed to anticipate his attacks, became more serious. He was determined not to be intimidated. If Kaede could read his moves, then he could do the same with his Byakugan. In close combat, he felt no fear of Kaede using ninjutsu. As their clash continued, Haman knew that if he landed even a single hit with his gentle fist, it could inflict significant internal damage. The Chunin instructor couldn't help but praise Kaede's performance. Although he couldn't compare to Kakashi, he was still an exceptionally talented student, holding his own against a Hyuga in close combat. However, the longer the match continued, the more the odds tilted against him. The Byakugan's observational power was unmatched, and a successful gentle fist strike could diminish one's combat effectiveness in an instant. The cheers from the crowd began to fade as even Kurinai and Obito focused intently on the match. Kaede continued to block attacks while carefully observing Haman's strikes, recognizing the value of the gentle fist style. He understood that while the 8-gate style could overpower the gentle fist, the latter had its own formidable techniques when mastered. Kaede reflected on the differences between hard and soft styles, noting that the former relied on internal chakra to enhance physical techniques, while the latter used chakra as a precise projectile. He realized that without the Byakugan, he couldn't fully grasp the essence of the gentle fist. Surface-level observation wasn't enough to uncover its secrets, and he acknowledged that chakra wasn't his strong suit. Haman's relentless assault, aided by his Byakugan's tracking, continued to push Kaede back, making it seem as though Kaede was being overwhelmed. Whispers of doubt began to circulate among the spectators, speculating on Kaede's potential loss against the Hyuga prodigy. Suddenly, a shadow appeared at the edge of the training ground, capturing everyone's attention. The figure, clad in a cat-like mask and cloak, was clearly an umbu from the Hidden Leaf. The umbu glanced at the battle, disregarding the other students and the instructor, and addressed Kaede directly, stating that Lord Hokage wanted to see him. Kaede stepped back, flicking his kunai and maintaining a calm demeanor. He had anticipated this moment, knowing that once last night's events were investigated, it would only be a matter of time before they traced it back to him. He had considered shifting the blame to Kakashi but realized it wasn't worth the risk. The umbu's appearance stunned the Chunin instructor and the students, who were filled with surprise and uncertainty. Even Hyuga Haman paused, frowning at the unexpected interruption. The match, which had seemed so close to resolution, was now overshadowed by the summons from the Hokage. The Chunin instructor acknowledged the situation and allowed Kaede to leave, suggesting they could resume the match if time permitted. However, Kaede shook his head, indicating there was no need to continue. Recognizing that the investigation had already reached him, he understood that pretending to be evenly matched with Haman was pointless. In an instant, Kaede vanished and reappeared silently on Haman's right. Haman reacted swiftly, throwing a punch that connected with Kaede's chest, but it felt like hitting nothing at all. Kaede had transformed into a puff of white smoke, a clone. Realizing too late that he had been deceived, Haman cursed inwardly. In a swift motion, Kaede's real body appeared behind Haman, delivering a precise knife-hand strike to the back. Haman lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. Kaede withdrew his hand and looked toward the umbu ninja, who regarded him with a deep look before leaping toward the Hokage building. Kaede leapt to follow, leaving behind a stunned Chunin instructor and a sea of dumbfounded students. Silence fell across the field as everyone processed what had just happened. In the Hokage's office, the umbu who had escorted Kaede did not enter but vanished from the doorway. Unfazed, Kaede stepped inside. He saw a jonin organizing documents beside the desk, with Hiruzen Sarutobi seated behind it. Kakashi stood silently in front of the desk, his gaze fixed on the ground, clearly trying to appear indifferent. Kaede glanced at Kakashi before approaching the desk and looking toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. Despite having the strength of a Tokubetsu jonin, perhaps even surpassing most jonin in speed, Kaede could still feel the pressure emanating from Hiruzen, who was at the peak of his powers as Hokage. Hiruzen was a true pillar of the shinobi world, possessing formidable techniques that made him a match for even the strongest opponents. Hiruzen addressed Kaede in a gentle tone, assuring him there was no need to be nervous. He asked if Kaede was the one who had taken out the Kirigakure scout near the village the previous night. Kaede chose to admit it straightforwardly, recognizing that his current strength warranted Hiruzen's attention. With Hiruzen's acknowledgement, he felt relatively safe, knowing that the only real threat within Konoha was Danzo, who would think twice with Hiruzen's backing. Hiruzen's expression flickered with surprise at Kaede's admission. After all, that was an elite scout from the Hidden Mist. For someone Kaede's age to possess the ability to defeat such a skilled opponent was remarkable, suggesting his talent might even surpass Kakashi's. Hiruzen calmed himself and asked Kaede to recount the details of what had happened. Kaede briefly shared the events, omitting his time acceleration ability but openly discussing his training and the battle. Hiruzen expressed amazement at Kaede's speed, noting that a shinobi assigned as a scout would typically excel in either speed or sensory perception. Kaede had overwhelmed one with sheer speed and dispatched them in an instant, a feat especially impressive for a 9-year-old. Kaede explained that while he didn't have much talent in ninjutsu or chakra, his physical coordination was exceptional, making him particularly suited for the swordsmanship his father had taught him. Hiruzen observed the similarities between Kaede and the young White Fang, noting that Kaede resembled him more than Kakashi did. After a moment of reflection, Hiruzen asked why Kaede was still in the academy, considering his strength had surpassed Kakashi's. Kaede calmly replied that he believed it was unwise to stand out too much. He felt that seeking attention was childish and that concealing one's strength was the safer route for a shinobi. Hiruzen regarded Kaede with approval, recognizing his maturity at such a young age. He reflected on Tsukumo Hataki and felt a sense of gratitude that both of Tsukumo's sons were so talented, with the younger one outshining the older. Hiruzen acknowledged that with Kaede's abilities, he could easily graduate right now. Kaede considered the option and replied that with only half a year left until normal graduation, it would be a hassle to be reassigned to an existing team. Hiruzen agreed, acknowledging the complications of inserting Kaede into a team from the previous year. After some hesitation, Hiruzen decided to respect Kaede's choice to graduate with his current class as scheduled. Kaede bowed slightly in gratitude, thanking Hiruzen. Hiruzen sighed, reflecting on Tsukumo's sons, and then smiled kindly at Kaede, allowing him to leave the office. Once Kaede was gone, Hiruzen turned his attention to Kakashi. He remarked on how he hadn't expected Kakashi's older brother to already think like an adult, suggesting that Kakashi should learn from him. Kakashi muttered that his brother was too composed at times, often ignoring the mockery directed at him. Hiruzen noted the difference between the two brothers, feeling admiration for Kaede's qualities as a shinobi. He began to lecture Kakashi about the traits of an excellent ninja, while Kakashi's expression revealed his urge to comment. No one had ever praised Kaede for being mature before, and Kakashi couldn't help but think that it was likely due to Kaede's strength. In the end, Hiruzen ordered that all information about Kaede be strictly contained, sealing any records of his encounter with the Hidden Mist elite scout. Kakashi's genius had already placed him on enemy hit lists, and exposing Kaede's abilities would only increase the danger he faced. As top-tier, loyal Konoha talents, Hiruzen naturally prioritized protecting both brothers. When Kaede officially graduated and became a real shinobi, that would be the time to reveal Konoha's next great prodigy to the world. In the border region of the Land of Fire, Danzo sat cross-legged on a cushion in a small inn, a map of the Land of Fire spread out before him. He had recently clashed with Kirigakure's ninja multiple times, responding with fierce determination and leaving no trace of his opponents. Danzo contemplated the situation, believing that if things continued as they were, war would be unavoidable. He thought Sarutobi's stance was too lenient, feeling that taking the initiative was the most appropriate course of action. In his view, Sarutobi Hiruzen's approach was overly cautious, merely reacting to the probing actions of other villages. Given the current circumstances, Danzo believed it would be better to launch a preemptive strike and dismantle one of the villages first. With Konoha's strength, concentrating their forces to overwhelm one of the great villages would not be difficult. However, if they found themselves embroiled in a prolonged conflict against a united front, it would pose a serious problem. To Danzo, Sarutobi lacked the resolve to bear the label of aggressor, but he believed that sacrifices were necessary on the path to unifying the ninja world. Just as Danzo was deep in thought, a root ninja appeared silently in the room. Without looking up, Danzo continued to study the map and inquired about the situation back in the village. Although stationed on the frontier, he had left some root operatives in Konoha to monitor internal affairs and report back regularly. The root ninja reported in a flat, emotionless voice that the Lord Hokage's attitude had not changed. He still requested that Danzo maintain the current situation. Orochimaru had returned to the village with intelligence on Sunagakure, but the details remained unclear. The operative continued to relay events in order of importance, and Danzo listened with a neutral expression. After nearly 30 minutes, the root ninja shared a significant update. Kakashi's older brother, Hatake Kaede, had eliminated an elite Kirigakure scout and was suspected of possessing talent and strength that surpassed even Kakashi's. Danzo paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. This information, while not critical compared to other reports, was unexpected. He asked if the report was confirmed, and the operative replied firmly that it was. Danzo narrowed his eyes, contemplating the implications. The eldest son of White Fang possessed remarkable talent and had concealed it until now. He recalled his involvement in Hataki Tsukumo's death, Kaede and Kakashi's father. Although Danzo had not intended for Tsukumo to take his own life, he had manipulated the villagers' attitudes to suppress Tsukumo's influence, as he had been a potential successor to Hiruzen. After a moment of silent reflection, Danzo instructed the operative to continue the report. While Kaede's situation sparked interesting thoughts, Danzo knew he had to focus on the immediate threats posed by Kirigakure. Back in Konoha, 2 months had passed since Kaede had taken down the elite Kirigakure scout. During that time, he continued attending the academy as usual. However, after his impressive defeat of Hyuga Hamon, all the students began to regard him with newfound admiration. Even the girls, particularly those like Yuhi Kurinai, became increasingly infatuated. If someone like Hyuga Hamon could be so easily defeated, Kaede must possess at least Chunin-level strength, if not more. The rumors of him being mediocre were clearly unfounded. Their admiration had progressed to the point where the younger girls began to act in ways that Kaede found both amusing and exasperating, given their age. Over the 2 months, his training yielded remarkable results. Thanks to his ability to accelerate time, Kaede's actual age had just passed 9, but his physical age was nearing 11. His taijutsu and chakra capacity had steadily improved, elevating him to a level considered outstanding among elite Chunin. Though he had yet to master the second stage of the Hataki sword style, he had successfully unlocked the first 2 gates of the 8 gates technique. While the first and second gates did not provide explosive power boosts, they marked significant progress for Kaede. In a clearing deep within the forest, Kaede was vigorously training, panting heavily as he assessed his progress. He noted that he was still not quite ready to open the 3rd gate, feeling the lock within his body had yet to loosen enough. The 3rd gate was a crucial turning point in the 8-gate system, allowing access to true explosive potential. He reflected that if he could open the 3rd gate and combine it with the Hataki sword style and the White Fang blade, even without using time acceleration, he would be on par with a special Jonin. Kaede understood that mastering the 8 gates would elevate his strength beyond standard ranks, and at his current speed, any enemy unable to keep up would likely fall within a move or 2. Only those from the Uchiha clan with Sharingan or the Hyuga clan with Byakugan could barely defend against him, but even then, seeing his movements did not guarantee they could match them. Kaede had made significant progress in his ninjutsu alongside his training in the 8 gates and Hataki Kenjutsu. After a brief rest, he faced the trees in the forest, envisioning them as imaginary foes. His eyes sparkled with determination as he blurred and reappeared on the eastern side of one of the trees. With a swift motion, the White Fang chakra blade sliced through the air, creating a glowing arc of white light. The thick tree trunk, nearly as wide as a full embrace, fell with a loud rustle as it was cleaved clean through. Kaede vanished again in a flicker, reappearing behind another tree. His right hand surged with chakra, and he called forth his newly mastered technique. The Rasengan formed rapidly in his palm, a testament to his long-term training. He slammed the Rasengan into the middle of the tree, and a thunderous roar echoed as the trunk caved inward, obliterated by the spiraling chakra, leaving a gaping void in its place. After destroying the tree, Kaede flickered back to the first tree's remains. With his left hand forming a seal and his right gripping the white fanged blade, crackling lightning erupted along the blade's edge. This was a jutsu he had developed himself, enhancing the sharpness and speed of his attacks. As the blade sliced forward, a near-tangible arc of energy lashed out, cleaving the tree's stump down the middle and carving a deep trench into the ground beyond it. Once he finished the sequence of attacks, Kaede paused, breathing lightly. The Rasengan consumed considerable chakra, and the lightning slash, combined with Hatake Kenjutsu, drained even more in an instant. At his current level, he could only use it once per fight. Kaede reflected on his technique, which he named Lightning Slash. It was a half-completed version of Chidori, an A-rank jutsu, while Lightning Slash was at best B-rank. He considered how, with the combination of time acceleration, Lightning Slash, 8 gates, and Hatake Kenjutsu, he could potentially defeat even a Jonin if they were caught off guard. Looking at the damage he had caused, Kaede noted that while the range wasn't large, the sheer speed at close quarters made it nearly impossible to defend against. He pondered the possibility of developing a higher-level version of Chidori, which would be even faster and more destructive. Aside from his ninjutsu and taijutsu, the phantom clock in Kaede's mind had also changed. This change didn't affect the speed multiplier but rather the appearance of the clock itself. Closing his eyes, he saw that the clock had transformed from a vague illusion to something with a hint of substance, glowing faintly gold. Notably, the hand had shifted from the 1 o'clock position toward 2 o'clock. The number 2 was still shrouded in mist, but as the hand moved closer, the fog began to thin. Kaede understood the significance of this change. The hand pointing to 1 represented the time acceleration ability he had unlocked. For nearly 2 years, the hand hadn't budged, but now, after reaching triple speed, it had moved once again. He anticipated what would happen when the hand reached 2, wondering if it would unlock a new time-based ability. Time-based abilities were inherently powerful, especially Time Stop, which could make someone nearly invincible in the world of Naruto. However, he knew that formidable opponents like the 3rd Raikage or someone at the 6 paths level could pose a challenge even if time were frozen. Judging by the current speed of the clock hand's movement, it would still take some time to reach the 2 o'clock mark. Until then, he needed to continue his training diligently. Kaede reaffirmed his future direction, focusing on developing Chidori, improving the 8 gates, and advancing Hatake Kenjutsu. All 3 paths still had room for growth. The 8 gates were self-explanatory, while Hatake Kenjutsu was essential for his combat strategy until he surpassed Kage level. Mastering Chidori would not only boost his attack power but also enhance his speed, as demonstrated by Sasuke's rapid improvement after training with it. What Kaede truly desired was the lightning release armor used by the 4th Raikage, a technique passed down only through the Raikage line in the hidden Cloud Village. For now, it remained a distant dream. Ultimately, Kaede sought the pinnacle of speed faster, and even faster. When one's speed reached its extreme, there was no enemy that couldn't be swiftly dealt with. As he prepared to head back, Kaede realized he had consumed all the rations he had brought. During his training trips, he usually packed enough food for about 12 hours of intensive training. With time acceleration, only around 4 hours had passed in the outside world. Nowadays, he trained in the mountains during the day and focused on basic strength training at night. Just as Kaede was nearing home, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. It was a masked Umbu, who quickly delivered a message. The Hokage wanted to see him. Kaede was surprised. He hadn't done anything recently to draw the Hokage's attention. However, a summons from the Hokage was not something to be ignored. He changed direction and made his way toward the Hokage's office. Upon arriving at the door, he stepped inside and immediately sensed a different atmosphere, tense and oppressive. Seated beside the Hokage's desk was a man leaning on a cane, emanating a heavy presence. It was Danzo. Kaede was uncertain of Danzo's intentions, but he hadn't encountered any trouble from him in the past 2 months. Finding himself in the Hokage's office was unsettling for Kaede. He wondered if Hiruzen was planning to hand him over to Danzo for training. His thoughts raced as he contemplated what he would do if he were ordered to join Root. Hiruzen Sarutobi then spoke in a deep voice, acknowledging Kaede's presence. Kaede bowed respectfully and inquired about the reason for his summons. Hiruzen held his pipe, though he did not light it, and studied Kaede with a serious expression. He asked about Kaede's training, and Kaede felt a slight twitch in his brow. With a subtle glance toward Danzo, he questioned whether they were genuinely trying to recruit him into Root. The thought was difficult to accept. Determined to project confidence, Kaede adopted a proud expression and mentioned that he had made significant progress, having developed a B-rank lightning release technique. Hiruzen's surprise was evident. B-rank jutsu were already considered high-level, with A-rank techniques bordering on forbidden and S-rank representing ultimate mastery. It was remarkable for someone of Kaede's age to create a B-rank jutsu, a testament to his extraordinary talent. A B-rank ninjutsu at your age. As expected of White Fang's son. You've inherited your father's talent well. Danzo sat not far away, addressing Kaede. Though his words sounded like praise, his tone was calm and flat. Neither he nor Hiruzen Sarutobi doubted the truth of Kaede's claim. Creating a B-rank ninjutsu wasn't something one could fake, any lie would be exposed immediately. Kaede looked at Danzo and acknowledged his words with a respectful nod. It seems you're even more outstanding than I anticipated, Sarutobi remarked, his admiration evident. He continued slowly, though you haven't graduated yet, I have a mission for you. A mission? Kaede felt a flicker of surprise. If they were trying to recruit him into Danzo's Root division, surely they wouldn't phrase it as a mission. Before he could ponder further, Sarutobi spoke in a low voice. Your task is to apply for early graduation and participate in the Chūnin Exams 5 days from now. The Chūnin Exams? Kaede's surprise deepened. Early graduation made sense. If there was a mission for him, it would have to be as a full-fledged ninja. But participating in the Chūnin Exams immediately after graduating? What kind of mission was this? Let me explain the situation briefly. I believe you'll understand. Sarutobi stood up and walked out from behind his desk, speaking as he moved. The shinobi of Kumogakure and Kirigakure will arrive in Konoha the day after tomorrow. The Chūnin Exams in 5 days will include them as participants. This exam isn't just about selecting outstanding Chunin. It is a form of warfare between us, Kumo and Kiri. The weight behind Sarutobi's words caught Kaede off guard. The situation in the ninja world was growing increasingly tense. The Third Great Ninja War would break out next year. Under such pressure, Kirigakure and Kumogakure still planned to send ninja to participate in Konoha's Chūnin Exams, clearly with the intent to intimidate or negotiate. Seen in this light, it wasn't surprising that Sarutobi would assign such a task to him. If the exams were being used for provocation and diplomacy, Konoha would naturally treat the matter with utmost seriousness. They wouldn't send just any genin to participate. Having quickly put the pieces together, Kaede responded to Sarutobi, I understand, Lord Hokage. Go and prepare. Sarutobi nodded, signaling that Kaede was dismissed. After bowing respectfully to the Hokage, Kaede turned and left the office. Once he was gone, Danzo turned to Sarutobi and said quietly, He's even more exceptional than I imagined. After the Chūnin Exams, hand him over to me for training, Hiruzen. Sarutobi shook his head. Let's not bring this up again, Danzo. Danzo frowned but didn't back down. Instead, he stood and fixed his eyes on Sarutobi, saying in a deep voice, I had no objection to letting Kakashi train under Minato. But someone must walk in the shadows and bear the darkness. That's why Kaede should be entrusted to me. You understand this better than anyone. Let Kaede shoulder the darkness. Sarutobi frowned slightly and muttered. Danzo's words weren't without merit. Konoha had flourished to this extent thanks to a balance between himself, the Hokage in the light, and Danzo, who dealt with the shadows. That was also why Sarutobi had turned a blind eye to many of Danzo's actions over the years. As a Hokage, Sarutobi understood well. Where there is light, there is shadow. Darkness would never disappear. And if Minato were to succeed him as Hokage, someone would indeed be needed to operate from the shadows. Sarutobi thought for a moment, then returned to his seat and said, "I need to think about it some more." Danzo regained his calm. Sarutobi's response was exactly what he'd expected. As long as it wasn't an outright refusal, and Sarutobi said he would think about it, it meant his will was already wavering. There was no need to push too hard now. A few subtle moves would be enough to achieve his goal. After leaving the Hokage's office, Kaede let out a sigh of mild exasperation. So he still couldn't graduate normally. Still, graduating early and participating in the Chūnin Exams was far preferable to being thrown into route and trained by Danzo. Compared to that, this was a much better outcome. And for Kaede, it didn't really matter whether he graduated early or not. But with this mission, it would be hard to keep a low profile. Sarutobi's intention was clear. He wanted Kaede to go all out in the exams, ideally crushing the ninja from Kirigakure and Kumogakure before they even made it past the preliminaries. That said, the casual exchange inside the Hokage's office might have seemed ordinary to anyone else. But Kaede, who understood Danzo's personality better than Danzo himself, was almost certain that Danzo had already set his sights on him. No surprise there. He was the ultimate schemer of the ninja world. Kaede couldn't help but sigh. Ever since the Second Great Ninja War, Danzo's shadow had been behind almost every major conspiracy in the ninja world. He was involved in Yahiko's death, which accelerated the formation of the Akatsuki, the manipulation behind White Fang's suicide, his collaboration with Orochimaru. The list went on. Now that Kaede had revealed his talent and power, it was inevitable that Danzo would try to involve him too. Honestly, if Danzo were to die early, the ninja world might still see war, but peace would probably last a good deal longer. The next day, Kaede submitted his application for early graduation to the Ninja Academy. Under Sarutobi's orders, the academy processed it at lightning speed and scheduled his graduation exam for that very afternoon. The exam for early graduation included the standard basic ninjutsu, the 3 basic techniques, and a written test. Additionally, there was a combat test that required the candidate to survive 3 minutes under the attack of a Chunin instructor. For Kaede, who already had the power to defeat an elite Chunin, this posed no pressure at all. Even without using his time acceleration state, he passed with ease. In the end, Kaede passed the early graduation exam with a perfect score in all areas. On January 14th, year 43 of the Hidden Leaf, Hatake Kaede officially graduated from the Ninja Academy with a perfect score in all categories, earning the rank of genin and being assigned the ninja registration number. The news quickly spread through the Ninja Academy and caused quite a stir. Although it couldn't compare to Kakashi, who graduated at 5 and became a Chunin at 6, a perfect score across all fields was still an extremely rare feat. Kaede's achievement alone was enough for him to be hailed as a genius. Inside the classroom, many students, upon hearing the news, were buzzing with excitement. Kaede was truly remarkable. With his abilities, he could have graduated early, possibly achieving what Kakashi had done, but he seemed uninterested. Yuhi Kurinai, Noera Rin, and the other girls admired him, recognizing his genius, good looks, and calm, mature demeanor. He embodied every admirable quality one could possess, leaving many in the class feeling too inferior to approach him. Uchiha Obito, however, was not impressed. He grumbled about the excessive praise and Rin's obvious admiration for Kaede. Another boy beside him expressed his frustration, questioning why someone capable of graduating early would choose to wait. Others joined in agreement, but one girl scoffed at their complaints, challenging them to graduate early themselves if they were so envious. Kaede's recent victory over Hyuga Haman had solidified his reputation, and Yamanaka Inoka's retort left Obito and the others speechless, their frustration simmering silently. Suddenly, Inazuka Kiba burst into the classroom, shattering the tense atmosphere. He exclaimed that he had overheard the teachers discussing Kaede's application for the Chūnin Exams in just 3 days. The classroom fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos, all eyes on Kiba. Aburame Shino frowned, doubting Kiba's claim. What kind of madness was this? Kaede had just passed his graduation test, Was he truly confident or simply reckless? Kiba insisted he had heard correctly, asserting the reliability of his hearing as a member of the Inuzuka clan. If true, Kid had indeed applied for the Chūnin Exams right after graduating. Others expressed their disbelief, questioning Kid's sanity. Kiba confirmed that the higher-ups had approved the application, and Kid's name was already on the updated participants list. Gasps filled the room as some voiced their concerns, warning that just because Kid had achieved a perfect score didn't mean he was ready for such a challenge. Obito and many others were stunned, engaging in heated discussions. Meanwhile, Kurenai and Rin, who had admired Kid's perfect score, now looked worried. Kurenai gasped, realizing the implications of Kid's decision. The Chūnin Exams, especially with other villages participating, could be incredibly dangerous, with injuries and even fatalities not uncommon. Rin hesitated, suggesting that Kid might have made a calculated decision. Kurenai shook her head, grave concern etched on her face. She felt compelled to find Kid and convince him to withdraw from the exam. Without hesitation, she rushed out of the classroom, with Rin calling after her and then following. Outside Kid's house, Kurenai breathlessly explained her concerns. Kid chuckled at their worry, finding their visit amusing. Kurenai insisted that the information was serious, coming directly from her father, the lead proctor. Rin echoed her concerns, urging Kid to reconsider and wait for the next exam in 6 months. Kid smiled helplessly and invited them inside to discuss further. However, Kurenai remained hesitant, anxious for him to understand the gravity of the situation. In a sudden move, Kid glanced around to ensure no one was watching and pulled both girls inside, shutting the door firmly behind them. As they entered, Kurenai and Rin froze, their minds racing with thoughts. What was Kid planning? The suddenness of the situation led them to wonder if he had ulterior motives, but they quickly dismissed those thoughts, realizing it was an opportunity for clarity. Kid broke the silence, casually explaining that his participation in the Chūnin Exams was a mission assigned by the Hokage. Kurenai and Rin exchanged glances, both embarrassed, and quickly looked away, the tension between them easing slightly. Kid noticed their reaction and smiled inwardly, finding their innocence endearing. He walked into the living room, poured himself a glass of water, and gestured toward the fridge, inviting them to help themselves. Kurenai, surprised, asked about the Hokage's involvement. Kid nodded, confirming her inquiry. It was like what they already knew. The Chūnin exam was practically a small war, with outcomes that could influence Konoha's negotiations with Kirigakure. Even if the impact was minimal, it was still very important. Konoha was treating this seriously, and Kid had been specifically chosen to participate. Rin was briefly stunned, realizing that Kid's early graduation was part of the Hokage's plan. Kid shrugged with a helpless smile, expressing that if it weren't for this mission, he would have liked to stay at the academy a few more months with them. Kurenai, still processing everything, suddenly thought of something and looked at Kid with awe. The Hokage had personally selected him to participate, which meant his strength had been acknowledged. Rin also looked at Kid in disbelief, as it all sounded too incredible to be true. If it were anyone else saying these things, they might have dismissed it as nonsense. But because it was Kid, they believed him. Kid grinned and posed a question about Kakashi never having beaten him, which the girls instantly believed. They had seen him effortlessly defeat Hyuga Haman, leaving them with almost no doubt in their hearts. Kurenai looked a little dazed, realizing that all those rumors were false, but Kid had never denied them. Kid explained that Kakashi was his little brother and questioned whether he really needed to compete with him. He smiled again, adding that if he had graduated early, he wouldn't have become friends with them, which would have been a shame. Both girls nodded in agreement, a faint blush appearing on their cheeks. Despite the rumors surrounding him, Kid came to class every day with a calm and cheerful attitude, unaffected by the gossip. Compared to the impulsive boys in class, he seemed flawless. The way they looked at him made him feel slightly uneasy, prompting him to cough lightly to break the strange atmosphere. If they were older, he wouldn't mind that kind of gaze, but at their age, it felt a little dangerous. Kurenai quickly tried to change the subject, apologizing for the intrusion. Rin, regaining her composure, admired Kid and expressed her concern about strong opponents from other villages. Keed assured her he would be careful and explained that he didn't want to discuss things out in the open. Meanwhile, at the door, Kakashi was about to enter but paused upon hearing the conversation inside. He retracted his hand, reflecting on how popular Keed was at school. This was the first time he had seen him bring two girls home, and after hesitating, he decided against entering. Kakashi muttered to himself, struggling to understand Keed's behavior. He thought girls were troublesome, especially during missions, as they often held the team back. Recently, a similar incident had led to a huge argument with a teammate, only resolved by their Chūnin instructor. Kakashi considered the trouble two girls could bring and acknowledged that it was impressive that Keed could manage it. However, he worried about where this was all heading. If things continued like this, Keed might end up with a lot of sister-in-laws in the future, and just imagining that gave him a headache. Kakashi's thoughts were unknown to Keed, who simply knew that Kakashi had come back, paused at the door, and decided to slip away rather than deal with Kurinai and Rin. After sending them on their way, Keed threw himself back into his training. With only 3 days left until the Chūnin Exams, he knew that improving his mastery of the Hataki sword style or developing the A-rank jutsu chidori was unrealistic. The only thing he could realistically progress in was opening the third gate of the 8 gates, the Gate of Life. If he could open the third gate, even without using time acceleration, he believed he could excel in the Chūnin Exams. Time flew by, and as the sun set, Keed concluded his training, feeling satisfied. Tomorrow marked the Chūnin Exams, the first real mission since becoming a genin. He recalled a famous line about being perfectly prepared and clenched his fists with a slight smile. After packing up, he headed home, opting not to use time acceleration that evening. He had a simple dinner and went to bed, sleeping soundly until dawn. Kakashi wasn't home, likely having gone out early, but Keed didn't think much of it. After breakfast, he made his way straight to the Chūnin exam venue. By the time he arrived, the exam classroom was already full of candidates, roughly 60 in total. Most were from Konoha, with only a dozen or so from other hidden villages. Keed gave the Konoha genin a cursory glance before focusing on the candidates from Kumogakure and Kirigakure. His gaze paused slightly when it landed on the Kirigakure team. Among the 3 figures present, one seemed vaguely familiar to Keed. If he wasn't mistaken, it was Hoshigaki Kisame, a future member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist and a partner of Uchiha Itachi. However, at this moment, Kisame appeared to be only about 10 years old. Sensing Keed's gaze, Kisame turned slightly and locked eyes with him. Those cold, shark-like eyes sent an unsettling chill through Keed. He wondered how strong Kisame was at this stage. After a brief moment of staring, Keed retracted his gaze and continued to scan the other genin from Kumogakure and the other villages. He didn't recognize any of the Kumogakure genin, nor those from Kusagakure and Amigakure. Even the 2 other hidden mist genin were completely unfamiliar. As Keed examined the others, some eyes began to turn toward him. Whispers spread among the Konoha genin, with one voice questioning who he was. The resemblance to Hataki Kakashi sparked curiosity, as Kakashi was a legend in the village, having graduated at 5 and become a Chunin at 6. However, someone who recognized him quickly corrected the assumption, stating that he was not Kakashi but his older brother, Keed, and that he was nowhere near Kakashi's level. Nearby, Inuzuka Tsum rubbed his chin, pondering when Keed had become a genin. He expressed surprise at the thought of Keed entering the Chūnin exams alone. Another voice chimed in, noting that while Keed might not have much talent, it took guts to come solo. Keed recalled that this was his 3rd time taking the Chūnin exams, and he still remembered nearly being defeated during his first attempt. The Chūnin exams were nothing like the genin graduation tests at the academy. As whispers continued, Keed overheard comments about him not being from the Hyuga or Uchiha clans, implying he must be a weak nobody. The 2 hidden mist genin exchanged glances after hearing the murmurs. Their Jonin instructor had warned them to watch out for the powerful dojutsu of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, suggesting that everyone else was not worth their concern. Kisame, however, grinned, revealing his sharp teeth as he observed Keed. He noted that Keed had noticed him the moment he entered, indicating that Keed possessed some skill. One of the missed genin sneered, suggesting that if Kaede had skill, it would make the test more interesting. At that moment, a Konoha Jonin entered the room. Yamanaka Inoichi's stern voice commanded silence, instantly quieting the room with his Jonin-level presence. He introduced himself as the proctor for the first round, instructing the participants to submit their information sheets in order, receive their number tags, and find their assigned seats. The exam papers would be distributed shortly. Leaning against the wall near the door, Kaede glanced at Inoichi. He recalled that Inoichi was Ino's father and one of the previous generation's Ino Shikacho trio. Konoha was clearly taking this Chūnin exam seriously, as every proctor was a full Jonin, not just special Jonin. Soon enough, Kaede received his number tag and took his seat. His mission was to target the hidden mist and hidden cloud genin during the exam and try to eliminate them, so he had already gathered intel on the exam format the day before. It was nearly identical to the one the Konoha 12 had taken in the original timeline. The first round was a written exam testing information gathering skills, without any unexpected twists this time. The second round would be a survival challenge in a forest-like zone, and the final round would consist of one-on-one combat. The test papers were quickly handed out. As soon as he received his paper, Kaede began writing rapidly. With prior knowledge of the test, it was easy for him. He had even used a shadow clone, transformed via the transformation jutsu, to infiltrate the ranks of the proctors and blend in with the supervising Chunin. Most of the questions he could solve on his own, so there was hardly any need to cheat. Within moments, he had completed everything. As Kaede approached to turn in his exam, Inoichi raised an eyebrow and looked him in the eye. He briefly reviewed the answers, found them mostly correct, and nodded, granting Kaede his pass. Kaede's early SBMson left many of the other genin stunned. Heads turned, and eyes widened in disbelief as whispers spread through the room. Some students still hadn't realized that the real point of the exam was to cheat. For them, even one question was impossible to solve, yet Kaede had finished them all? Not even the top students could manage such an accomplishment. A few examinees narrowed their eyes at his retreating figure, sensing something was off about him. One examinee, who had already deduced the true objective of the test, found it hard to believe that Kaede had completed the exam while the Chunin hidden among them hadn't even finished yet. It was beyond suspicious. Kaede calmly walked out of the exam hall under the scrutinizing eyes of the room. The moment he stepped outside, he stopped to see Kakashi leaning lazily against the wall, wearing his signature cold, aloof expression. Kaede looked over and tilted his chin, questioning what Kakashi was doing there. Kakashi replied that he was on proctor duty, responsible for escorting out anyone caught cheating 5 times. He noted that this year's examinees seemed to be performing decently. Just then, a voice rang out from inside the classroom, announcing a disqualification. Kaede shrugged, and Kakashi sighed before heading inside to escort out 3 disqualified genin. As Kakashi disappeared into the building, Kaede yawned and made his way straight to the second test site for the Chūnin exams, already knowing where it was being held. This time, instead of the infamous Forest of Death, the second exam would take place in Training Ground 31, also known as the Deathstone Cave. From the outside, it looked stark and desolate, fenced in with barbed wire and nearly devoid of vegetation. The terrain was rugged and treacherous, reminiscent of the rain-eroded landscapes of the Land of Rain, with jagged hills and craggy ridges scattered across the field, and tunnel openings leading deep underground in all directions. A nearby ninja spotted Kaede and approached him, speaking in a stern tone, warning that this was a restricted zone for the Chūnin exams and that there was no unauthorized entry. Kaede glanced back at him and pulled out his examination pass, stating that he was a participant. Kaede had already finished the first exam and arrived early. The ninja at the entrance looked surprised, glanced at the pass, and instructed him to wait for the proctor to arrive, as early entry was not permitted. Kaede complied and stepped aside, not having to wait long. The first exam had concluded, and more than half of the 60-some genin had been eliminated, leaving only about 30 remaining. Among those who passed were 3 genin from the Hidden Mist and 3 from the Hidden Cloud. As elite selections from their villages, a basic exam like this posed no real challenge for them. One of the Mist genin surveyed the fenced-off cavern with a faintly eerie grin, noting how the rocky, uneven terrain was ideal for water-style users like them. A single water-style jutsu in this maze of caverns could be devastating, with nowhere to run or hide. Even Hoshigaki Kisame smiled at the prospect. However, a cold voice interrupted their conversation, suggesting that the terrain might be more suited for their graves. The voice belonged to a tall, muscular man dressed in rough clothing, with dark skin and an intimidating build, marked as a ninja of the hidden cloud. The two hidden mist genin glared at him, aware that while the terrain favored them, it was equally advantageous for lightning-style users like the cloud ninja. The mist nin often found themselves at a disadvantage in direct confrontations with their counterparts from the hidden cloud. The three cloud genin stood their ground, ready for any confrontation that might arise. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed across the area. Yuhi Kurinai, the proctor of the second stage of the Chūnin Exams, stepped forward with a stern expression. She announced that all participants must sign a waiver, as the second exam carried the risk of serious injury or worse. Those who had made it this far had no intention of backing out, and one by one, they signed the form. Kurinai then scanned the group of genin and explained the exam rules. There were 34 participants remaining, forming 12 squads, including those operating solo. Each squad would receive one of two scrolls, Heaven or Earth. The objective was to acquire both a Heaven and an Earth scroll and reach the central watchtower located in the middle of the Deathstone Cave within 3 days. She instructed the genin to come forward to receive their scrolls. With so few squads remaining, the distribution process was straightforward. 6 teams were given the Heaven scroll, while the other 6 received Earth scrolls, standing on opposite sides and exchanging wary glances. Both the Mist and Cloud squads received Earth scrolls, leading one Mist genin to remark on the futility of their situation, while the two groups exchanged cold stares before turning their attention to the teams with Heaven scrolls. Among them, one figure stood out and drew nearly every gaze from the opposing side. Kaede, alone with a Heaven scroll. He really is alone. He must be confident in his strength. But still, no matter how strong he is, one person can't compare to a well-coordinated team. More than a few eyes glinted with malice as they looked at Kaede. Some of the genin who received the Heaven scroll glanced indifferently at him but didn't pay much attention. Their targets were the genin who held the Earth scroll. The scrolls had been distributed, and now the proctors instructed everyone to follow them to their designated entrances. The exam would begin in 30 minutes, and everyone was to enter the cave at the same time. Yuhi Kurinai stood with her hands behind her back, addressing the genin in a serious tone. The proctoring Chunin appeared before each team, gesturing for them to follow as they led the groups off in various directions. Kaede's proctor was none other than Kakashi. Bringing Kaede to entrance number 5, Kakashi opened the gate and warned him that the Kiri and Kumo teams had their eyes on him. He advised Kaede to watch out for their coordination. Kakashi also mentioned that the cave was under full surveillance, with Kiri and Kumo jonin, along with Konoha examiners, monitoring everything from the observation tower in the center. The Hokage would likely be watching too. Although Kakashi knew Kaede's strength well and wasn't particularly worried about his safety, he still felt it necessary to give a heads-up. After all, Kaede lacked experience in multi-opponent combat. Kaede smiled calmly and reassured Kakashi, saying that if Kakashi was fine, he wouldn't have any problems. Kakashi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. That line rubbed him the wrong way, yet it was hard to argue with. Soon after, the second round of the Chūnin Exams officially began. Kakashi nodded at Kaede, who then stepped into the exam field. Almost simultaneously, 2 nearby teams that had entered from adjacent gates began heading in Kaede's direction. That guy probably went through gate 5, one of the genin thought. If not 5, then either way, this was the right direction. Leading the pack was Inuzuka Claw, his eyes gleaming as he ran ahead with a ninja hound at his side. Sure, Kaede might have some hidden strength to dare enter the exams alone, but compared to 3-person teams, a lone participant like him looked like an easy target, a ripe fruit just waiting to be picked. Shino Aburame followed behind, frowning slightly. He expressed his concerns, suggesting that targeting Kaede might not be the best idea since he was Kakashi's older brother and might possess hidden abilities. Besides, he was from Konoha too. Wouldn't it make more sense to go after the grass ninja? Claw scoffed at Shino's words and glanced at him. If Ki didn't have the strength, he didn't deserve to be a Chunin. Since he was bold enough to go it alone, eliminating him early would be better. It was preferable for them to take his scroll than let it fall into Kiri or Kumo hands. Shino shook his head, insisting that his instincts warned against messing with Ki. Claw dismissed him, mocking his intuition. He then turned to his ninja hound, Kuramaru, asking for his input. Kuramaru barked in agreement, and Claw grinned, declaring that he would trust his partner over Shino's instincts. Shino furrowed his brow but chose not to argue further. Even though he felt Ki might be trouble, it was just a hunch. Since Claw and Kuramaru had made the call, he wouldn't split the team over it. Before long, the three of them arrived on the path Ki had taken. After sniffing around, Kuramaru quickly picked up Ki's trail and barked, sprinting off in a specific direction. Claw and Shino immediately followed, racing through the rocky terrain behind Kuramaru. After chasing for quite a while, Kuramaru suddenly stopped, lowered his head, and let out a low growl, signaling something to Claw. He understood instantly and signaled to the others. The trio split up, flanking the hills from both sides. As they crested the ridge, they finally spotted a figure below. With a swift motion, all three dropped down at the same time, surrounding Ki from three angles. However, instead of immediately attacking, they were briefly stunned. There wasn't just one person down there. On either side of Ki lay three unconscious genin, clearly from another team. Ki was calmly frisking them, pulling a scroll off one of them without the slightest urgency. Claw was in disbelief at the sight. They couldn't tell how strong the fallen genin were, but they were still a full team. For Ki to take out all three solo. Could Shino's gut feeling have been right after all? Ki acknowledged their presence, mentioning that he hadn't wanted to fight them but they had been too persistent. He tucked away the earth scroll and glanced at the trio, questioning if they were there to steal his scroll too. Claw hesitated, a flicker of wariness passing through his eyes. Just then, Shino stepped forward and urged an attack, noting that Ki had just finished a fight and they couldn't give him time to recover. Though initially against targeting Ki, he now saw an opportunity and didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, a black cloud of Kekeichus surged forward. Claw snapped back to his senses, realizing he had almost been fooled. He called upon the beast clone technique, spinning with Kuramaru like a drill, charging at Ki with determination. Ki's expression remained unchanged. In an instant, he vanished, his speed far surpassing their attack, and reappeared behind Shino. Shino's eyes widened in shock at Ki's incredible speed. He flung his arms open, sending out his bugs to intercept, but Ki dodged around the swarm and appeared behind him in a blink. The gleam of the white fanged blade flashed, and though some bugs managed to soften the blow, the blade still struck Shino's back, causing him to collapse with a groan. Claw cried out in alarm, realizing the extent of Ki's abilities. His speed was simply inhuman for a genin. Ki vanished again, reappearing before Claw. In a single exchange, Claw was down, badly wounded. The last genin tried to escape, but Ki swiftly ensured he went down like the rest. He reflected on the consequences of wrong choices, noting that since they were all from Konoha, he hadn't killed them, just incapacitated them. Mistakes like this couldn't be left unpunished. On the battlefield, enemies don't go easy on you. Ki pocketed the scrolls and turned toward the center of the cave, vanishing into the shadows. At the very center of Deathstone Cave stood a towering hill, oddly shaped and indescribable. At the top was a hollowed-out space with skylights on all sides. The interior was spacious, containing multiple rooms. In one of those rooms, several proctors had gathered, most of them special jonin, intently watching the surveillance feeds that covered the entire area of the Deathstone Cave. The second round of the Chūnin Exams would last for 3 days, so the proctors were working in shifts. Among them were jonin from Kirigakure and Kumogakure, the squad leaders accompanying their respective genin teams. One jonin from Kirigakure, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, remarked on Ki's performance, questioning whether he was unusually strong or if the Konoha genin were simply too weak. The Konoha ninjas were somewhat surprised by Ki's abilities. Most were unaware that he had been personally nominated by Hiruzen Sarutobi to take part in the Chūnin Exams. They only knew he was Kakashi's older brother and assumed he must be competent, but they hadn't expected him to take down two genin teams so quickly. The Jonin supervising Inuzuka Claw expressed his concern, clearly tense as he watched the screen. Kaede's combat performance had exceeded even his expectations. Kawashima Hoshigaki grinned, suggesting that the Chūnin exam wouldn't be boring for his teammate Kisame. The Konoha ninjas in the room exchanged grim looks, feeling insulted by the implication. As time passed, their expressions shifted further, for within just 3 hours, Kisame's team had already eliminated 2 Konoha squads. The process was clean, efficient, and completely one-sided. Kisame's strength was unlike that of a typical genin. He was casually using B-rank ninjutsu, and his chakra reserves seemed to rival or even surpass those of many jonin. One of the Konoha ninjas speculated whether Kisame was a Jinchuriki, but Kawashima dismissed the idea, explaining that Kisame was simply born with a monstrous physique. The Konoha ninjas' expressions darkened further as they realized that despite entering the second round with the most teams, 4 had already been eliminated in just half a day. Kisame and his team, having collected enough scrolls, were not headed for the goal but were actively hunting other teams within the Deathstone Cave. It appeared they were planning to eliminate everyone in round 2. The exams in Kirigakure were known for their brutality. Kawashima, noticing the unfriendly stares directed at him, chuckled darkly. His view, those who lacked power did not deserve to be ninjas. He believed Konoha's selection system was far too lenient. In Kirigakure, graduation from the academy required students to eliminate their comrades, with only one survivor. The Chūnin exams mirrored this harshness, being blood-soaked and merciless. Every survivor emerged as a hardened elite. The Kumogakure Jonin, who had remained silent until now, cast a glance at Kawashima. His eyes flashed momentarily before he folded his arms and remarked coldly that such tactics would not intimidate their shinobi. Kawashima simply replied, urging to continue watching. Time passed quickly, and soon a full day and night had gone by. On the second morning of the Chūnin exams, Hiruzen Sarutobi had just awakened when a shinobi appeared outside his room with an urgent report. The shinobi informed him that something significant had occurred. Hiruzen's sleepiness vanished instantly as he swiftly donned his third Hokage cloak and stepped out of the room, eager to learn more. The news from the Chūnin exams was alarming. 6 of Konoha's teams had already been eliminated, leaving only 2 remaining. The smaller villages' teams had also suffered heavy losses, with only 4 teams left in the entire exam field. 1 from Kumogakure, 1 from Kirigakure, Uchiha Hisada's team from Konoha, and Kaede's solo team. Hiruzen's expression shifted as suspicions crept into his mind. He hurried toward the exam center, asking an umbu in a low voice what had transpired. The umbu's response confirmed his worst fears. The teams from Kirigakure and Kumogakure were not merely aiming to pass the second round, they were actively hunting down other teams even after securing enough scrolls. Hiruzen rushed to the exam site and quickly arrived at the central watchtower, stepping into the surveillance room. Upon his arrival, the Konoha shinobi inside immediately saluted. Hiruzen scanned the room and fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, who stood at the center. He addressed Orochimaru coldly, questioning when he had arrived. Orochimaru, with a faint smile, replied that he had come just before Hiruzen. He mentioned having heard about some unusual genin in the exam, which piqued his interest. Hiruzen stepped deeper into the room, his gaze shifting to the surveillance monitors, warning Orochimaru not to attempt anything at this critical time. As Orochimaru's former teacher, Hiruzen was well aware of his former students' tendencies. Orochimaru acknowledged Hiruzen's warning with a smile, but the atmosphere in the room grew tense. All present, including Kawashima and the Cloud Jonin, felt the weight of Orochimaru's presence, unsure of his true intentions. They could only assume that without Hiruzen's approval, Orochimaru would refrain from making any moves. As the tension mounted, a sudden change on one of the monitors caught everyone's attention. Konoha's final 3-man team was shown encountering Hoshigaki Kisame and his group near the central tower. Uchiha Hisada, the leader of the genin team, stood at the front with a serious expression, addressing Kisame and the other Chunin. Hisada had already obtained both the Heaven and Earth scrolls and was not interested in a fight. Kisame, however, shrugged and indicated that they had plenty of scrolls but were not planning to let Hisada's team pass. He suggested that they would face each other in the third round anyway, so they might as well settle things now. Hisada's expression shifted slightly as he activated his Sharingan, gripping a kunai tightly while keeping a close watch on Kisame. Kisame commanded an attack, and a fierce battle erupted between the 3 Chunin and the 3 from Konoha. Hisada initially held his ground, but as the fight continued, his chakra began to dwindle, while Kisame showed no signs of fatigue. Kisame taunted Hisada about his dwindling chakra and then unleashed a powerful water-style jutsu. Hisada, caught off guard by Kisame's remaining chakra, struggled to dodge the wide-range attack and ultimately found himself hit. Orochimaru observed the scene with interest, noting Kisame's abnormal chakra reserve. Meanwhile, the Konoha Nin, including Hiruzen Sarutobi, looked grim. With the elimination of this last team, all of Konoha's 3-man squads had been wiped out, leaving only one contestant remaining, Hatake Kaede. Kisame approached the fallen Uchiha Hisada, crouching beside him with a gleam in his eyes, intrigued by the Sharingan. Just as he reached for Hisada's eyes, a Konoha Umbu appeared silently. Although all participants in the second round had signed waivers acknowledging the risks, Konoha could not allow someone to steal a Sharingan. Kisame clicked his tongue in annoyance, realizing he had missed his chance. He withdrew his hand and stood up, stating that the hunt was nearly over and urging his companions to move on. The Umbu glanced at Hisada's unconscious body before looking in the direction the enemy had retreated, his expression darkening. Konoha had suffered a significant blow, and the reputation of the village was at stake. Back in the monitoring room, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was solemn after witnessing the fight. After a brief silence, he turned to one of the proctors and inquired about Kaede's whereabouts. Had he already completed the round? The proctor hesitated, clearly unsure how to explain. After a few seconds, he said that technically, yes, he had acquired the scrolls quite early and reached the tower, but he hadn't gone inside yet. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, surprised that he hadn't entered. The proctor nodded in confirmation. Main examiner Yuhi Kurinai walked over, glancing at the monitor. She suggested that maybe he was waiting to observe the others before entering, having positioned himself so he could go in at any time. Hiruzen let out a small grunt of acknowledgement. That certainly sounded like something Kaede would do. But now that the rest of the Konoha genin were out, all the pressure for the third round would fall entirely on him. Hiruzen shook his head, realizing that while he had expected Kirigakure and Kumogakure to send their elites, the situation was even worse than anticipated. Luckily, he had personally appointed Kaede to participate. With Kaede's strength, at least their performance in the third round wouldn't be embarrassing. It would at the very least save face. At that moment, Kaede sat silently on a protruding ledge near the central tower. His entire body was covered in a layer of dust, blending into the rocky surroundings so well that he looked like part of the cliff itself. In the midst of the silence, he suddenly opened his eyes, a glint flashing within them. He murmured quietly that finally, someone was coming. He had been waiting there for a long time. Not far from the central tower, after defeating the last Konoha team, Kisame and the others were making their way to the second round's endpoint. The 3 moved in a triangular formation, with Kisame leading. One of the rear teammates chuckled as he ran, expressing surprise that the Uchiha guy their sensei had warned them about would be so weak. They had overestimated Konoha. Tatsukawa Yosuke grinned, noting that with 12 teams total, they had taken out 6. The Uchiha had taken down 1, making 7 teams eliminated. If the Kumogakure guys managed to eliminate 1 more, only 3 teams would remain for the third round. If they took out 2, it would be just them and the Kumogakure left. That would mean they had successfully completed their mission from Master Fuguki. But just as Yosuke felt satisfied with their results, a strange voice suddenly sounded beside him, questioning if that was so. The moment he heard it, Yosuke's heart raced, and a wave of pure terror flooded his mind. He tried to react, but it was already too late. In an instant, blood sprayed into the air as he was caught off guard, his body sliced cleanly in half at the waist, his eyes still holding a trace of shock and disbelief. Kisame and the other remaining Kirigakure ninja immediately sensed something was wrong and came to an abrupt stop, their expressions changing drastically. They turned their heads and saw only Yosuke's lifeless body. Standing calmly nearby, face expressionless and holding a short blade, was a silver-haired boy Hatake Kaede. The mist ninja standing next to Hoshigaki Kisame suddenly changed expression, filled with shock and disbelief. He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Fusa Yanosuke, the sensor-type ninja among their trio, had been taken out in an instant. He hadn't even had time to use a substitution technique or body flicker. Though he had been injured, he wasn't dead yet. He coughed up blood as his upper body collapsed to the ground, looking toward Kaede with disbelief. He had let his guard down while talking with Kisame and the others, and when Kaede ambushed him, he hadn't sensed it in time. But the real issue was Kaede's speed far beyond what a genin should be capable of. Even for a jonin, it was extraordinary. To be ambushed by someone of jonin-level speed while distracted was no surprise he was taken out so quickly. Kisame stared at Kaede, his face showing no sign of anger or loss of composure, as if Yanosuke's death was insignificant. He grinned, revealing a mouth full of jagged teeth, and remarked that not all of Konoha's genin were trash after all. Kaede glanced at the bisected body of Yanosuke on the ground, noticing a small pile of scrolls that had fallen from him. He muttered that this was what it was about. Collecting this many scrolls indicated that these people weren't just participating in the Chūnin Exams to pass. Their real goal was hunting others and sending a message. As expected from the infamous Blood Mist Village. Kaede raised the short sword White Fang in his hand, lightly running a hand across its blade as if wiping it clean. Then, with a poof, his body suddenly dispersed into smoke. Kisame's face changed. Without hesitation, he leapt backward and quickly formed hand seals midair before slamming his hands down, unleashing a powerful water technique. An overwhelming surge of water burst forth instantly, cascading like a reverse flood. However, the water didn't strike Kaede, as he hadn't targeted Kisame at all. His real target was the other mist genin. That genin responded almost simultaneously, unleashing a jutsu that exhaled thin spiral threads of high-pressure water in all directions, sharp enough to slice through stone. But just as the spiral water blades shot out, Kaede appeared at the genin's right side. Rather than evade, Kaede revealed an almost inhuman speed, twisting midair and dancing between the spiraling blades, slipping through their gaps as if weaving through deadly threads. The mist genin's face twisted in horror, unable to believe Kaede had dared to charge directly into his jutsu and made it through unscathed. Drawing a kunai, the genin slashed toward Kaede, but Kaede's blade moved so fast it left trails of white in the air. In an instant he unleashed several slashes and flashed past the mist ninja. The genin's body stiffened, struggling to turn his head and catching a glimpse of Kaede behind him. His eyes widened in disbelief as his body was ensnared in a web of crimson before collapsing. The spiral water blade had failed to keep Kaede at bay. Once Kaede closed the distance, the outcome was inevitable. If a Sharingan user with matching speed had been present, perhaps they could have countered Kaede's blade style, but this genin clearly lacked such ability. In the blink of an eye, two mist ninja had fallen. Kaede stood on the water's surface, calmly addressing the last remaining ninja, Kisame. Kisame observed Kaede from a distance, his earlier calmness replaced by tension. The grin on his face now stiffened. He acknowledged Kaede's strength, realizing their intel had underestimated him. However, he remained undeterred and formed seals with both hands. The water beneath Kaede erupted as massive shark-shaped water projectiles surged toward him, intent on overwhelming him. Kaede leapt into the air, targeting Kisame directly. Kisame remained unfazed, raising his right hand to unleash a single massive shark that hurtled toward Kaede. Clenching White Fang, Kaede drove the blade into the torrent, his body blurring into a spiral of motion as he sliced through the jutsu and right through Kisame. Kisame's form shattered, and instead of blood, water surged upward, enveloping Kaede in an instant. Kisame's true body emerged from beneath the water, placing one hand on the surface of the water sphere that now encased Kaede. He declared that Kaede's speed was troublesome, But within his water prison, that speed would be rendered useless. Inside the prison, Kaede remained calm, acknowledging the classic miss technique. He had anticipated Kisame's move and was prepared. In the next instant, Kisame twisted to the side, but a flash of white light sliced across him, severing his arm and causing it to drop into the water. In the central control room of the Death Rock Cave, Orochimaru watched the screen, eyes filled with admiration. Hiruzen Sarutobi, beside him, expressed his astonishment at Kaede's fluid use of clone and substitution techniques, noting that not even Orochimaru could have performed at such a level at Kaede's age. Both were stunned by Kaede's sheer talent and combat instincts. The other Jonin and Chunin, including Yuhi Kurinai and others, were equally shocked. They had a solid understanding of Kisame's team strength from prior observation. Both missed genin had elite Chunin-level abilities, and Kisame himself, with his vast chakra reserves, was close to the level of a special Jonin. Yet, in front of Kaede, two had been defeated in an instant, and one was heavily wounded. Kaede's raw power, battle awareness, and judgment left no room for criticism. He resembled a hardened elite rather than a mere 9-year-old genin. Hoshigaki Kisame appeared over a dozen meters away from Kaede, his right arm severed at the shoulder. Clutching the wound with his left hand, he was drenched in cold sweat, his previous composure shattered. Kaede observed Kisame and sighed inwardly. Despite Kisame's remarkable chakra, without the Samahata sword his power was not as formidable. His combat experience lagged far behind the matured version who would later join the Akatsuki. The jutsu Kisame had used earlier, including the water clone to bait him and the water prison technique, could have caught someone else off guard. However, Kaede had anticipated these moves from the beginning. The disparity in information was evident. If both sides had equal knowledge, Kisame might have posed a decent challenge. But with Kaede's advantage in intel, it was a one-sided encounter. Just as Kaede prepared to finish Kisame, he sensed movement and turned to see three figures rapidly approaching. They were genin from the Hidden Cloud Village, who had not deliberately hunted other teams but had defeated two squads. Sensing the commotion, they decided to investigate, knowing they would have to fight in the third round anyway. One of them noted the water-style jutsu, suspecting it was from the mist. Kamui, with a dark-skinned arm crackling faintly with lightning, flexed his knuckles and grinned, eager for a fight. Among all the villages, the Cloud Ninjas feared the mist the least, believing their lightning techniques would give them an advantage. As the three neared the battlefield, one sensed danger and warned the others. Kamui reacted instantly, enveloped in lightning as he narrowly dodged a horizontal slash that emerged from the ground. Missing the initial strike, Kaede stepped back and regarded Kamui with calm acknowledgement of his impressive speed and reaction time. The other two Cloud Genin flanked Kaede, and Kamui smirked, realizing Kaede was from Konoha. He formed a hand seal and slammed his palm to the ground, sending a surge of lightning through the earth toward Kaede. Kaede leapt backward to evade the attack, while the other two Cloud Genin launched their own assaults from both sides. Kaede, caught in the middle, displayed uncanny speed, weaving between their attacks with sharp, precise movements, surprising them with his agility. Speed alone wouldn't be enough to escape them. Kamui's gaze turned cold as he charged toward Kaede, followed closely by his teammates, their eyes sharp and predatory, attempting to surround him once more. Inside the central watchtower, Kurinai Yuhi furrowed her brows as she watched the screen. She couldn't help but think that Kaede was pushing himself too hard. Taking down two missed genin and seriously injuring Hoshigaki Kisame should have been enough for him. There was no need to pursue the Cloud team. From the screen, it was evident that Kaede's speed had decreased since his fight with the Hidden Mist Ninja. He was not at his peak condition. One of the Hidden Cloud Genin matched his speed, while the other two were close behind. Under these circumstances, it wasn't just about defeating the Hidden Cloud team, he might not even escape. The other Konoha examiners looked tense as well. Although Kisame hadn't been killed, his scrolls were destroyed, effectively eliminating him. If Kaede were to fall here, the third round of the Chūnin Exams would become irrelevant, allowing the Hidden Cloud team to advance uncontested. Kurinai noted that it was reckless of him. If he had simply advanced to the third round normally, in a one-on-one match, he wouldn't lose to any of the Hidden Cloud ninjas. She watched the screen, her voice low as she expressed her concerns. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. He had just praised Kied's composure and judgment, noting that he didn't seem like an inexperienced 9-year-old. Yet now, after his earlier successes, Kied seemed overconfident, abandoning the safest path. No matter how mature his thinking appeared, he was still just 9. With some early success, he was starting to get cocky, and Hiruzen shook his head internally. Yamanaka Inoichi studied the screen and offered his assessment, suggesting that Kied might still have a chance to reach the finish line. If he could reach the goal, it would be fine. The third round consisted of one-on-one matches, and in single combat, he had a high chance of winning against anyone. Hiruzen nodded slightly. Even if this was a misstep, it was still recoverable. Kied's performance so far, taking out the hidden miss team and wounding Kisame, was already impressive. He had completed his task. But just then, a dissenting voice cut in. Orochimaru, standing with arms crossed, his serpent-like eyes gleaming, stated that they were underestimating the child. Even though he was watching through a monitor, he could tell that Kied hadn't pursued the hidden cloud ninjas recklessly or without confidence. Up until now, even while surrounded by 3 hidden cloud genin, Kied hadn't shown a trace of panic. In Orochimaru's eyes, it looked more like he was analyzing his opponents. Kamui grunted after several failed attacks, sliding his hand across the blade of his sword as lightning crackled down its edge. He lunged forward, shouting his technique, ninjutsu, cloud flow slash. His sword arced through the air, the lightning enhancing his speed. The sudden increase sent the blade straight for Kied's head, and his reaction time seemed insufficient to raise his white-fanged dagger in time. But at that moment, a strange light flickered in Kied's eyes, as if a phantom clock ticked forward by 1 beat. Kied's already fast arm moved even faster, bringing his blade up just in time to block Kamui's attack with a sharp metallic ring. Kamui's pupils shrank in disbelief. His speed should have been too fast for Kied to react, let alone block. After deflecting the strike, Kied vanished in a blur, stepping backward twice and escaping their encirclement. Now at a distance, he tightened his grip on White Fang and assessed the 3 cloud ninjas. It wasn't the lightning armor technique used by the 4th Raikage, he thought silently, probably a weaker variant. Without a Byakugan or Sharingan, deciphering the chakra flow was difficult. He had only gleaned fragments so far. Deciding to change his approach, Kied exhaled softly and looked at the cloud trio again, his eyes gleaming with cold resolve. Chakra surged through his body as he activated the 8 gates release technique. First gate, Gate of Opening. Though nothing changed outwardly, Kied felt his body grow lighter, every muscle and bone capable of exerting its full power. The activation took only an instant. While Kamui and his teammates were still stunned by Kied's incredible speed, they attacked again, each bringing out their strongest techniques. Kied flickered, his full speed unleashed. The Cloud Ninja couldn't even see his afterimage. In a flash, he passed by one of them. The ninja froze in place, eyes wide with horror as a sharp pain bloomed across his torso. He collapsed to the ground. Kamui's eyes widened in disbelief. This speed was beyond what he thought possible. Even if he advanced his lightning release to the 2nd stage, he might barely reach this level, which was Jonin level speed. As Kamui stood frozen, Kied struck again. The 2nd Cloud Genin panicked, slashing wildly with his kunai, but it wasn't enough. In a flash, Kied passed him too, and only 2 nearly overlapping metallic clangs could be heard before another body hit the ground. Seeing both of his comrades fall to Kied's terrifying speed, Kamui's eyes filled with horror and disbelief. This wasn't Genin level, he must be a disguised Jonin. Gritting his teeth, Kamui activated his technique again, lightning crackling down his sword. But across from him, Kied formed a seal and ran his fingers across White Fang's blade, lightning crackling across it too. The 2 crossed paths in a flash. Kamui froze, the lightning on his blade fading. His sword snapped in half, the tip clattering to the ground. He turned slowly toward Kied, disbelief in his eyes as blood bubbled from his lips. He tried to speak again, but instead he collapsed onto the barren earth, blood spilling from his mouth. Inside the Death Cavern control room, there was dead silence. The hidden Cloud Jonin, who had previously worn a proud smirk, now stood frozen in disbelief. The situation was shocking to everyone present. On the other side, Konoha's Yuhi Kurinai, Yamanaka Inoichi, and the Chunin proctors all stared in shock. Due to the projection quality, they couldn't see the full details, but it was clear that Kaede had used a technique to increase his speed even more than when fighting the Mist Ninja. That terrifying speed had reversed the situation in an instant. In a series of rapid strikes, Kaede had taken out 2 Cloud Genin and then defeated the last with a lightning-enhanced White Fang strike. Orochimaru's eyes shimmered as he stared at the screen. He noted that such speed wasn't natural and mused that it must be a forbidden jutsu. Hiruzen took a deep breath, suppressing his own shock. He recalled that Kaede had mentioned his motor reflexes were unusual. Unusual was an understatement. Even through the screen, Kaede's speed was beyond what most jonin could achieve. It was no wonder he had defeated an elite Mist Scout or that even the prodigy Kakashi couldn't surpass his older brother. Orochimaru let out a twisted smile and repeated Hiruzen's words, suggesting that unusual sometimes just meant gifted. If this continued, that boy might surpass the White Fang. Hiruzen nodded slowly, recognizing that Kaede not only inherited Tsukumo Hataki's bloodline but also had an innate talent for speed. If he could continue to grow, he might very well surpass even the legendary White Fang. After a brief silence, Hiruzen Sarutobi took out his pipe, took a puff, and exhaled a cloud of smoke while glancing at the jonin from Kumogakure and the jonin from Kirigakure, Hoshigaki Kushizan. He declared that the Chūnin Exams would end there. Kurinai Yuhi, standing nearby, suppressed the shock in her heart. She glanced sideways at Hoshigaki Kushizan and acknowledged that there was only one person left, so the third round wouldn't be held. Kirigakure's shinobi had likely intended to eliminate all other teams in the second round, ending the exams before the third round to demonstrate the terror of the Blood Mist Village. That goal was achieved, but they themselves were completely wiped out. No one had expected that outcome. Kurinai looked at the screen, where Kaede was putting away all the scrolls and heading toward the central lookout tower. A faint smile appeared on her face. No matter what, he had done well. He was a true shinobi of Konoha. Outside the central watchtower, Kaede made his way to the entrance, carrying 2 scrolls. Waiting for him at the gate was Kurinai Yuhi, the proctor for the second round of the exams. She congratulated him on passing the second round of the Chūnin Exams. Kaede noted that this should also be the final round, as the Hidden Mist and Hidden Cloud shinobi had eliminated all the other teams. He presented the scrolls he had collected. Kurinai had already been informed of this, so she wasn't surprised. However, when Kaede casually tossed out the rest of the scrolls, a glimmer of amazement flickered in her eyes. Only one person had passed the second round of the Chūnin Exams, marking a first since the exams were established. Who would have thought that Kaede, always in the shadow of Kakashi's brilliance, would possess such genius-level talent? In strength, mentality, and patience, he even surpassed Kakashi. Kurinai confirmed that there wouldn't be a third round and instructed Kaede to follow her, as the Hokage was waiting for him. Kaede wasn't surprised to find Hiruzen Sarutobi already there. What caught him off guard was the presence of Orochimaru standing beside him. Kaede quickly dismissed the thought that Orochimaru was a proctor for the next round, knowing that elite jonin were already supervising the exam. Pushing aside his speculation, Kaede respectfully greeted Hiruzen. At the same time, he felt 2 hostile gazes aimed at him, cold, unfriendly stares from Hoshigaki Kushizan of Kirigakure and an unidentified jonin from Kumogakure. Kaede briefly met their eyes before calmly shifting his attention back to Hiruzen. He wasn't intimidated by the high-ranking enemy jonin. Although he currently wasn't a match for them, especially someone like Kushizan, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, he felt secure in Konoha. With several Konoha jonin present, including Orochimaru and Hiruzen Sarutobi, the enemy jonin could only glare at him without daring to release any killing intent. As for the future, if they met on the battlefield with his current growth rate, he might not be weaker than them at all. He could even surpass the jonin level and reach true Kage level power. Hiruzen smiled kindly at Kaede, congratulating him on passing the Chūnin Exams and acknowledging his exceptional performance. As of that day, Kaede was officially a Chunin of Konoha, and Hiruzen reminded him to always remember the duty of a shinobi. Kaede bowed respectfully, and Orochimaru, standing to the side, watched him with a faint smile. He mentioned that he had received a favor from Kaede's father while he was still alive and asked if Kaede knew who he was. Seeing Orochimaru's interest, Kaede bowed and acknowledged him as one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru chuckled and spread his arms, suggesting they could talk. He noted that with Kaede's level of strength, most Jonin wouldn't be suitable as his instructor and offered to take him on as a student. Hiruzen was slightly surprised by Orochimaru's words. After a moment of consideration, he made a sudden decision. Kaede would study under Orochimaru. Kaede was taken aback, feeling disbelief wash over him. He hadn't even been given a chance to respond. Becoming Orochimaru's student was undoubtedly risky. Looking at Orochimaru's past students, nearly all of them had faced dire consequences, which raised a red flag. However, on second thought, this might not be such a bad idea. It could help him avoid trouble caused by Danzo and grant him access to many powerful jutsu through Orochimaru. Dealing with a tiger was dangerous, but perhaps a snake would be different. Kaede sighed inwardly. Since Hiruzen had already made the decision, he had no choice but to comply. He could even faintly guess why Hiruzen had made this move. At this point, Hiruzen hadn't yet chosen the fourth Hokage. Though Orochimaru was known for his dangerous personality, Namake's Minato was still young, and his achievements and experience could not compare. Hiruzen personally leaned toward Minato, but he could not show open favoritism just yet. Refusing to give Kaede to Orochimaru and instead having Kakashi apprenticed to Minato would not only cause dissent within the village but would also definitely offend Orochimaru. At that moment, the shinobi world was in turmoil, and the village needed internal stability above all else. Orochimaru smiled faintly at Hiruzen's decision. At this time, he still held ambitions for the Hokage position. His offer to take Kaede as a student was not only due to Kaede's talent but also a test of Hiruzen's attitude. To become Hokage, one needed a successor, a capable follower to manage the many responsibilities and help maintain the village's stability. Hiruzen had handed Kakashi to Minato, subtly indicating that he was considering Minato as the next Hokage. Now, Orochimaru's attempt to take Kaede as a student was a calculated test. If Hiruzen refused, it would mean he had already rejected Orochimaru as the fourth Hokage. But since Hiruzen agreed, it meant his stance was still ambiguous. Orochimaru wondered who Hiruzen would ultimately choose. Kaede respectfully bowed to Orochimaru, acknowledging that the matter had already been settled. There was no other choice. All he could do now was move forward on this path and think of how to handle it. Orochimaru looked at Kaede with a sly, almost eerie chuckle and instructed him to follow. As soon as the words left his mouth, Orochimaru's figure flickered and disappeared from the hall. Kaede glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who nodded, and then he bowed before vanishing as well, quickly following Orochimaru. The two swiftly left the central observation tower. Kaede followed behind Orochimaru, his mind racing to formulate a plan for dealing with his new sensei. Eventually, Orochimaru stopped in a location within the Forest of Death. Kaede recognized the spot where he had fought Hoshigaki Kisame. The water had mostly receded, but the ground remained muddy and damp. Orochimaru's gaze swept across the area until he found an arm in the mud, the one Kaede had severed from Kisame during their battle. With a slight smirk, Orochimaru opened his mouth and spat out a sticky scroll. He grabbed it, opened it, and extended his tongue, wrapping it around Kisame's severed arm and pulling it back to place it onto the scroll. With a puff of white smoke, the arm disappeared, sealed within the scroll. Having finished the process, Orochimaru turned to Kaede, holding the scroll. He remarked on Kaede's unique physique, noting it was the first time he had seen something like it and that it would be valuable for research. He instructed Kaede to bring him samples of other special types of ninja if he encountered them. Kaede nodded, understanding the importance of the request. Orochimaru rolled up the scroll with his tongue and swallowed it again before continuing to walk. Kaede couldn't help but feel a bit drained, following Orochimaru as they left the Forest of Death. After reaching an area closer to Konoha, Orochimaru formed a hand seal, and a hidden underground passage suddenly opened beneath them. Kaede surmised that this must be Orochimaru's secret base as he followed him inside. The base was dark and somber in tone. After passing through a long and silent tunnel, They entered a large hall filled with bizarre and disturbing sights, including grotesque insects floating in fluid and organs on display. Fortunately, Kaede had studied medicine in his previous life and had a strong tolerance for such things, so he was not fazed. He mentally criticized the rough preservation work on some of the specimens. Orochimaru observed Kaede's calm demeanor and commented on his comfort in the lab, suggesting that he seemed well-suited to being his student. Kaede played along, asking if this was Orochimaru's research facility, even though he already knew. Orochimaru nodded and walked to an empty glass container. He regurgitated the scroll containing Kisame's arm, retrieved the severed limb, and dropped it into the jar before swallowing the scroll again. He turned to Kaede, amusement flickering in his snake-like eyes. Orochimaru noted that Kaede had likely inherited many taijutsu and ninjutsu techniques from Tsukumo and that he probably didn't need most of his methods. However, he acknowledged that Kaede might be aware of what he was lacking. Kaede raised a key concern about his chakra reserves, wondering if Orochimaru had a method to increase them. Orochimaru smiled, explaining that with Kaede's physique, his chakra should rival that of a jonin in a few years. However, he assumed Kaede wanted more sooner and mentioned that there was a way. Kaede's eyes lit up as he waited for more details. Orochimaru glanced around the room at the various preserved samples and explained that chakra was extracted from the body's cells in combination with mental energy. While boosting mental strength was challenging, he had something to increase the energy of Kaede's cells. Orochimaru spat out another scroll and extended his tongue to pass it to Kaede. Kaede accepted it, mentally sighing at the thought of never touching food with that hand again. Still, his desire for knowledge outweighed the disgust. He opened the scroll and saw the title, Cell Activation Technique. Orochimaru explained that this technique increased the vitality of the body's cells, enhancing chakra and healing ability. He noted that it was the foundation of many of his techniques. However, with Kaede's sword style and affinity for lightning release, he likely wouldn't need those follow-up jutsus. After hearing Orochimaru's explanation and skimming the scroll, Kaede understood that the technique enhanced regenerative and cellular energy. He realized this was probably the basis for Orochimaru's more advanced techniques. Thanking Orochimaru, Kaede bowed again, recognizing that this technique was more than a perfect fit for him. Ordinary methods of enhancing the body couldn't completely negate the side effects of the 8 gates, but this technique could counteract some of the backlash by revitalizing the body and boosting its healing and cellular regeneration. Orochimaru instructed Kaede to begin his training. If one were curious about his experiments, they were welcome to observe. With a slight smile, he walked into his lab, eager to begin studying Kisame's arm. Kaede felt a mild curiosity about Orochimaru's research, but his desire to master the cell activation technique was far stronger. After bowing once more, he quietly left the research base. After departing from Orochimaru's base, Kaede exhaled deeply. Although Orochimaru was unlikely to use him as a test subject on his first day as a student, getting close to someone as dangerous as Orochimaru without sufficient strength was always a risky endeavor. For now, however, it seemed that things had not taken a turn for the worse. Everything was proceeding steadily, and most importantly, he had obtained the cell activation technique. Kaede dashed through the forest and arrived at a stream. He thoroughly cleaned the scroll he had just received and then carefully studied the instructions on the cell activation technique. After examining it, Kaede found nothing suspicious. In fact, Orochimaru had clearly outlined both the advantages and drawbacks of the technique within the scroll. Among the annotations was the following. The human body is a balance. Spiritual energy and cellular energy together form equilibrium. A minor imbalance isn't significant, but if the two diverge too greatly, it can lead to serious consequences. The cell activation technique forcibly enhances cellular vitality but does not increase spiritual strength. Therefore, overtraining with it could result in a situation where the mind can no longer control the body, leading to a loss of control. Kaede understood the importance of not overdoing the training. There were several similar annotations throughout the scroll. These notes did not contradict any of the knowledge Kaede had acquired himself. For instance, he was well aware of the concept of mental imbalance, though this was his first time hearing of a bodily imbalance. A regular person could not handle the immense spiritual pressure of the Rinnegan. Even someone like Nagato, with the powerful Uzumaki physique, struggled to endure its burden. Only someone with the true sage body could bear the power of the Rinnegan, maintaining perfect equilibrium between mind and body. The same logic applied to Orochimaru's cell activation technique. Without sufficient mental strength to balance the body, excessive cellular enhancement would lead to loss of control. Once the body went out of control, the most likely outcome would be disastrous. Kaede pondered silently, considering the cell activation technique as a pseudo-sage body training method. However, it was far from it. At most, it represented just a fraction of that. Hashirama Senju's sage body not only enhanced the physical but also elevated the spiritual. The cell activation technique only tackled half the equation and not even at full potency. It also did not involve training in natural energy. However, if one were to combine this technique with sage mode, it might truly qualify as a pseudo-sage body. That was likely the state Kabuto Yakushi reached during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Beyond that would be the real sage body. Kaede felt confident in his classification. If they divided body and mind into 3 tiers, the physical side would consist of cell activation, pseudo-sage body, and true sage body. The mental side would include Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The fusion of the Eternal Mangekyo with the sage body gave rise to the Rinnegan. Adding an immense amount of natural energy or becoming a Jinchuriki of the 10 tails would lead to the 6 paths sage body and entry into the Sage of 6 paths mode. With the cell activation technique as a foundation, the fog ahead had nearly cleared. After making his way through the forest, Kaede returned to the village. He had dinner and went home, entering his bedroom. Sitting cross-legged, he placed the scroll in front of him, ready to begin. In the underground of Konoha, at the Root Division base, Danzo stood in a room, leaning on his cane while listening to his subordinate's report. His expression remained calm, but his grip on the cane tightened, leaving faint impressions on the sturdy wood. Orochimaru's sudden decision to take Kaede as his student was unexpected. In Danzo's plan, Kaede's future path would have gone one of 2 ways, either appointed to the Umbu under Hiruzen or absorbed into Root. With some subtle maneuvering, it should have been easy to bring Kaede into Root for cultivation. But Orochimaru's move completely disrupted his plan. Hiruzen's stance was ambiguous as well, as if he still hadn't entirely given up on passing the Hokage seat to Orochimaru. Overall, the situation's development was infuriating. The report continued, stating that Lord Hokage had signed a treaty with Kirigakure, but negotiations with Kumogakure had failed. Their jonin would be leaving soon. Danzo's grip on the cane tightened further. Given Konoha's current strength, it could battle 2 or even 3 of the other villages simultaneously and still hold its own. Wiping out one of them wouldn't be difficult. Yet Hiruzen was still reluctant to initiate war. Now was clearly the best time for Konoha to unify the ninja world. Still, the truce with Kirigakure was useful. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Since Kirigakure wouldn't break the treaty without a substantial incentive, if he could incite a conflict between Iwagakure and Kumogakure, Konoha would have the perfect opportunity. Taking a slow breath, he stared at the ceiling with a deep gaze. If Hiruzen Sarutobi wouldn't take the step, then he would. He would be the one to push this war forward. Compared to war and the unification of the ninja world, Kaede and even Orochimaru were minor details. Everything else could wait until after the war. In the midst of war, everything could be controlled. Back at home, Kaede had been training for 4 continuous hours. With triple time acceleration, that was equivalent to 12 actual hours. It took about 4 hours just to familiarize himself with the cell activation technique. The remaining 8 were spent on basic cultivation. After what was essentially a full day of training, he could feel faint changes in his body. Ordinary people wouldn't notice it, but as a shinobi, he could clearly sense the difference. His cells felt more active. The most direct feeling was that his body now felt lighter. The chakra extraction process, which consumed cellular energy, also required less effort. Under normal circumstances, such long training, even without taijutsu, would leave the body exhausted from overusing chakra. But this time, the fatigue was noticeably reduced. The results were clear, but he felt hungrier than usual. He would need to eat more. Until he fully mastered the cell activation technique, he would probably have to become a food-devouring machine. Even 9 meals a day might not be enough. He'd wondered if Orochimaru had consumed several days' worth of food at once and then locked himself away for days of training. It seemed quite likely that the situation was unfolding as expected. Kakashi sat at the dining table, eating while glancing at Kaede, tilting his head slightly. He remarked that it was rare to eliminate all opponents in the second round and noted that Kaede could no longer hide his strength. Kaede, yawning, retrieved some rice ball from the fridge to heat up. He took a seat at the table and mentioned that while he had exposed his current strength, he anticipated no missions in the short term and could focus on training instead. Kakashi looked at him, suggesting that Kaede was being overly optimistic. Once he became a Chunin, he would be assigned missions regularly. Leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed behind his head, Kakashi mentioned he had a mission the following day and invited Kaede to join him. Kaede, curious, asked if Kakashi was taking on a commission mission. There were 2 types of missions in the village: commission missions, which were optional and allowed for team selection, and mandatory missions assigned by superiors, often with specific requirements. Kakashi confirmed he was indeed on a commission mission, explaining that he was saving up for a new ninja blade and needed to take on high-paying missions. Kaede reflected on the situation, realizing that if he hadn't transmigrated into this world, the White Fang's blade would have gone to Kakashi. He felt he had unintentionally taken something meant for Kakashi but acknowledged that the blade suited him well. He thought about making it up to Kakashi by getting him a Kusanagi sword in the future. Kaede then offered to help Kakashi with his finances, mentioning that there was still some money left at home. Kakashi seemed to have anticipated this offer and explained he would still be short after the mission. Kaede readily agreed to assist him. Kakashi warned that once Kaede became a Chunin, his expenses would increase significantly, and if he didn't take on missions, the money left by his father would eventually run out. Kaede did some quick calculations and concluded that as long as he avoided purchasing gear or explosive tags, the money would last a few more months. However, he recognized the need to train thoroughly before taking on missions. He contemplated whether to teach Kakashi the cell activation technique, deciding it was best to seek permission from Orochimaru first to avoid any complications. Kakashi, hearing Kaede's thoughts, expressed skepticism about the dangers of D or C rank missions, but Kaede sighed, knowing that as a transmigrator, he had a high chance of encountering unexpected incidents. He understood that preparation was essential, not just for the missions themselves but for the surprises that could arise. After dinner, Kaede activated his training mode and went to sleep. A couple of hours later, he woke up, had some bread, and resumed his training. By the time Kakashi finished breakfast the next morning, Kaede had trained for over 12 hours straight, still focused on his practice in his room. He concentrated on mastering the cell activation technique, recognizing it as foundational for developing Chidori and training with the 8 gates. Through relentless practice, he effectively trained for 3 full days while only a single day and night passed in the outside world. Meanwhile, at the Ninja Academy, the Chūnin exam had become the hottest topic. Normally, students paid little attention to the exams, but Kaede's early graduation and participation had sparked significant interest. A group of girls gathered, discussing the exam format, with Shizune noting that the 3rd round was public, allowing them to watch. Kurenai Yuhi, though believing in Kaede's strength, expressed concern due to her father's warning about the exam's dangers. Inuzuka Kiba, overhearing their conversation, sneered, suggesting they were overestimating Kaede's abilities and doubting he would pass the first 2 rounds. Against ninjas from other villages, Shino Aburame calmly pointed out that the 2nd round typically had the highest elimination rate, while Rin Noera expressed her unwavering belief in Kaede's success. Uchiha Obito, however, muttered his doubts about Kaede making it to the 3rd round. Just then, Yamanaka Inoichi entered the classroom, stating that Kaede indeed did not make it to the 3rd round. The room fell silent as Kurenai gasped in surprise. Inoichi, noticing Kurenai's reaction, reminded her that her father was one of the proctors, implying she should have known the results. Kurenai frowned, realizing she hadn't had a chance to ask about the exam since her father hadn't returned home. Inuzuka Kiba laughed, relishing the news of Kaede's supposed failure. Others who were not fond of Kaede also appeared pleased. However, Inoichi then directed a sideways glance at Kiba, questioning who had informed him of Kaede's failure. Kiba's smile faltered as he looked at Inoichi, confused by the sudden turn of events. Hyuga Himaru glanced over, his expression calm as he considered the situation. He wondered if Kaede had performed so well in the second round that he was promoted to Chunin on the spot. Inoichi, snapping his fingers with a smile, revealed that it wasn't an exceptional performance that earned Kaede a direct promotion. Rather, he was the only one who passed the second round, leading to the cancellation of the third round entirely. This revelation stunned everyone, including Hyuga Himaru. Kurinai Yuhi, who had been concerned about Kaede's safety during the second round, paused in disbelief, her eyes wide. Shizun gasped, unable to comprehend how only one person could make it through such a challenging exam. Inuzuka Kiba, equally astonished, expressed his disbelief, questioning how it was possible for only Kaede to pass. Just then, a Chunin instructor entered the classroom, confirming Inoichi's statement. He explained that Kaede had indeed been the sole survivor of the second round, having eliminated all other teams. Waves of emotion surged within him as he recalled the news he had received the night before. Kaede had graduated early with perfect scores and, just days later, had single-handedly eliminated all other teams in the second round, forcing the cancellation of the third round. Such a performance was nothing short of extraordinary. Kaede's academic performance had never been particularly remarkable, making his sudden leap in ability all the more baffling. It suggested that his talent might rival that of Kakashi. Despite this, Kaede had remained humble, attending class without flaunting his skills. This level of composure was astonishing, especially considering he was only 9 years old. The Chunin instructor sighed inwardly, recognizing Kaede as a hidden genius, reminiscent of Orochimaru and Tsukumo Hataki in their youth. The classroom fell silent as the instructor called for everyone to take their seats, breaking the spell of disbelief. Inuzuka Kiba, Uchiha Obito, and the others returned to their seats, still grappling with the shocking news. The truth was undeniable, and as the initial shock faded, emotions in the room became complex. Jealousy and resentment lingered but were overshadowed by a profound sense of loss. The gap between them and Kaede felt insurmountable, making him seem distant and untouchable. Graduating early, becoming a genin, and then jumping straight to Chunin in just a few days felt surreal, like a dream. Only a few, like Might Guy, managed to maintain focus. Guy had already begun to view Kaede as a rival, someone to surpass. His determination ignited, he felt his youth burning brighter. News of Kaede's promotion spread rapidly throughout the academy, leaving students from other years equally astonished. Uchiha Shursui, overhearing the chatter, realized that Kaede's rapid advancement meant he needed to push himself harder to keep up with both Kaede and Kakashi. As time passed, Kaede dedicated himself to mastering the cell activation technique, reaching the limits of its current potential. He could feel the vitality coursing through every cell in his body, healing minor wounds significantly faster than normal. Though not on par with the strength of 100 Seal or the Sage Body, the combination with his time acceleration was impressive, allowing him to witness wounds close before his eyes. Kaede refrained from further testing, preferring not to injure himself for the sake of experimentation. He was content knowing that he could recover from minor injuries without bandages and that deeper wounds could be quickly healed without concern for infection. In a secluded part of the forest behind Konoha, Kaede took a deep breath and prepared to open the third of the 8 gates. With a surge of chakra, he broke through the gate located just above his chest. Mastering the cell activation technique had made this breakthrough feel almost effortless, and he was already progressing toward the 4th gate. Surrounded by a faint green aura, Kaede felt the raw power surging through him, his speed and strength significantly enhanced. However, he realized that opening the 3rd gate caused his chakra to become chaotic, making it difficult to control. His earlier assumptions had been overly optimistic. He had believed he could still use jutsu like the shadow clone or substitution while in this heightened state. But the truth was, once chakra entered that rampaging state, control became extremely difficult. With the cell activation technique enhancing his chakra reserves beyond that of an elite Chunin, nearing even Jonin levels, Keeping it in check became even harder. Kaede took a deep breath and willed himself into 3 times acceleration. At that moment, he clenched his fist and punched forward. His arm blurred into a streak, nearly vanishing from view. The force was so intense that it left trails of scorching firelight from sheer friction with the air. With a single punch, the wooden stake in front of him shattered into pieces. Seeing the result of his punch stirred Kaede's heart. The 8 gates technique didn't grant long-range attack capabilities until the 6th gate. But once the 6th gate was opened, punches could generate enough friction with the air to create flames, flaming air bullets that could be fired from a distance. That was the essence of the Peacock Whirlwind. With a low shout, Kaede's fists suddenly erupted, punching rapidly forward. Flame-like light flared from his fists, but it still wasn't enough. He could generate fire but not launch the flaming projectiles. After punching dozens of times in quick succession, Kaede finally stopped. He exited the 8-gate state, calming the chakra inside his body. Taking a deep breath, his eyes were filled with excitement rather than disappointment. The boost from opening the 3rd gate of the 8 gates had far exceeded his expectations. Combining the triple speed of time acceleration with the power of the 3rd gate, his speed was already approaching that of the 6th gate, allowing him to achieve a semi-Peacock Whirlwind effect. Though it didn't quite count as a real long-range attack and fell short of the true Peacock Whirlwind, the fire from his fists still carried about a third of its power. Kaede took a deep breath. Generating flames from the friction of his punches with the air felt like his fists were on fire. That could be counted as a unique taijutsu technique, but coming up with a proper name for it was proving tricky. A half-finished Peacock Whirlwind. It didn't feel right. There wasn't a fitting animal name to tack onto this incomplete version. He decided to call it Fire Fist. After activating the cell activation technique, Kaede noticed his recovery and vitality were remarkable. The side effects of the 3rd gate were reduced to just a little soreness. Stretching his body, he felt the minor aches fading rapidly. His body was recovering quickly, no longer feeling sore or fatigued. This was his first time opening the gate of life. With further training and once his body fully adapted to the 3rd gate, the side effects might be completely offset by his enhanced regeneration. Kaede couldn't help but admire Orochimaru for developing a jutsu like this. While there were other techniques like soft physique modification and skin shedding, they didn't interest him much. Turning his body into something snake-like wasn't suitable. The only technique that suited him was this basic cell activation technique. At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Kaede's mind. He took out the white fang blade, formed a one-handed seal, and infused chakra in an instant. With a crackling sound, arcs of lightning flickered along the blade's edge. After unleashing the lightning slash, Kaede took a breath and suddenly forced open the 3rd gate again. The gate of life burst open once more, and his chakra surged violently. The lightning arcs on the white fang's blade became unstable, wavering wildly, but didn't collapse. Kaede felt excitement as he realized he could cast lightning slash first, then enter the 3rd gate state. Without hesitation, he maintained the gate of life and time acceleration states. Gripping the white fang, he swung it forward with all his might. Empowered by the speed of the 3rd gate, time acceleration, and lightning style, the blade unleashed a crescent-shaped arc of light that tore through the air. The crescent arc, roughly 1 meter long, slashed forward, carving a trench in the ground before Kaede that extended nearly 5 meters before fading away. Seeing this, Kaede couldn't help but smile. This was the effect achievable only in the 2nd stage of the Hataki sword style. Using lightning slash, the 3rd gate, and time acceleration, he had brute-forced his way into the 2nd stage of the Hataki sword style through sheer speed and power. In terms of raw power, this fully matched the standard of the 2nd stage of the Hataki sword style. A strike like this, released in an instant, would challenge even a jonin to block or dodge it. Kaede judged the power of this strike. Against seasoned jonin close to Kage level in speed and ninjutsu, it might not be effective, but against ordinary jonin, they would have a high chance of being instantly defeated. At last, he had developed a secret technique worthy of its name. He decided to call it Moonflash. Exhaling, Kaede closed the 3rd gate. Opening the gate of life twice in quick succession naturally had harsh side effects. Even with the cell activation technique running through every cell, he couldn't fully resist the strain. This time, he clearly felt the soreness in his limbs and waist muscles. But the pain wasn't unbearable. He endured it, and after about 10 minutes, his body began to recover. Kaede reflected on his current power level, which was hard to define. Regular Tokubetsu Jonin likely couldn't last more than a few rounds against him. If he used Moon Flash, he could probably defeat them in one strike. Against standard Jonin, he could gain the upper hand, maybe even defeat or overpower them in a short fight. But against elite Jonin, that would be tougher. If he couldn't take them down quickly, he might lose. Still, unless they had unusual forbidden techniques, most wouldn't be able to catch him if he chose to escape. So, he estimated his strength to be somewhere between Jonin and elite Jonin. What could someone stronger than a Jonin do next? Simple, keep training. The ninja world was too dangerous. Jonin-level strength wasn't enough to roam freely. Next was the fourth gate. If he could unleash the peacock whirlwind after opening the fourth gate, he should reach Kage-level strength. There was a wide gap between elite Jonin and Kage-level. A village could have many elite Jonin, but only a handful of Kage-level ninja. In Kaede's eyes, once someone pushed all aspects to the peak of Jonin level and mastered some unique secret arts, they could be considered quasi-Kage, a fuzzy tier between elite Jonin and true Kage. This was reminiscent of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Their strengths varied widely. Some were elite Jonin who, when wielding a powerful sword, reached a level close to that of a Kage. An example was Kisame's predecessor, Fuguki Suikazan, who wielded the Samehada sword. Even among Kage, significant differences in strength existed. If one were to categorize them, they could be classified into low Kage, high Kage, and peak Kage. For instance, the 4th Kazekage, Gaara's father, was considered a low Kage. During his defection from Konoha, Orochimaru exhibited high Kage-level strength. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, in his prime, was a peak Kage, still capable of defeating Orochimaru at that time. To survive the Third Great Ninja War, Kaede needed to reach at least Kage level, ideally high Kage, to ensure relative safety. Even that, however, was not absolute security. The Third Raikage, an absolute powerhouse, was eventually overwhelmed and killed by thousands of Iwagakure ninja under Inoki's command. In the ninja world, true safety does not exist until one surpasses Kagaya Otsutsuki. Kaede acknowledged the long journey ahead of him with a slow exhale. In the underground research base, Kaede was consulting Orochimaru about various questions related to ninjutsu and taijutsu. The downside of apprenticing under Orochimaru was the inherent danger. There was always a risk of being manipulated. However, the benefits were immense. Orochimaru had mastered an incredible number of jutsu and, through his constant experiments, possessed an understanding of both ninjutsu and the human body that few could rival. He was practically a walking encyclopedia. After clashing with the Cloud Ninja during the Chūnin Exams, Kaede began developing ideas about Chidori. However, when he attempted to put those ideas into practice, he faced repeated failures. Something felt off, prompting him to seek Orochimaru's guidance directly. Orochimaru, resting on a damp stone seat, pondered Kaede's question about the nature transformation of lightning release. He extended his hand, and with a surge of chakra, it transformed into lightning. Arcs of electricity flickered and danced, radiating a sense of danger. This was not a jutsu, merely a demonstration of lightning chakra's nature transformation. Having studied under the 3rd Hokage and with his own extensive research, Orochimaru had mastered all 5 basic chakra natures: fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning, as well as the more esoteric yin and yang releases. Techniques like the cell activation technique belonged to yang release, enhancing the physical body, while soul-related jutsu like Edo Tensei fell under yin release. Orochimaru explained that the key characteristics of lightning nature chakra were concentration and paralysis, contrasting it with fire, which was more violent. He elaborated on the properties of each chakra nature. Fire was explosive, wind was sharp, earth was solid, and lightning was concentrated and paralyzing. This was why large-scale lightning techniques were rarer than their fire or wind counterparts. They often manifested as streams or lines rather than wide bursts. Kaede frowned, realizing the difficulty of controlling lightning chakra, which flickered uncontrollably once transformed. It was a challenge even for someone with strong chakra control like him. Orochimaru chuckled, suggesting that Kaede had misunderstood the nature of lightning chakra. Rather than trying to control it precisely, he needed to embrace its erratic nature. A moment of realization struck Kaede. He had been blinded by his experience with Rasengan, mistakenly applying the same principles of chakra control suited for wind to lightning. He understood now, expressing his gratitude to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, intrigued, noted Kaede's intent to further develop a lightning technique that complemented the Hataki sword style. Kaede nodded, confirming his goal. After mastering the cell activation technique, he aimed to progress along multiple paths simultaneously, with Chidori as a major objective. With Orochimaru as a mentor, he could avoid the pitfalls of blind speculation. Suddenly, Orochimaru vanished from his original spot and reappeared beside Kaede, resting a hand on his shoulder. He expressed surprise at Kaede's rapid progress with the cell activation technique, acknowledging that spreading oneself too thin could lead to mediocre results. Yet, Kaede's impressive depth in the technique suggested he was ready to learn more. Orochimaru considered teaching Kaede some of his other techniques, but they would clash with the Hataki sword style, which focused on speed and lethality rather than stealth. Kaede understood this and, after a moment of thought, Orochimaru encouraged him to ask more questions if needed. Kaede then inquired if he could teach the cell activation technique to his younger brother, Kakashi. Orochimaru agreed with a faint smile. His serpentine pupils glinted with a curious light as he observed Kaede lowering his head, seemingly trying to mask the ripple of emotion across his face. Orochimaru noted that looking out for one's brother was normal, but he recognized that Kaede's brother lacked the same ambition. This difference might lead them down very different paths. With that thought, the air between them grew subtly tense. Orochimaru let out a raspy chuckle as he continued to watch Kaede. He could see that Kaede was trying to conceal his emotions. Whether it was Kaede's performance during the Chūnin Exams or his quiet restraint over the years, Orochimaru had always sensed the ambition within him. He had recognized it the moment he first laid eyes on Kaede, though he hadn't understood what exactly Kaede was after. He asked Kaede what it was that he truly wanted. Kaede appeared startled but remained calm inside. He understood that Orochimaru was different from Danzo. Orochimaru's desire for control was not nearly as obsessive, and he welcomed ambition in his subordinates and students. In fact, to Orochimaru, ambition was a virtue. It signified conviction and made someone worth cultivating. Kaede shifted slightly, hesitating for a moment before taking a deep breath, lifting his head, and meeting Orochimaru's gaze. A spark ignited in his eyes as he declared that he wanted power. He knew there was no way to completely conceal himself in front of Orochimaru. He had thought through this scenario countless times and concluded that he should not hide his ambition but embrace it. He believed that different people required different approaches. Kaede had even prepared for the worst, mapping out multiple contingency plans in case he fell into one of Danzo's traps. He expressed that he thought his father had died because he wasn't strong enough. If his father had possessed more power, he could have saved a comrade without sacrificing the mission. Kaede's voice grew louder as he clenched his fists tightly, unable to suppress the surge of emotion. Everything he said reflected his true feelings, and there was not a single flaw anyone could find in his reasoning. His goal was not just to surpass the White Fang of Konoha. He aimed to rise above all that the ninja world had to offer and stand at the pinnacle of the Six Paths. Orochimaru smiled at Kaede, a thoughtful glint in his snake-like eyes. Kaede took another breath, pulling himself back from the edge of an emotional outburst, and looked up with a slightly anxious expression. Orochimaru interrupted him, his voice smooth and haunting, piercing into Kaede as if he could see directly into his soul. A subtle, persuasive smile spread across his face as he spoke of the power that could grant Kaede the ability to overcome anything. He assured Kaede that with enough strength, he could achieve anything, and that kind of ambition would not be faulted. He acknowledged that Kaede might still be weak now, but as long as he stayed by Orochimaru's side and kept moving forward, he would grow stronger. He would inherit the name of White Fang and eventually surpass it. Kaede understood the risk of showing too much emotion, having already chosen to expose part of his true thoughts to deceive Orochimaru. One wrong move could unravel all his efforts, so he took a steady breath and wore a confident smile. Orochimaru acknowledged Kaede's impressive confidence, believing he could indeed surpass his father. He encouraged Kaede to keep training and assured him that if he ever ran into trouble, he could return to find him. Kaede responded respectfully and turned to leave. Once he was outside Orochimaru's laboratory and a safe distance away, he maintained a composed expression but inwardly let out a long breath of relief. Revealing his desire for power had likely secured him some short-term safety, as Orochimaru would not bring up any dangerous topics for the time being. As for the long term, Kaede felt there was no need to think that far ahead. The Great Ninja War was just around the corner, and once it began, everything would revolve around battle. Within that long conflict, he would continue to grow stronger. As long as he gained enough power, even surpassing Orochimaru and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, he would be ready for whatever came his way. His next goal was to reach Kage level. Time passed quickly, and 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye. The Ninja Academy had finally reached the time for graduation and team assignments. Everyone, including Uchiha Obito and Might Guy, had passed their final exams. At that moment, inside Kaede's home, Yuhi Kurinai sat on the couch, staring at the silver-haired boy in shock. She had not seen Kaede's name on the graduation team list and was confused and concerned. Kaede casually confirmed that Orochimaru had taken him as a student, explaining that Orochimaru did not plan to take on a traditional three-man squad. He could already guess what Kurinai was thinking. She was disappointed they wouldn't be placed on the same team now that he had been taken in by one of the Sannin. Kaede felt a little regretful, as he had originally planned to graduate normally, join a regular genin squad, and enjoy simple missions with a team. Kurinai, recovering from her shock, looked slightly disheartened. She realized they would not be on the same team after all. Rin Noara chimed in, noting that Shizune had also been personally taken in by Lady Tsunade. Kaede casually remarked that this meant only Jiraiya had not taken a student yet. Rin giggled, pointing out that even if Jiraiya hadn't, his only student had been chosen by him. Kaede smiled lightly, guessing that the other two on that squad were Rin and Uchiha Obito. Rin looked surprised and asked if he had already seen this term's team list, to which Kaede shook his head, confirming he had not. Kakashi had mentioned something to him, but he was pretty sure he hadn't said anything about it. Kakashi appeared in the room, letting out a sigh. He expressed his frustration about his new team, consisting of a dropout and a troublesome girl, predicting it would be more of a headache than his last one. Rin offered an awkward smile as Kakashi teased her. Kaede rolled his eyes and pointed at Kakashi, noting that Rin should not bother using her medical ninjutsu next time he was injured. Kakashi shot his brother an exaggerated eye roll, while Rin giggled and assured Kakashi that she would work hard on her medical skills to ensure she wouldn't hold the team back. After a moment of chuckling to himself, Kaede stood up and announced he was heading out to buy groceries, inviting Rin to join him. She eagerly agreed, mentioning she needed to pick up some ninja tools. Coming from a civilian family, she had received basic gear at the academy, but now that she was a genin, she needed to purchase the rest herself. Kurinai, whose father was a jonin, didn't have to worry about supplies, but she insisted on joining them, not wanting to let Kaede and Rin go shopping alone. Kaede turned to Kakashi, who was already making his way to his room, and urged him to join them. Kakashi lazily replied that he didn't need anything, to which Kaede pointed out that he would need help carrying the groceries since he was stocking up on food. With the third Great Ninja War looming, it made sense to gather supplies before prices increased. Kaede's training method consumed resources quickly, and he needed to prepare. Kakashi's expression fell flat as he processed Kaede's request. He looked at his brother with a mix of disbelief and resignation. Rin stifled a laugh at Kakashi's reluctant compliance, while Kurinai found the situation amusing. Despite being only a year younger than Kaede, Kakashi seemed smaller due to Kaede's accelerated training, making him appear like a younger sibling being teased. Kaede urged Kakashi to stop complaining and led the way out the door. Kakashi followed with a hollow sigh, resembling someone who had lost all hope. The four of them made their way through the streets of Konoha, and Kaede had another reason for bringing Kakashi along. Taking two girls shopping alone could raise eyebrows, especially if either Kurinai's or Rin's fathers happened to see them. Soon, Kaede finished his shopping and packed everything into 4 bags, with he and Kakashi each carrying 2. Rin and Kurinai offered to help, but Kaede smiled and declined, much to Kakashi's annoyance. As they continued walking, a commotion ahead caught their attention. Might Due was nervously pleading with a Chunin, apologizing repeatedly for past mistakes and begging for another chance on a mission. The Chunin frowned, expressing his lack of trust and turning down Dewey's request. Due, desperate, knelt in the street and bowed his head deeply, promising to do better. The Chunin hesitated, guilt flickering in his eyes, but ultimately walked away, leaving Due in despair. Kaede and the others watched the exchange, with Kurinai hesitantly recognizing Due as Might Guy's father. Rin noted that he seemed to be in trouble, and Kakashi reflected on his own experiences with rival teams. He found it puzzling how someone like Might Due, who often caused trouble, could raise a son like Guy, who had the audacity to challenge him daily. Just then, Kaede approached. Might Due, drawing the attention of Kurinai, Rin, and Kakashi. He gently acknowledged Dewey's predicament, and Due, recognizing Kaede, commented on how much he had grown, noting that he was now taller than Guy. Dewey's expression was heavy, burdened by the difficulties of survival without missions. Kaede offered to help Due if he was looking to form a new squad. Due was surprised, questioning whether a newly graduated genin could help him join a team. Kaede simply smiled and assured him that his situation was a bit different. Kaede was currently without a team and suggested forming a temporary one. He had gained valuable insights into the 8 gates from Due and had successfully trained in it, so he felt it was important to acknowledge someone who had helped him. Kakashi, Rin, and Kurinai's squads were already full, leaving Due as the only option. Part of Kaede's decision stemmed from gratitude, but teaming up with Due also provided a sense of safety. In some ways, it felt even safer than going on missions with Orochimaru. Orochimaru had not yet reached his peak, and facing the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist alone would be a daunting task. Due, however, had the potential to handle such threats. Even though Dewey's fully opened 8 gates might not match Guy's strength, they would still place him above Kage level. With Due by his side, even encounters with formidable opponents like the 3rd Reikage or the 3rd Tsuchikage would be manageable. However, such scenarios were unlikely. Typically, opening just the 7th gate granted Due Jonin-level power, and with Kaede's strength added, they would be more than capable of handling standard missions. As Kaede contemplated this, nearby ninjas wore expressions of disbelief. Someone had actually volunteered to team up with the Eternal Genin, Might Due. Kakashi's expression fell when he heard Kaede's invitation to Due. It was clear he was taken aback by the decision. Teaming up with Due seemed like a questionable move. Although Kaede wanted to help, it felt excessive. Due had a reputation for making mistakes during missions, which had led to him being removed from other teams. It would have been more efficient for Kaede to take on missions alone and then share the rewards with Due. Kurinai and Rin were equally shocked. They had not expected Kaede to extend such a significant gesture to Due, especially since it was just because Due was the father of a classmate. It seemed overly kind, and both girls began to wonder if Kaede could truly become Hokage one day. Due was also surprised by Kaede's offer. He hesitated, expressing doubt about the idea, fearing he might cause trouble. If an adult had made the offer, he would have been overwhelmed with gratitude, but since it was Kaede, he hesitated. Due was aware of his own shortcomings and worried that teaming up with a younger ninja might hinder rather than help. Kaede expressed his trust in Due, emphasizing that if someone like Due, capable of opening all 8 gates, couldn't be trusted, then few in Konoha could be. Due felt a swell of emotion at Kaede's words, and he stepped forward, embracing Kaede in gratitude. This heartfelt moment drew mixed reactions from the nearby shinobi, who looked on with confusion and awkwardness. Kurinai and Rin exchanged stiff expressions, trying to mask their embarrassment. Kakashi rolled his eyes and gestured at Kaede, silently indicating that he had asked for this situation. Keed managed to escape Dewey's embrace, forcing a smile as he suggested they head out to pick up their mission. Going on a mission with Might Dewey could serve as excellent practical training. Keed understood that while he knew his own strength, actual combat was a different matter entirely. Dewey, realizing he had caused Keed some discomfort, quickly apologized while wiping his tears away. Keed took a deep breath and turned to Kurinai and the others, informing them of his plans with Dewey and asking Kakashi to take care of the shopping bags he had brought along. Kakashi's expression shifted to one of surprise as he processed the request. Keed glanced at him, thinking that this was what little brothers were for, and then waved for Dewey to follow him toward Konoha's mission assignment desk. In the world of ninjas, missions were essential to their livelihood, and the importance of handling them properly was well understood. The mission assignment desk was located on the first floor of the Hokage's office building. Any B rank or higher mission required approval from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, while high-ranking Jonin managed the logistics for lower-ranking missions. The results were recorded for Sarutobi's review. Upon entering the assignment room, Dewey immediately noticed the empty bulletin board designated for D-rank missions. D-rank missions typically involved simple tasks like finding lost pets or assisting with minor chores, and during peaceful times, they were quite common. But with the looming threat of war, people were more focused on survival and had little time for trivial requests like these. Seeing the empty D-rank board, Dewey headed toward the C-rank board instead. A Chunin stationed by the board noticed Dewey approaching and grumbled impatiently, stating that if Dewey was alone, he wouldn't be allowed to take a C-rank mission due to village policy. The Chunin questioned whether Dewey's last team had abandoned him again, leaving Dewey looking awkward. Just as he was about to respond, Keed stepped forward and addressed the Chunin calmly, asserting that Dewey was now part of his team. The Chunin looked surprised. Keed had said, "my team," which was unusual since genin weren't allowed to form their own teams. They could only join existing ones led by Chunin. This meant that Keed must be a Chunin, but the Chunin didn't recognize him. Then it clicked: the silver hair. The Chunin recalled the recent Chūnin exam, where the only one who had passed was a silver-haired child. He hesitantly asked if Keed was Hataki Keed. Keed confirmed his identity and provided his ninja registration number. The Chunin quickly checked the records and, upon confirming Keed's identity, looked at him in surprise, noting that according to the data, Keed was only 10 years old, yet he appeared older. Keed simply smiled and explained that he had grown quickly. When he asked if he could accept a mission, the Chunin gave them both a strange look, glancing between Keed and Might Dewey. He allowed them to proceed but warned Keed that teaming up with Dewey might not be wise, as Dewey had the highest failure rate among genin on C-rank missions with multiple records of past mistakes. When the mission desk ninja reported the details, Might Dewey felt a little ashamed. Just as he was about to promise to give it his all and not hold Keed back, Keed spoke up first, reassuring everyone that Dewey was very strong and could handle all kinds of situations. Those words brought tears to Dewey's eyes, and he instinctively wanted to hug Keed but restrained himself, fearing it might cause trouble for the young man. The mission desk ninja twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. It was the first time he had ever heard someone describe Konoha's eternally low-ranked genin as very strong, especially coming from a recognized prodigy like Keed. He honestly didn't know how to respond. Perhaps this was how geniuses trained. Ordinary missions weren't enough, so they challenged themselves further by bringing along someone who might hold them back. Keed noted that there weren't many C-rank missions left, as only about a third of the board had mission slips posted. Despite the small number of commissions, the rewards were quite generous, most around 100,000 ryo, with many being escort missions. He carefully reviewed the list and picked the one with the highest payout, escorting a merchant caravan from the land of grass back home for 150,000 ryo. The main goal was to help Might Dewey earn some money, and Keed could use the extra cash for his daily expenses too. Given Dewey's poor performance in most areas outside of raw strength, an escort mission was the better fit. Keed hoped nothing unexpected would happen, but he felt confident that they could handle any trouble that arose. After confirming the mission desk ninja informed them that the clients were currently staying at the Konoha Inn. Keed nodded and called to Dewey, and they left the mission office under the curious gazes of those around them. As they walked away, A group of nearby ninja exchanged glances, questioning whether it was wise to let Kid take Due on a mission, even if he was a prodigy. The desk ninja explained that it was all within the rules and that he couldn't stop them even if he wanted to. However, he noted that the caravan might not accept them and could request a reassignment. After leaving the mission office, Kid and Due headed straight for the Konoha Inn, where they quickly found the caravan in need of escort. There were only 7 people in the group, who explained that they had transported a shipment of goods to the Land of Fire, sold everything, and were now ready to return to the Land of Grass. One of the younger boys in the caravan stared in shock at Kid and Due, questioning if they were truly their escorts. Kid confirmed that they were, but the boy remained unconvinced. Just as he was about to voice his doubts, a white-bearded middle-aged man approached and whispered something to him. The boy froze, confused, and the man turned to Kid and Due with a warm smile, introducing himself as Urub Daisuke, the leader of the caravan. He expressed trust in the abilities of Konoha's shinobi and stated that they would be counting on them for their safety. Kid raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of suspicion flashing through his eyes. After a moment of thought, he replied that they should get ready and asked Daisuke to ensure everyone was prepared for their departure. They agreed to meet at the village gates the following day. Kid signaled to Due, and they left the inn. Moments later, the boy turned to Daisuke again, questioning why they hadn't asked Konoha to send someone else. Those two appeared to be complete unknowns. Daisuke stated seriously that the more unremarkable they seemed, the better. They were tight on funds, and even if they spent everything, the best they could afford would be a team of jonin, which could attract unwanted attention. It was wiser to move quietly. He assured the young master that he would get him back to the territory safely, no matter what. The boy's expression flickered for a moment before he sighed. As they walked outside the Konoha Inn, Kid casually mentioned to Due that they should split the commission 50-50 this time. Due was momentarily stunned, and Kid offered a slightly apologetic smile, explaining that he was running a little short on cash too. However, if Due was not okay with it, he could take 60%. Due frantically waved his hands, insisting that 50-50 was already too generous since Kid was the team captain. Kid chuckled and declared it settled, adding that this commission might even pay more than expected. Due looked puzzled at the mention of more than expected, and Kid nodded, indicating it was just a possibility. Thanks to his cell activation, Kid's hearing was sharper than normal, allowing him to partially overhear Daisuke whispering to the boy. It was brief, but enough to catch that the boy was likely some sort of young lord or noble, indicating that this caravan was not as simple as it appeared. The safest move would have been to swap missions, but with his current strength and Dewey's presence, Kid felt confident they were well prepared. Even if things didn't go as planned, they could handle it. If the mission turned out to be more than advertised, they could demand extra compensation in line with higher-tier mission pay. If all went well, this job alone could cover Kid's expenses for over half a year, and once wartime began, the higher-ups would issue supplies regularly, which would be more than enough. Dewey's needs weren't as high, and just this one mission could likely support him for 2 or 3 years. After weighing all the pros and cons, Kid concluded that this mission was worth taking. In the mission assignment office, Shiranui Hanzo, who had assigned the escort mission to Kid, waited until evening. The merchants from the Land of Grass never showed up to request a team change, nor did Kid or Might Due return to pick a new mission. As time passed, Hanzo became increasingly baffled. He started to second-guess himself. Kid might be a prodigious Chunin, but this was his very first mission, and Might Due's pairing with him did not inspire confidence. If an escort mission like this failed, it would damage Konoha's reputation. After a moment of hesitation, Hanzo decided it was best to report the situation up the chain. Ordinarily, C-rank missions didn't need to be escalated to Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, but given the odd circumstances, this was an exception. Soon after, inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen was going through a stack of documents when he received the report about the C-rank escort mission. He raised his eyebrows, genuinely surprised and puzzled as to why Kid would team up with Might Due. With Kid's abilities and temperament, he should have no trouble completing a C-rank mission. However, if an unexpected situation arose, things might get tricky, especially with Might Due on the team. Still, after some thought, Hiruzen chose not to intervene. No mission was ever truly without risk. Besides, with tensions rising across the ninja world, this kind of non-combat mission was actually a good experience for Kaede. If something did go wrong, it would serve as a lesson, reminding him not to overestimate his abilities or carelessly select teammates. Later that day, after parting ways with Might Do-wei, Kaede returned home and packed his things. He prepared standard ninja gear, explosive tags, kunai, and shuriken. His most important weapon, the white fang blade, was placed carefully with his belongings. Kakashi appeared at the doorway, leaning against the frame with his arms crossed, and remarked on Kaede's choice to team up with Guy's father. Kaede responded calmly, explaining that he had learned a technique from Do-wei and owed him a debt, which was now the time to return the favor. Technically, Kakashi owed him too, as the technique Kaede had taught him, the 8 Gates, was one he had learned from Do-wei. Kakashi looked skeptical, having always assumed Kaede developed the technique on his own. Learning such a high-level technique from a forever genin, like Do-wei, seemed impossible. Kaede chuckled softly, assuring Kakashi that there was no reason to lie about it. He emphasized that Do-wei was far stronger than he might think and that he could open the final gate, the Death Gate. Kakashi's pupils contracted slightly, realizing the implications. He had trained in the technique and knew that opening all 8 gates would unleash power beyond that of most jonin. His first instinct was disbelief, but Kaede had no reason to lie, meaning it had to be true. Kaede then inquired about Kakashi's training progress. Kakashi reported that he had just started cell activation, had already mastered Lightning Slash, and could open the first gate. Kaede offered a hint of praise, acknowledging Kakashi's ninjutsu talent. With his mastery of Lightning Slash and cell activation, Kakashi's chakra reserves would no longer be a limiting factor. Even without a Sharingan or Sage Body, he would likely reach the level of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and at the very least, surpass Tsukumo Hataki. Kakashi concluded that if Do-wei was really that strong, there was nothing to worry about. He then mentioned that their team would be heading out on a mission with Minato-sensei soon. After a pause, he added thoughtfully that Uchiha Obito seemed to have a crush on Rin. Kaede smiled, acknowledging that Rin was a sweet girl and that it was only natural. "That's up to you." Kakashi rolled his eyes at his brother's comment. If Kaede weren't his sibling, Kakashi might have scolded him. Lately, it wasn't just Rin and Kurenai visiting their home, there were others too. However, it wasn't really Kaede's fault. He wasn't pursuing any of them, they were all coming to him. Still, his brother's popularity was somewhat problematic. Kaede suddenly remembered something and suggested that if Kakashi was going on a mission with Minato, he should ask about the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi gave him a puzzled look, questioning how Kaede knew Minato could use that technique. Kaede simply mentioned that he had come across some intel, leaving it at that. Anyone familiar with Minato's future reputation as the Yellow Flash, known for wielding the Flying Thunder God technique, would understand without further explanation. Given Minato's personality, if Kakashi asked, he might just share the method. Whether Kakashi could master it was another matter entirely, as space-time ninjutsu was on a different level than techniques like the 8 Gates. Still, there was no harm in trying. The next morning, Kaede arrived early at the village gates. Soon, Urabe Daisuke and the rest of the merchant team arrived with their light travel gear. After about 15 minutes, Might Do-wei finally showed up, apologizing for being late. Kaede reassured him that they were just early and that they could get moving now. He turned to the Chunin guarding the gate, who nodded, registered Dewey's name, and waved them through, wishing them safe travels. In the Land of Fire, somewhere in a small town, Kaede led the group to a hot spring inn, wearing his Konoha forehead protector. He calmly suggested they rest there for the day. Daisuke Urabe nodded in agreement, and Might Do-wei had no objections either. It had been almost a week since they left Konoha, and they were now heading toward the border of the Land of Fire. As they got closer to the border, the atmosphere in the surrounding towns grew tenser. The receptionist at the hot spring inn noticed Kaede's forehead protector and greeted him politely. Konoha's shinobi were responsible for maintaining peace in the Land of Fire and possessed strength far beyond that of ordinary people, which naturally elevated their status. After settling in and choosing their rooms, Keed decided not to rest immediately. Instead, he turned to Might Due, asking him to keep an eye on things while he scouted around the town. Due nodded seriously and stood guard in the hallway. Keed removed his forehead protector, tucked his exposed white fang blade into his sleeve, and quietly slipped out of the inn to begin his reconnaissance. Even though both he and Might Due were strong enough to handle any situation, it was wise to be cautious. There was always the chance of encountering something unexpected, like an Iwagakure scout infiltrating the Land of Fire. Dealing with such enemies could yield valuable intel. Before long, Keed completed a sweep of the town. He had intended to carry out a routine recon, but unexpectedly sensed a faint chakra fluctuation. His alertness heightened as he realized the chakra presence was subtle yet unusually deep and powerful, far beyond what a regular ninja could produce. It felt like at least a Jonin, possibly even Kage level. Keed inhaled deeply, realizing this was turning out to be more than he had anticipated. He activated his triple speed state, heightening his caution to the maximum. Just then, a familiar voice called out to him. A moment later, Shizen, a classmate, appeared, looking surprised and relieved as she lowered her kunai. She recognized his chakra signature immediately. Keed blinked in surprise at her presence, realizing that the powerful chakra he sensed must be connected to her. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from a nearby gambling den, followed by the sound of running footsteps. Another familiar figure dashed out of the building, calling back over her shoulder, urging Shizun to run. Shizun froze for a moment, then turned to see a large group of furious men wielding clubs and sticks charging out of the gambling hall, shouting angrily. Startled, she quickly joined Tsunade in fleeing. As they ran, Shizun breathlessly asked what had happened. Tsunade explained that she had lost everything in a gamble, including a loan she had taken out, emphasizing that they needed to escape first and talk later. Keed observed the scene unfold, instinctively reaching for his white fang before letting it go. He shrugged helplessly at the coincidence of encountering Tsunade. With war looming, it was surprising to see her gambling with her newly taken student, seemingly unconcerned about the village or the impending conflict. However, Keed knew that once war officially broke out, Hiruzen Sarutobi would likely call her back to Konoha, at the very least to manage the medical division. Watching Tsunade disappear into the distance, Keed fell into thought. He had been interested in her medical ninjutsu for some time, particularly her strength of 100 technique. That self-healing jutsu rivaled, and in some ways even mimicked, the regenerative capabilities of the sage body. Since the death of Hashirama Senju, no one in the Senju clan had managed to recreate the sage body, and the method to cultivate it had been lost. If Keed wanted to obtain a sage body in the future, he had two options: transplant Hashirama's cells or decipher the process on his own. However, transplanting Hashirama's cells was a last resort, as it was highly risky and would likely result in an incomplete sage body. Figuring it out himself wasn't something he could just imagine. He needed a solid foundation. First was Orochimaru's cell activation technique, which he had already obtained. Then came the three great sage modes: Mount Mayaboko, Ryuchi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest. Finally, there was Tsunade's strength of 100 technique. With those 5 foundational pieces, Keed was confident he could one day cultivate a true sage body. But right now, he realized his training was already spread too thin. After contemplating, Keed shook his head. Now wasn't the time to learn the strength of 100. Even if he had learned the technique from Tsunade, he wouldn't be able to train in it just yet. That jutsu required an enormous amount of chakra, and he lacked the exceptional reserves needed to even begin learning it. He would also have to train the Yin Seal, which meant a significant increase in workload for minimal short-term gain. The sage body was still far off. For now, he needed to focus on training that would yield immediate power increases. Once he could maintain Kage-level strength in his base state, once he had the strength to roam the shinobi world freely, then he could start considering the strength of 100 in sage mode. He pondered that if he truly wanted the training method for the strength of 100, he could probably get it from Shizen, though that might require some unconventional bargaining. He shook his head, realizing his thoughts had wandered off track, and felt a bit exasperated with himself. If he just gathered enough gambling money and challenged Tsunade to a bet, He would likely win the jutsu easily, given her guaranteed loss, passive skill was maxed out. His body wasn't fully developed yet, and unless absolutely necessary, he had no intention of trading on his looks. Who knew what unexpected demands she might make? He decided to let it go for now, thinking that he would wait for the right opportunity. Kaede returned to the hot spring inn. After dinner, he went back to his room and closed his eyes. In the darkness of his mind, the familiar illusory space appeared again, with the massive phantom clock floating in front of him. He noted that the next time acceleration upgrade should be coming soon, and when that happened, it would likely unlock a new ability as well. His eyes glowed with anticipation as he watched the golden hour hand inching closer to the 2 o'clock position, the gray mist covering that area beginning to fade. Once the hand pointed directly at 2 o'clock, it would unlock the corresponding ability. He didn't know what it would be, but when it came to time-based powers, there were no weak ones. Each could serve as a powerful trump card. A certain in welcomed a girl around 16 or 17 years old with light blonde hair as she opened the door and walked into the room. She brushed back her single ponytail, then touched her flat chest. Raising her right hand, she quickly formed a hand seal. In a puff of white smoke, her ponytail loosened, transforming into light blonde hair cascading down her back. Her previously flat chest suddenly became full and prominent, and the once lively teenage girl transformed into a mature beauty. Finally managing to shake off her pursuers, Tsunade tidied her hair and let out a sigh of relief. Shizun followed her into the room, staring at Tsunade with a slightly strange expression. She knew Tsunade had disguised herself as her younger self to avoid debt collectors, but she was puzzled by how Tsunade had gone from being flat-chested in her teens to developing such an impressive figure now. Tsunade sat down at the table, glanced at Shizun, and urged her to close the door. Shizun quickly complied, turning to shut the door. Tsunade poured herself a cup of cold tea, took a sip, and suddenly remembered something. She asked about the ninja from earlier that day. Shizun replied that he was a classmate of hers, Hatake Kaede. Tsunade raised an eyebrow in surprise, noting that he resembled Tsukumo. During the Second Great Ninja War, Tsukumo Hataki had been renowned throughout the ninja world, serving as the commander of the front lines in the Land of Rain. The Sannin had yet to gain their fame and were a generation younger than Tsukumo. A flicker of sorrow passed through Tsunade's eyes as she recalled how Tsukumo had looked out for her in the past. She had never expected him to take his own life over a mission. After hearing the news, she had returned to Konoha to pay her respects at his grave. As for Tsukumo's son, Hatake Kaede, she had heard a bit about him, but the one who had left a stronger impression was Tsukumo's other son, Kakashi, who had graduated at 5 and become a Chunin at 6. That had surprised her and made her feel that the White Fang of Konoha truly had a worthy successor. Shizun hugged a pillow as she sat in front of Tsunade, a glint of admiration in her eyes as she spoke of Kaede's accomplishments during the Chūnin Exams, where he had single-handedly eliminated all his opponents, even catching the attention of Lord Orochimaru, who accepted him as a student. Tsunade's interest was piqued as she recalled Kaede's talent, which she had previously thought was fairly average compared to Kakashi's. Shizun explained that Kaede simply didn't like to show off, and from what she had learned, Kakashi had always been trying to catch up to Kaede but had never managed to beat him. Tsunade, with a sidelong glance at Shizun, suddenly asked if she liked him. Shizun's expression turned awkward and flustered as she stumbled over her words, denying any romantic feelings. Tsunade, however, teased her, insisting that it was obvious. She encouraged Shizun to pursue Kaede boldly, asserting that it didn't matter if he was Orochimaru's student, as Shizun was her student too. As the conversation continued, Tsunade became curious about what made Kaede so special that even Shizun felt hesitant to approach him, especially since he had been taken in by Orochimaru. The image of Kaede from earlier that day flashed through Tsunade's mind, and she rested her fingers under her chin, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Kaede remained unaware that the brief glimpse he had provided earlier had piqued Tsunade's interest. If he had known, he might have smiled, realizing that getting closer to her later on would now be a bit easier. After a night spent training chakra, the group resumed their journey the next day. After passing through several small towns, they finally arrived at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass, marked by a river flowing from east to west. Daisuke looked at the fast-flowing river ahead, his expression relaxing a little as they prepared to cross into the land of grass. Making it this far already meant they were mostly safe. Kaede paused to observe the river for a few seconds, then turned to look at a stone bridge to the northeast. He indicated that they should keep moving, noting that they had not yet reached the end point of the escort contract. Daisuke nodded and followed Kaede forward. The group reached the stone bridge, with Kaede leading the way and Might Due bringing up the rear. The 9 of them quickly crossed without incident. However, just after crossing, Kaede's demeanor changed. He stared coldly at the nearby bushes and spoke slowly, expressing his awareness of their hidden presence. Daisuke and the others suddenly paled at Kaede's words. Might Due, startled but quick to react, moved to stand beside Kaede. A calm voice emerged from the bushes, and then 10 figures stepped out, all wearing Iwagakure headbands and armed with kunai and shuriken. Daisuke's face changed drastically as he realized the implications. He turned his head sharply, glaring at a few members of their own group, his eyes filled with fury. It was too coincidental for a hidden stone ninja squad to be lying in wait at the border of the land of grass. Judging by their stance, they had been waiting for a while, indicating that there was a traitor among them. Frustration bubbled within Daisuke as he drew a dagger, glaring at everyone. The rest of the group also looked angry, casting suspicious glances at each other. Kaede, remaining calm, pointed out that there was no point in trying to find the traitor now, as he would not come forward. He noted that they had been hiding something important, as the situation did not match a C-rank mission. Daisuke's face turned ashen as he glanced at the 10 approaching hidden stone ninja. His heart sank at the realization that someone had betrayed them, leaking their location. The enemy had hired a squad of hidden stone ninja to ambush them, while they had only hired a 2-man team from Konoha. The odds were stacked against them. Daisuke clenched his teeth and shouted at the hidden stone ninja, demanding to know their mission and whether they intended to kill them. He offered to pay double the fee for their lives. The squad leader of the hidden stone ninja sneered, stating that their mission was to capture 1 person alive, pointing at the young man behind Daisuke, while dismissing the rest. The mission objectives changing for money was something only lower-tier ninja villages would do. As one of the 5 great shinobi nations, Iwagakure would not tarnish its name in such a way. Suddenly, 3 hidden stone ninja charged at Kaede, while another 3 went for Might Due, all of them wearing cold expressions and wasting no words. Daisuke's face went pale as he realized that even though the enemy did not intend to kill their young master, if they all died here and the boy was taken, the situation would be dire. The position of daimyo would certainly fall to another contender. He had never imagined that even among the daimyo's most trusted subordinates, there would be a traitor. One wrong step and everything could be lost. Haino Hikari stared coldly at Daisuke and the others. They had accepted a B-rank commission, with him, a Jonin, leading 3 elite Chunin and 6 genin. According to the intel they received, the opposing side only had 2 escorts, a Chunin and a genin from Konoha. They had absolute superiority in combat strength and complete information dominance, so there was no need for an ambush. They could simply wait for the prey to walk into the trap. Haino Hikari pulled out a kunai and walked toward Daisuke. Besides the 2 Konoha shinobi, the rest were just ordinary people, not worth bothering with. But since the mission required capturing 1 person alive, he had to do it himself to avoid any unexpected mistakes. However, just as he took a few steps forward, preparing to eliminate Daisuke and the others, his expression suddenly froze. He turned his head sharply to the right. The 3 ninja who had attacked Kaede were now frozen around him, their movements suspended mid-action, as if they had been turned to stone. In Kaede's hand, a white short blade had appeared, its edge glowing with a pale radiance. Kaede calmly addressed Daisuke, pointing out that he had hidden important intel, and now the situation had escalated beyond the original mission parameters. He stated that either the reward and mission rank should increase, or the mission would be void. As Kaede finished speaking, the 3 hidden stone ninjas surrounding him collapsed, revealing a thin, clean red line on each of their foreheads. Haino Hikari's pupils contracted sharply in shock. All 3 were dead in an instant. How could this be? Among the attackers was one elite Chunin and two genin. Even he would struggle to kill all three in a single instant. Just as his expression darkened in shock, more sounds rang out. He turned toward the noise and saw Might Due, surrounded by a glowing green aura, his chakra surging with explosive intensity. The three hidden stone ninja who had attacked Due were sent flying, coughing up blood mid-air, with one of them emitting cracking sounds from within, indicating broken bones. Daisuke was stunned. The overwhelming disparity from their expectations left his mind blank for a moment. Only when Kied's cold gaze fell on him did he snap back to reality. After his initial shock, a hint of joy emerged in his eyes. These two Konoha ninja, who had seemed unremarkable at first glance, were unexpectedly powerful. Realizing this, he did not hesitate any longer. His voice trembling with urgency, he shouted to Kied that they were changing the commission to A rank, with a reward of 500,000 ryo, and they needed protection. Kied slowly withdrew his gaze, holding his white-bladed tanto across his chest. He turned to face the Iwagakure Jonin and accepted the revised commission. Hai no Hikari stared at Kied and sneered, realizing that he had misjudged him. He did not think a young ninja from Konoha could possess such power. However, now that he had seen Kied's ability, he was determined not to fall for the same trick again. To kill three of his squad members instantly required a highly prepared, localized illusion technique, one that struck decisively in a confined space. He had thought the Konoha escorts were just two small fry, hardly worth preparing traps for. They had launched a direct strike after being spotted, confident in their control of the situation. However, it soon became clear that he had seriously underestimated them. 3 ninja lay defeated, and 3 more were severely injured. The failure of his strategy weighed heavily on him, and upon returning to the village, he would undoubtedly face punishment. To redeem himself, he needed to eliminate the 2 Konoha ninja and complete the mission as originally intended. Suddenly, Hai no Hikari clapped his hands together and swiftly formed a hand seal. The ground trembled violently as over a dozen sharp earth spikes erupted from the ground, shooting toward Kied and Might Due. Due, wreathed in glowing green chakra, his hair spiked upward, and veins bulging from his temples, took charge. He instructed Kied to protect the clients while he dashed to grab Arabe Daisuke and another person, throwing them across the river, away from the impending danger. As Kied charged head-on, Hai no Hikari's eyes glinted with determination. He dismissed Kied as merely a brat, believing that dealing with him was the priority. Due specialized in close combat, and Hai no Hikari wanted to avoid being caught between Due's relentless attacks and Kied's disruptive techniques. With Kied rushing in, Hai no Hikari seized the opportunity. He let out a low shout and formed another hand seal, unleashing a torrent of thick mud that surged forward, aiming to entrap Kied and hinder his movement. In mid-air, Kied leapt to dodge the earth spears, but with nowhere to push off, it seemed he would fall into the mud. Yet, his expression remained calm. He formed a seal with one hand, and a shadow clone appeared below him, lifting Kied's real body and launching him upward, only to be consumed by the mud in a puff of smoke. Using the mid-air assist, Kied spun like a shadow, arcing down toward Hai no Hikari, his white fanged blade poised for a strike. In an instant he slashed downward, and Hai no Hikari's form was cleaved in half, crumbling into brown earth. It was an earth clone. Hai no Hikari's voice echoed from behind Kied, revealing his real body bursting from underground, dual sleeve blades extending with lethal intent as he slashed at Kied's back. On the opposite bank of the river, Might Due realized that what Kied had just sliced apart was merely an Earth-style clone. When he saw Hai no Hikari emerge from the ground behind Kied, his heart sank. He knew he wouldn't make it in time to support Kied. Opening the 5th gate had given him speed, but it wasn't enough. The 6th and 7th gates required more time than he had. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 Iwagakure ninja stood alert on the opposite riverbank, prepared to stop Due at any cost. Takuru, their jonin, was exceptionally strong, nearly at the level of an elite jonin. Taking down a Konoha kid should be easy for him, as long as they could hold off Due. Hikaru was fully aware of the situation behind him. He knew that at this range, no matter how fast Might Due was, It would be too late for him to provide any backup. His twin sleeve blades were poised to strike Kaede. But in that exact moment, Kaede moved with an almost eerie speed, turning into a blur that was nearly impossible to track. In an instant, he shifted from having his back turned to facing Hikaru head-on, and his short sword struck the crossing point of the two sleeve blades. Hikaru's pupils shrank in disbelief as dread filled his heart. The speed Kaede had just displayed was beyond what he thought possible. Before he could fully process it, Kaede's blade traced several arcs through the air, slashing toward him. In shock, Hikaru swung both sleeve blades with all his might. A series of sharp metallic clashes rang out, and Hikaru was knocked back, sliding more than 10 meters away. The nearby hidden stone ninja stared in disbelief, witnessing Hikaru's body riddled with wounds. He had failed to completely block Kaede's close-range assault. Kaede regarded the shaken Hikaru, who had been forced back, and calmly acknowledged his strength, noting that even though Hikaru had managed to block his attack, he would escalate the fight. With a one-handed seal formed at ghostly speed, chakra began to flow and gather at the blade of White Fang, creating arcs of lightning that crackled and intertwined. Lightning style, Chidori. Hikaru's expression twisted in shock. The chakra fluctuations and the visible form of the technique made it clear that this was a highly dangerous jutsu. With Kaede's unnatural speed paired with the deadly lightning release technique, he had become an extremely formidable opponent. Hikaru couldn't afford to let him get close. He quickly formed seals with both hands and shouted out the name of his technique. This was one of the highest-level jutsu in his arsenal, an A-rank earth release jutsu that combined offensive power and entrapment. The ground erupted with a deafening roar. Kaede's feet were suddenly rooted to the spot as the earth clamped down on either side of him, rising like a massive clamshell, two colossal hemispheres forming with Kaede at the center, attempting to trap him. Might Dewey's expression changed as he witnessed this. With a roar, he burst through the sixth gate of the 8 gates, his body surging with power as he shot across the river like a cannonball. The 3 hidden stone ninja were already braced. Seeing Dewey charge in, they unleashed a volley of shuriken and kunai laced with explosive tags to stop him. But Might Dewey, with the 6th gate opened, threw a punch, and the sheer force of the wind from his fist scattered all the projectiles in an instant. The hidden stone ninja were stunned. This level of taijutsu was terrifying. However, upon reaching the opposite riverbank, Might Dewey abruptly stopped. He didn't charge into the earthen dome where Kaede had been trapped. Instead, he saw Kaede standing there, completely calm, without a trace of panic. His gaze was steady as he raised White Fang with his right hand and swung it. A visible arc of white light flashed through the air, like a crescent moon. The massive dome of rock, built from some of the sturdiest earth-style chakra, suddenly froze in place. A clean crack ran through its center and spread to both sides. Then it collapsed, split cleanly in two by a single slash. Hikaru, still holding his sealing pose, looked on in utter shock. That technique reminded him of something he'd once seen in the records. It reminded him of a name that had shaken the shinobi world during the last Great War, Konoha's White Fang. Kaede burst from the crumbling earthen dome, instantly closing the distance between them. White Fang's blade once again traced a crescent moon. After mastering Chidori, Kaede's physical speed had further increased. At 3 times his normal speed, he no longer needed to open the 3rd gate of the 8 gates to use Moonflash. Their silhouettes crossed. Kaede appeared at Hikaru's right side, motionless. His blade, White Fang, was frozen mid-swing. Hikaru remained rooted in place, trying to block, but a clean line of blood had already appeared, stretching from his brow down to his abdomen. Kaede calmly sheathed White Fang and looked over at him. He revealed that the technique had belonged to his father. Hearing Kaede's words, Hikaru felt a mix of regret, frustration, and disbelief flicker across his face before darkness swallowed him as he fell to the ground, blood pouring from his wounds. The 3 hidden stone ninja, who had been gripped by fear, looked on with expressions of utter disbelief. Their eyes were filled with shock and denial. The man they had trusted, an elite jonin of the village, had fallen to a child. Might Dewey looked in Kaede's direction, seeing the jonin from the opposing side fall to Kaede's blade. He breathed a sigh of relief, amazed by Kaede's talent and strength. Kaede was in the same class as his son, Might Guy, and at most only 10 years old this year, yet he already had the strength to defeat a Jonin. This was what they called a prodigy. Due murmured to himself that Guy would have to work even harder to catch up to Kaede and Kakashi. He then turned to look at the 3 remaining hidden stone ninja. Noticing Dewey's gaze shift toward them, the 3 simultaneously froze in place, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. They realized the truth. These 2 were not average Konoha ninja, they were monsters. Almost in unison, the 3 turned and sprinted along the riverbank, trying to flee. There wasn't even a sliver of will left in them to keep fighting. But in front of Might Due, who had opened the 6th gate of the 8 inner gates, escape was simply not an option. They hadn't gotten far before their feet suddenly stopped. Due had flashed past them like a shadow and now stood right in their path. They heard something incomprehensible about burning youth, and before they could react, a heavy blow landed on their bodies. They were sent flying backward, vision going dark, consciousness fading instantly. After finishing off the last 3 hidden stone ninja, Due closed the 6th gate and collapsed to sit on the riverbank, gasping for breath. Kaede searched the fallen Jonin named Hikari but didn't find anything of value. He walked over to Due and asked if he was alright. Due replied that he was okay but might be out of commission for a while. Due remained slumped over, breathing heavily. Even for him, someone capable of opening the 8th gate, the side effects of opening the 6th gate were severe. His body would be fatigued for a long while, with lingering muscle soreness. Kaede assured him that it was fine and that he would handle the rest from there. Kaede then turned to look at Urabe Daisuke and the others on the opposite side of the river. At this moment, Urabe and the others still wore dazed expressions. The battle between Kaede, Due, and the enemy Jonin had shattered their understanding of what was possible. On one hand, Jonin from one of the 5 great ninja villages were far more powerful than those from their own Kusagakure. On the other hand, the Konoha ninja duo they had thought to be nothing special had displayed power that could only be described as shocking. Urabe Daisuke murmured in disbelief about the strength of shinobi from a great ninja village. As Kaede's gaze swept over, he finally snapped out of his daze, his mind racing. He turned to look back at his companions. Just then, one of them suddenly stepped forward, pressing a blade to the neck of the young lord they were meant to protect. Kusanagi glared at Urabe Daisuke, sweat dripping from his brow and fear lingering in his eyes. When he had passed along intel to the land of grass, he never imagined that a Konoha squad made up of an oddball and a kid would possess such terrifying strength. Even an elite hidden stone ninja squad had been wiped out. He knew the next step would be a thorough investigation into any traitors. Fear consumed him as he realized he wouldn't be able to hide his actions. His only hope now was to use the hostage and escape. Urabe Daisuke stared at Kusanagi, his eyes full of fury. Kusanagi gritted his teeth, explaining that the daimyo had already abandoned the mission and that there was no way the clans would continue to support him. Urabe glared daggers at him, anger radiating from his posture. Just then, a hand silently reached out, grasping Kunagi's wrist, effortlessly prying the knife from his grasp and hurling him several meters away where he landed hard on the ground. Having done that, Kaede calmly turned to Urabe and stated that he didn't interfere in family affairs. Urabe immediately fell to his knees and bowed deeply in gratitude to Kaede. Then he picked up the blade Kaede had taken and walked toward Kusanagi with a cold expression. Kaede had no interest in the internal power struggles over the daimyo succession of some small town in the land of grass. He didn't bother listening to the rest of their discussion and instead began to reflect on the earlier battle. He noted that the opponent should have been a standard hidden stone ninja jonin. His strength aligned with his expectations. After mastering Chidori, it wasn't hard to defeat a jonin. Even after only opening the first gate of the 8 inner gates and using Chidori once, he had easily countered an A-rank Earth-release jutsu and taken down Hikari in one slide. If he went all out, even facing an elite jonin, he could likely gain the upper hand and defeat them quickly. This battle confirmed something he had already suspected: sheer numbers meant little against him. If he could eliminate a jonin in an instant, then even multiple jonin working together wouldn't matter. If they couldn't keep up with his speed, he could take them out one by one. and if the numbers were truly overwhelming, he could still rely on his speed to retreat. Unless they had something like the 3-tomo Sharingan to track his movements, even forbidden or secret techniques were meaningless if they couldn't activate them in time. After coming to that conclusion, Kaede quietly exhaled. In other words, with his current strength and skill set, as long as he didn't face a Kage-level opponent or get completely surrounded by overwhelming numbers, even a squad of Jonin wouldn't pose a real threat. He could advance or retreat at will. That level of power gave him a certain degree of self-preservation in the ninja world. After all, Kage-level enemies were rare, each village only had a handful, if any, and they formed the very top of their respective power structures. Just then, an image of Namake's Minato flashed through Kaede's mind. He recalled the future scene from the upcoming war, Minato instantly defeating 50 Jonin, shocking the entire ninja world. A smile tugged at the corner of Kaede's lips. Perhaps he could give that a try as well. After about half a day of rest, once Might Due was able to walk normally again, the group resumed their journey, heading toward their mission destination, Shogetsu Town in the Land of Grass. The remainder of the trip went smoothly without any more unexpected incidents, and they safely arrived at the destination. Upon arriving at the town, Urabe Daisuke took out a payment voucher worth 500,000 ryo, respectfully presenting it to Kaede with both hands and a deep bow. Kaede reached out, took the payment, and ran his fingers over it, quickly confirming the amount. He gave a slight nod, concluding that the mission was complete. Just as he was about to split the payment with Might Due, his expression suddenly shifted. He turned his head, eyes narrowing as he gazed off into the distance. A flicker of light danced across his pupils. He said nothing more and simply shoved the money into his pocket. "Due-senpai, let's move." With those words, Kaede darted off in the direction they had come from. Might Due blinked in surprise for a moment but quickly followed, catching up behind Kaede. He asked what was wrong, sensing something unusual. Kaede took a deep breath, continuing to run without slowing down. His gaze darkened as he glanced back at the town behind them. At least 100, possibly more. Dewey's eyes widened in shock. That many? Were they from the Land of Grass? Kaede shook his head, his expression serious. They didn't feel like grass ninjas. If anything, their numbers might be even greater. Due-senpai, war might be about to break out. With those words, Kaede activated his 2x speed state, accelerating further as he raced out of the town. Seeing this, Might Due opened the first gate of the 8 inner gates and quickly gave chase. After putting some distance between themselves and the town, the two of them leapt into the forest, traveling swiftly through the treetops. Glancing back during their movement, they could vaguely make out a mass of human figures pouring into the town behind them. Though too far to discern their faces, their attire clearly wasn't from Kusagakure. They wore the gear of Iwagakure. Due couldn't help but exhale deeply, his eyes filled with gravity. So many hidden stone ninja flooding into the Land of Grass. There was no way this was just some mission. It had to be a full-scale invasion. They were likely planning to seize the Land of Grass and establish a front to strike at the Land of Fire. Even though Due was slow to pick up on political undercurrents, he wasn't naive about war. He had lived through the Second Great Shinobi War. He knew how brutal it could be. They had to return to the village and report this, fast. Kaede nodded. The Third Great Shinobi War was about to begin. In the Land of Grass, Shogetsu Town, a massive force of hidden stone ninja had entered the town. In a short time, they had completely seized control. The scattered Kusagakure ninja in town were utterly helpless against this overwhelming force. Urabe Daisuke, already captured by the hidden stone ninja, looked up at the enemy, his voice trembling as he questioned their intentions. Standing before him was a broad-shouldered hidden stone ninja, who raised a finger to his lips and whispered for him to relax, explaining that they were merely borrowing the town for a temporary base of operations. The word, war, made Urabe's face pale. Anyone who had experienced the Second Great Ninja War understood the implications, especially for small countries like the Land of Grass, which were often caught between powerful nations. They were merely stepping stones, battlegrounds trampled by mighty ninja villages. A Chunin appeared beside the large hidden stone ninja, kneeling to deliver a report that they had secured the town. Sekatsu, standing with his hands behind his back, nodded slowly, instructing to minimize civilian casualties as they would need the locals for labor to prepare resting spaces for the next wave of troops. The Chunin acknowledged the order and left to relay it. Sekatsu's gaze swept across Urabe and the captured town leaders, signaling for them to be taken into custody. Just then, another hidden stone ninja dropped down beside him, reporting the absence of Jonin Hikaru's team. Sekatsu's brows furrowed in concern, recalling that they had accepted a mission in this region just days prior. He ordered them to continue searching and to inform Hikaru's team to skip the report and come directly to the forward base. Urabe's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Sekatsu's words, as if something had occurred to him, but he hesitated to speak. Sekatsu, an elite Jonin, sensed this and stopped the guards escorting Urabe and the others away, suspecting that Urabe knew something. Urabe instinctively denied it, but the tension in the air was palpable. Suddenly, a kunai pierced through Urabe's shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. Sekatsu, calm and collected, twirled the blood-stained kunai between his fingers, questioning Urabe again. Trembling and pale, Urabe clutched his wound, cold sweat running down his forehead as he collapsed to the ground. He finally admitted that a 10-man unit led by a Jonin had been taken out by Konoha ninja. Sekatsu's face darkened at this revelation. He pressed the kunai to Urabe's forehead, demanding an explanation. The news that Konoha ninja were operating in the land of grass was critical intel. If they weren't careful, they could be walking into a trap, putting the hidden stone forces at a disadvantage before the war even officially began. Urabe, blood dripping from his forehead, began to recount the events of the mission, the escort, and everything that had transpired. As he spoke, disbelief flickered across Sekatsu's face, and the surrounding hidden stone ninja exchanged uncertain glances. It was hard to believe that Jonin Hikaru's team had been eliminated by just 2 Konoha ninja, who were supposedly only there on an escort mission. Sekatsu frowned deeply as he processed the information. He asked Urabe to confirm the descriptions of the 2 Konoha ninjas, one with thick eyebrows and a tight jumpsuit, and the other appearing quite young. Urabe confirmed this, his face pale from blood loss. Sekatsu turned to the nearby shinobi, asking who had detailed intel on Hikaru's mission. The ninjas exchanged glances, none able to provide the information he sought. Sekatsu concluded that it was likely a hidden elite Jonin from Konoha. He ordered the descriptions of the 2 Konoha ninjas to be recorded and distributed to all their forces, emphasizing the need for heightened alertness. Ordinary Jonin were not a significant concern, but elite Jonin were rare and dangerous. The legendary Sannin from Konoha were part of this elite class, and every elite Jonin from an enemy village warranted high alert. After issuing the order, Sekatsu looked up, his gaze sharp and distant, directed toward the land of fire. A silver-haired boy came to mind, resembling a man who was already dead. Could it be his son? The intel suggested that his son was not even in his teens yet. Regardless, for someone so young to possess such frightening strength was a threat that needed to be eliminated early. They could not allow Konoha to produce a second White Fang. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Kaede and Might Due traveled day and night without rest, returning straight to the village. Konoha was clearly aware of the frontline situation and had entered a wartime state of alert. The entire village was enveloped in a massive detection barrier, with the main entrance guarded by 2 full squads and at least 1 Umbu team monitoring from the shadows. At the village gates, Kaede and Might Due underwent a thorough inspection. Only after confirming they were not enemy shinobi in disguise were they allowed through. Inside the village, they headed straight to the Hokage building. The mission reception area looked vastly different from before, with all C-rank commissions vanished and only a few scattered B-rank and A-rank missions remaining on the board, all within the land of fire. Shiranui Hanzo, still manning the reception desk, looked surprised to see Kaede and Might Due walk in. He sighed in relief, noting that it seemed they had not encountered any IWA shinobi in the land of grass. Konoha's scouts had detected and reported a large-scale movement of IWA shinobi in the land of grass. Hanzo recalled that Kaede and Might Due had taken a mission to escort a merchant caravan in that area. Under such circumstances, it would have been incredibly dangerous. If they had encountered an IWA unit head-on, the outcome could have been dire. The fact that they returned alive was indeed fortunate. However, Kaede calmly informed Hanzo that they had encountered IWA shinobi. He explained that the mission had gone awry when they ran into a 10-man IWA team near the border of the Land of Grass. Hanzo was immediately shocked. A 10-man team was almost certainly led by a Jonin. For Kaede and Might Due to face such a force and still make it back alive was not something that could be explained by luck alone. Hanzo acknowledged their survival, noting that if an incident outside the mission scope caused failure, it would not be officially recorded as a failed mission according to the rules. He began flipping through the mission logs to find Kaede and Dewey's commission slip. Kaede stepped forward, watching as Hanzo prepared to mark the unexpected event column, when he suddenly interrupted. He insisted that the mission was not a failure. Confused, Hanzo froze slightly. Kaede tossed a scroll onto the desk and walked past, stating that he was going to see Lord Hokage and instructed Due to explain the details. Might Due, scratching his head awkwardly, approached the desk and explained that they had encountered a 10-man IWA squad, which led to the client upgrading the mission to A rank on the spot, and then they had eliminated the IWA team. Hanzo listened intently, but when he heard the word eliminated, his expression froze. He instinctively thought he had misheard and interrupted in disbelief, questioning how they could have taken down a 10-man IWA unit. Due nodded matter-of-factly, insisting that everything he said was true and that proof was in the scroll. Hanzo frowned and turned his attention to the scroll Kaede had tossed on the table. He opened it, made a hand seal, and commanded it to release. A burst of white smoke filled the air, and in the next moment, a pile of items appeared atop the scroll, including numerous IWA forehead protectors and a severed head. Hanzo's pupils shrank as he stared in disbelief at the IWA forehead protectors and the withered head among them. 10 forehead protectors meant 10 IWA shinobi had indeed been defeated. Kaede and Might Due had truly annihilated an entire 10-man IWA squad. Stunned, Hanzo stood there, mouth slightly open, unable to speak. After several seconds, he managed to croak out that he needed them to wait. Since the mission had changed mid-course, escalated to an A rank, and resulted in the defeat of enemy shinobi, this situation was far beyond his authority to process. Hanzo took a deep breath and quickly left the counter to report the situation upstairs. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood in front of his desk, gazing pensively at 2 maps laid out before him, one of the entire ninja world and the other focusing on the Land of Grass and part of the Land of Fire border. When Kaede entered the office, Sarutobi snapped out of his thoughts, his furrowed brow easing slightly as he acknowledged Kaede's safe return and assumed he was there to report on the events in the Land of Grass. Kaede solemnly reported that he had encountered a large number of Iwagakure shinobi in Shogetsu town, possibly over 100. He had refrained from investigating too deeply due to their numbers, leaving their objective unknown for now. Sarutobi, not surprised, noted that Konoha's scouts had already reported this intelligence. He expressed appreciation for Kaede's caution, recognizing that many young shinobi fall victim to their lack of caution and lose their lives because of it. Kaede had already guessed that Hiruzen was likely aware of Iwagakure's movements, so he wasn't surprised by the Hokage's knowledge. Since the Hokage didn't inquire about the escort mission, it seemed he wasn't particularly concerned with it, so Kaede chose not to bring it up. After a moment of contemplation while looking at the map, Sarutobi decided that since Kaede had just returned from the Land of Grass and was familiar with the terrain, he would accompany Orochimaru to confront the IWA advance unit. Hiruzen would not sit idly by while IWA forces moved into the Land of Grass. Although there was no intel suggesting an invasion of the Fire Country yet, it was only a matter of time. He had to act before worse news arrived. Had Kaede returned a few days later, he would have been assigned to a follow-up support squad. But since his timing was just right, it was better for him to deploy immediately alongside Orochimaru. Kaede nodded in agreement and added that he had one more thing to report, briefly explaining Might Due's situation. Sarutobi showed a flicker of surprise, realizing that among the ranks of genin, there was someone whose strength already rivaled that of a jonin. There was no reason for Kaede to lie about this, and at his level he wouldn't misjudge such a thing. Might Due was truly a hidden talent yet to be discovered. Even if Due didn't meet the standard in areas like leadership or strategy to be a full Jonin, someone with Jonin-level combat strength alone was a valuable asset, as such strength was rare. These were the elite shinobi who formed the backbone of any village. Take Kakashi, for example. He graduated at age 5 and became a Chunin at 6, but even at age 9, he still wasn't at Jonin level, according to Namikaze Minato's assessment. Kaede had even more outstanding talent than Kakashi, but he had yet to reach that point as well. Sarutobi nodded at Kaede, intending to meet with Might Due personally to assess his true capabilities and determine how best to position him within the village. Kaede acknowledged the request and left the Hokage's office. Upon returning to the first floor at the mission desk, Kaede noticed a Jonin now in charge of mission assignments, having replaced Shiranui Hanjin. The Jonin was questioning Might Due in detail about a recent mission. As Kaede walked down the stairs, the Jonin looked up, surprise flickering in his gaze. He had already learned from Might Due that Kaede had defeated an Iwagakure Jonin. The distinction between Jonin and Chunin was significant. Chunin were numerous in any village, often advancing from the ranks of genin. However, Jonin were rare. Fewer than 1 in 10 Chunin ever reached that level, even counting special Jonin. Kaede, at only 10 years old, had taken down a Jonin. If there hadn't been a severed head as proof, the Jonin interrogator would have found it hard to believe. The fastest Jonin promotion in Konoha's history occurred at age 14, and that shinobi's name was Orochimaru. Even with all the evidence, the Jonin couldn't help but inquire about Kaede's mission in the Land of Grass, questioning whether he was truly the one who had defeated that Jonin. Kaede tilted his head and glanced at Might Due, silently expressing his disapproval of the straightforwardness. Might Due scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and explained that he wasn't good with words and couldn't just take credit for Kaede's achievement. Kaede sighed and confirmed that he had indeed killed the Jonin. Though he had hoped Due would receive the credit to facilitate his promotion to Special Jonin, Kaede understood the attention it would bring. With his current strength, even if he attracted the attention of Kaga-level opponents, he could likely escape without much trouble. There weren't many in the ninja world who could truly threaten him now. Originally, he wanted Due to gain recognition for the mission, but even without that achievement, Sarutobi would likely still promote him based on his demonstrated strength, though it might invite some criticism. Joining the Umbu was not an option for Due. His personality wasn't suited for covert operations, and Sarutobi would never assign him to that role. Hearing Kaede's confirmation, the Jonin took a sharp breath, his demeanor shifting to one of solemn respect. To him, Kaede was practically the second coming of the White Fang of Konoha in his youth. After admitting everything without hesitation, Kaede remained calm and looked at Might Due. The Jonin nearby hesitated slightly upon hearing this, then stated that he was just about to report to Lord Hokage himself and suggested they go together. Might Due nodded, giving Kaede a grateful look. Kaede smiled and gave him a thumbs up before turning to leave the Hokage building. Instead of heading directly to the rendezvous point, he strolled in the direction of home first. Inside the Hokage's office, Might Due and Sarutobi Naoki, a Jonin from the Mission Assignment Department, entered together. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, pipe in mouth, eyes closed in deep thought as he considered the next wave of troop deployments. It wasn't enough to send Orochimaru to the front lines in the Land of Grass. Forces were also needed to monitor Sunegakure's movements in Amigakure, while keeping an eye on both Kumogakure and Kirigakure. Sarutobi Naoki stepped forward, bowed, and began his report. He explained that Kaede and Might Due had formed a two-man squad to carry out a C-rank escort mission. While in the Land of Grass, they were ambushed by hidden stone ninja, and Kaede had killed the enemy's Jonin, confirmed to be Iwagakure's Jonin, Hibikari. Hiruzen didn't pay much attention to the first half of the report, idly listening while still lost in thought. However, the latter part cut through his thoughts like a blade. He opened his eyes in surprise and looked at Naoki, asking if Kaede had truly killed a hidden stone Jonin. Naoki took a deep breath and confirmed that not only had Kaede killed the Jonin, but he and Might Due had worked together to defeat the entire 10-man enemy unit. For a moment, Hiruzen was at a loss for words. He had assumed Kaede had likely failed the escort mission in the Land of Grass and hadn't bothered to follow up on it. Who would have thought that an unexpected battle had occurred, and Kaede had resolved the crisis and completed the mission with flying colors? Hiruzen turned to look out the window, his heart stirred. At 10 years old, Kaede had already surpassed the brightest geniuses of his era, achieving feats that even the famed White Fang of Konoha or Orochimaru had not accomplished until they were 12 or 13. After a few seconds, Hiruzen collected himself and waved for Naoki to step down. He then turned to Mai Due and asked how many of the 8 gates he could open. Kaede's report had mentioned that Due possessed greater combat ability than himself and had mastered the 8 gates technique. The sudden question caught Mai Due off guard. He blinked and answered honestly that he could open the 8th gate. Hiruzen was still half occupied with thoughts of Kaede when the words hit him mid-sentence. He suddenly froze, eyes wide. Due had just mentioned the 8th gate, and disbelief washed over him. The 8th gate was the final limit within the 8 gates technique, a concept that pushed the boundaries of human potential. Hiruzen understood the implications. Any forbidden jutsu taken to its extreme could be terrifying. The thought of unlocking all 8 gates was something most could only dream of. Due confirmed it with a sincere nod, and Hiruzen felt shaken. Doubts began to creep in, but looking at Dewey's earnest expression, he sensed no deceit. A lie of this magnitude would be easily exposed. Hiruzen pressed further, still skeptical, asking if Due had ever opened the 8th gate. Due hesitated before admitting that he had not. The side effects were too severe, and he could feel it in his bones. Opening the 8th gate would cost him his life. Hiruzen inhaled sharply, his doubts dissipating. It made sense. A forbidden jutsu that unleashed such overwhelming power would indeed come with a steep price. Death as a consequence of opening the final gate felt like a reasonable outcome. Yet, the fact that Due had the potential to open the 8th gate was something Hiruzen had never anticipated. It was a talent not everyone possessed. While he couldn't precisely gauge how strong someone would become after unlocking the 8th gate, he knew that sacrificing one's entire life force for power would yield formidable strength, possibly even Kage level. Hiruzen decided to promote Due to Tokubetsu Jonin, effective immediately. He recognized Dewey's combat ability and knew he was suited for frontline duty. As a vanguard soldier, Dewey's strength would help him handle unforeseen dangers. In the worst-case scenario, opening all 8 gates would allow him to ensure the safe retreat of his allies. Dewey's voice trembled with excitement at the promotion. He had gone from a mere genin to a jonin of the village in one leap. Hiruzen's expression conveyed that this was not just an empty title. The Hokage genuinely valued him. Due felt a surge of passion, the burning spirit of youth igniting within him. In that moment he would have charged into battle and unleashed the 8 gates formation without hesitation, ready to trade his life to inflict heavy losses on the enemy. Kaede pushed open the door to his home and walked in. Kakashi was absent, likely still on a mission with Minato Namikaze. He headed straight to his bedroom, casually tossing a bundle of mission payment money onto the desk before sitting down and closing his eyes. He hadn't rushed to the meeting point designated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had heard something back at the mission office. A mechanical ding-dong echoed in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Kaede calmed the excitement in his heart. Before him appeared the familiar, illusory golden clock, massive and ethereal. The hour hand pointed at the 2 o'clock position, and the Roman numeral 2 glowed faintly with a dark luster. Kaede inhaled slowly and triggered time acceleration. With a mechanical tick, the clock's hand shifted back to the 1 o'clock mark, and the central dial rotated under his will, stopping at notch number 4. 4 times speed. It doubled again, just as he had expected. Each year, his control over the acceleration range increased by 1 notch. With this quadruple speed combined with the 3rd gate of the 8 inner gates, his speed would rival even Kage-level opponents. Defeating elite Jonin would become trivial. Anyone below Kage level would be easily dispatched, and even most Kage level shinobi would struggle to keep up, except for speed specialists like the 4th Reikage. After steadying his emotions, Kaede shifted the clock's hand to 2 o'clock. The Roman numeral 2 gleamed faintly, resonating with power. The moment it activated, an instinctual understanding washed over him, and he knew exactly what this new ability was. His heart surged with excitement. Taking another breath, Kaede opened his eyes, drew his white-fanged blade, and held out his hand. Gritting his teeth, he slashed his palm. A thin line of pain flared across his skin, and blood streamed from the wound. Enduring the pain, Kaede stared intently at the gash. His golden pupils shimmered, and within them, a phantom clock spun rapidly, its hands moving backward. Silently, the blood that had flowed from the wound reversed course, slipping back into his skin, and moments later, the long cut across his palm completely vanished. A smile broke across Kaede's face. The meaning of what just happened was clear time reversal. The arc of time bent backward, and the damage he had taken simply ceased to exist. Gripping the white fang in his right hand again, Kaede dragged it across the wooden floor, carving a foot-long gash into the surface. He focused and attempted to activate the same ability on the scarred floor, but nothing changed. It seemed that, like time acceleration, it only worked on his body. Confirming this, Kaede let out a quiet breath. He stared at the scratch on the floor for a few seconds before suddenly breaking into laughter. Even though it wasn't the time stop ability he longed for, and it couldn't affect anything beyond himself, this power's sheer utility was undeniable. No matter the injury, as long as it wasn't instantly fatal, it could be undone in an instant. And even then, he wasn't sure what counted as instantly fatal. After all, the golden clock was fused to his soul. If his body were to be shattered, but his soul remained intact, would he still be able to trigger time reversal? If so, in terms of regeneration, not even Tsunade's 100 healings or the Six Paths body could compare. Kaede quietly contemplated this, aware that he wouldn't harm himself just to test it, but his instincts suggested he was correct. An undying body. Unless struck by soul-targeting techniques or obliterated by truth-seeking ball that combined all chakra natures, including yin and yang, there was likely nothing in the ninja world that could kill him. Rubbing his chin, Kaede thought about the potential dangers. He would have to be cautious of soul-based secret arts and sealing techniques. If he were sealed, that would be a significant problem. Time reversal only worked on himself, and being trapped by a jutsu like the Reaper Death Seal would leave him with no way to escape. He wouldn't die, but being stuck for hundreds or thousands of years until all 12 abilities unlocked was not an experience he desired. At least the issue of lifespan was resolved. Kaede exhaled slowly. With time acceleration and time reversal at his disposal, as long as he remained vigilant, the third great ninja war battlefield would pose minimal threat to him unless Minato unexpectedly decided to use the Reaper Death Seal in a moment of madness. However, Kaede had no intention of destroying Konoha, nor had he interfered with Minato and Kushina's relationship, so that scenario seemed unlikely. As for others who might use sealing techniques, they would have to catch him first. The same applied to soul-based secret arts. If he was fast enough, none of it would matter. Now, with time reversal, even the devastating backlash of the 8th gate, Death Gate, was inconsequential. He could activate it just to go grocery shopping, and once home, rewind and be perfectly fine. With thoughts of Saturday discount sales at the supermarket in mind, Kaede stood up, stretched, and smiled brightly. After all this time in this world, things were finally getting interesting. Meanwhile, in a certain building, Orochimaru stood at the front of a large hall, dressed in his standard ninja attire, his expression calm. The atmosphere was tense. Dozens of elite jonin and seasoned Chunin were spread throughout the room, preparing gear and checking supplies. Just then, a silver-haired boy walked in through the main entrance. Several nearby ninja turned in surprise, casting curious looks at him. Kaede ignored them all, walking straight to Orochimaru with a faint, polite smile and a slight bow. Orochimaru acknowledged him, noting that the Hokage had assigned Kaede to join the vanguard unit. He remarked that Kaede's escort mission to the Land of Grass seemed to have gone smoothly. Orochimaru's eyes glinted with intrigue as he revealed a slightly eerie smile. He had originally intended to bring Kaede along to the front lines but couldn't find him. After learning that Kaede had taken on an escort mission for a merchant caravan, he had expected to encounter him in the Land of Grass. Instead, Kaede had returned today and was assigned to him directly by Sarutobi. What truly caught Orochimaru's attention was Kied's changed demeanor since their last meeting. Previously, Kied had exuded a cautious air, but now he radiated youthful vitality and confidence, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. This shift suggested that Kied had not only completed the escort mission but perhaps faced unexpected challenges and resolved them successfully. Kied calmly confirmed that there had been a small accident, but the mission was completed. Orochimaru chuckled softly, curious to hear more about the incident that had caused such a change in Kied. Before Kied could elaborate, another figure stumbled through the door, clumsy and hurried. It was Might Due. Due apologized for his tardiness and introduced himself to Orochimaru, stating that he had been sent to join the advance unit. Orochimaru shifted his gaze from Kied to Due, his eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Kied was his student and had shown great potential, but Due's clumsiness raised questions. Why would Sarutobi assign someone like him to the advance unit, which was tasked with intercepting IWA shinobi at the border? As Orochimaru pondered this, some of the ninja in the room who recognized Might Due reacted in surprise. They questioned his presence, suggesting he was out of place and could face punishment for trying to join the advance unit. Among the Chunin present were some who had previously led Due and had been burdened by his incompetence. Due noticed familiar faces and awkwardly scratched his head. He insisted that he had been sent by the Hokage himself. However, Marino Ibiki frowned, doubting Due's claim. He pointed out that Due was still a genin and questioned how the Hokage could assign him to the advance force. Due cleared his throat, placed a fist over his chest, and stood up straighter, declaring that he was no longer a genin but had been promoted to Tokubetsu Jonin. Ibiki, however, lost his patience, unable to believe Due's assertion. Furious, he stepped out of the crowd, ready to confront Might Due for continuing this farce. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes but chose not to intervene, curious to see how this would unfold. Was Might Due truly someone special, or just a bold fool? Just as Marino Ibiki moved toward Might Due, a voice suddenly rang out, declaring that Due was indeed a Tokubetsu Jonin, and the speaker was Kied, standing beside Orochimaru. This revelation made Ibiki pause, and many others turned in surprise. Even Kied? Ibiki had been skeptical about Kied joining the advance unit. Despite hearing about Kied's early graduation and being the only one to pass the Chūnin Exams, he still seemed far too young. No matter how talented, Kied was a rookie with no real battlefield experience. Having someone like that in the advance unit was hard to accept, but at least Kied was a Chunin, which could barely justify his presence. But Might Due? This clumsy, mission-sabotaging Eternal Genin joining the unit tasked with intercepting IWA shinobi was unbelievable. Ibiki couldn't fathom that Sarutobi would make such a decision. He glared at Kied, warning him not to speak nonsense if he didn't understand the situation. Did he even know how many disasters Due had caused? The Hokage would never send someone like him here. Kied simply smiled lightly and insisted he wasn't lying. Due had received a special promotion and should have a formal directive with him. At Kied's reminder, Might Due fumbled in his pocket and produced an official order, complete with the Hokage's seal. Ibiki stared in disbelief. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and took the scroll. After a quick glance, his snake-like pupils narrowed, and he gave Might Due a sharp look, realizing the truth. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru made a decision. He put the scroll away and announced that Might Due and Kied would not be assigned to other squads but would act directly under him. Might Due exhaled in relief and acknowledged Orochimaru with enthusiasm. Ibiki was left stunned, unable to process what had just happened, and turned to Orochimaru in disbelief, questioning the situation. Orochimaru calmly replied that they would find out when the time came, giving Might Due another long, penetrating look. Ibiki and the others exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend how Due had just joined Kied at Orochimaru's side. That clumsy guy was actually a Tokubetsu Jonin? Those familiar with Might Due looked completely baffled. Orochimaru hadn't questioned the order, which meant it was genuine, directly from the Hokage himself. Yet it was hard to make sense of it all. They had just finished mentally preparing for the battlefield, only for a 10-year-old and Might Due to join their unit unexpectedly. Their carefully adjusted mindset was rapidly starting to crack. One questionable member was now two. This could be a serious problem. In the Land of Fire, at the border region, Orochimaru led nearly 100 ninjas, including Kaede, to a small town that had been reduced to ruins. Some areas were still burning, and many bodies lay scattered around. A ninja quickly scouted the town and reported back to Orochimaru that these were traces of a battle from 3 days ago. A dangerous gleam flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he surveyed the destruction. He noted that Iwagakure's forces must already be gone, but they were now within their area of activity. It was only a matter of time before they encountered them. Orochimaru ordered the group to settle down and make camp. They had traveled an entire day to reach the border, and pressing forward would consume more energy, risking an ambush by hidden stone ninja. The Chunin responded immediately, and the nearby ninjas exchanged glances before moving into the town to clear away the bodies, extinguish the fires, and set up a simple camp. Once the camp was established, Orochimaru stood in front of a stone platform in the central tent, gazing at a map spread out before him. After a moment of silence, he asked Kaede where he thought the hidden stone ninja were now. Kaede pondered for a moment and suggested that since Iwagakure's advance force had conducted harassment attacks, they probably wouldn't return to the Land of Grass quickly. Orochimaru chuckled, agreeing with the deduction, and placed 2 small markers on the map to indicate possible routes. After finishing, he instructed Kaede to bring the 3rd and 4th squads to him. Kaede nodded and left the tent, returning shortly with 2 squads, totaling 8 people. The captains of the squads were both Jonin, one from the Hyuga clan and the other from the Uchiha clan. The elite Chunin in the teams were skilled in sensory and scouting techniques. Orochimaru gave the 2 squads their orders, instructing Hyuga Setsuna to scout in one direction and Uchiha Suki in another. He warned them to gather intel if they encountered an isolated hidden stone ninja but to avoid acting recklessly in any other case. The 2 captains responded respectfully, aware of Orochimaru's legendary status from the Second Great Ninja War. After watching the 2 squads depart, Orochimaru turned to Kaede with a faint smile, telling him he could go back and rest, as a battle might be imminent. Kaede nodded and left the tent, but upon returning to his own tent, he didn't go straight to sleep. Instead, after eating something, he began training. He hadn't stopped his training even once since leaving Konoha, and as a result, the 4th gate of the 8 inner gates was now on the verge of opening thanks to his constant effort. For someone like him, who had mastered the ability to reverse time, once he opened the 4th gate, he could theoretically use its power without limit. Just how fast would he be under quadruple speed with the 4th gate open? Kaede couldn't say for sure, but he estimated that at that speed, he'd be able to unleash Morning Peacock. In other words, his sheer speed alone would make it nearly impossible for even Kage-level opponents to keep up with him. With that kind of speed, combined with the power of time reversal, there would be few who could pose any threat to him on the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War. And the number of enemy ninjas he could defeat would drastically increase. Even regular Jonin and elite Jonin would be no match for him in the 4th gate's quadruple speed state. Even quasi-Kage-level opponents would find it nearly impossible to escape once targeted by him. Taking a deep breath, Kaede began doing basic push-ups inside the tent. When it came to training in the 8 gates, there were no shortcuts. Opening the gates required simple but relentless physical training. Push-ups, squats, and more. Thousands upon thousands of repetitions were necessary to gradually strengthen the body, loosening the internal constraints of the 8 gates one step at a time. Kaede wore weighted gear during training. Thanks to his ability to reverse time, he didn't have to worry about being too exhausted to fight in case of a surprise attack. If necessary, he could just rewind his body to its pre-training state, wasting only a bit of training time. So along the way, he carried the heaviest weights he could manage and trained rigorously whenever they made camp. This was already his 4th intense session. Kaede moved quickly through the push-ups. Only after passing 300 did his speed start to slow. His movements became more rigid, and his arms began to tremble slightly. Counting silently in his heart, the soreness in his arms grew stronger and stronger, but Kaede didn't stop. His willpower endured the pain and pressed forward. To be honest, after unlocking the power of time reversal, Kaede didn't need to continue cultivating the 8 gates. With just regular ninjutsu and taijutsu, he could already dominate most of the shinobi world. But after some thought, he decided not to abandon the 8 gates. Partly because the 8 gates still suited him well. Partly because, truth be told, his willpower wasn't particularly strong, and the grueling training of the 8 gates helped temper his spirit and mind, allowing him to grow not just physically but mentally. And there was one more critical reason. The 8 gates granted near-complete immunity to most genjutsu. Genjutsu worked by disturbing the chakra within the opponent's body, throwing off their mental state and trapping them in illusions. But the 8 gates technique forced chakra to explode through the brain and body from the very first gate. From the second gate all the way to the 8th, the chakra was in a rampaging state. Trying to cast genjutsu on someone in that condition was nearly impossible, because even the user of the 8 gates couldn't fully control their own chakra while in that state. How could anyone else hope to disrupt it? And genjutsu happened to be one of Kaede's weaknesses. His skill in genjutsu was mediocre at best. If someone like Orochimaru, a Kage-level expert, were to cast genjutsu on him, he likely wouldn't be able to resist. But if he mastered the 8 gates, things would be different. The more gates he opened, the more violent his chakra became, and the harder it would be to fall into genjutsu. Once he reached the 5th gate, he'd already be immune to the vast majority of genjutsu. As for the 8th gate, even Madara Uchiha in his 6 paths mode didn't bother trying genjutsu on Might Guy in the 8th gate state. With all of Madara's vast combat experience, there could only be one reason for that. Genjutsu simply didn't work on someone in the 8 gates formation state. When chakra was rampaging to the very limit, like it was for Death Gate Guy, not even the Rinnegan's ocular power at the level of the Sage of 6 Paths could disturb it. As for whether Uchiha Shirsue's broken-level Genjutsu Kodo Amatsukami or the ultimate Genjutsu Infinite Tsukuyami would be effective against someone in the state of the 8 gates formation, that was impossible to determine. After all, the original series never explored that. He didn't know for sure either. But he had no intention of letting Kodo Amatsukami be used on him, nor would he allow Infinite Tsukuyami to take hold. As long as he could become immune to most genjutsu, that was already enough for him. That was why he continued to endure the hardship and push forward in his training of the 8 gates. As the count increased, Kaede's breathing gradually grew heavier. Sweat poured down steadily, and finally, when he hit the 777th push-up, his arms gave out, and he collapsed onto the ground. He panted for a good 30 seconds before finally sitting back up. He shook his head, realizing he couldn't use time reversal to erase fatigue. Reversing time would return his body to its previous state, but using it to remove fatigue would essentially undo all the push-ups he just did. It was frustrating, but that was how it worked. After resting a few more minutes, Kaede took a sip of water and glanced at the sweat-soaked patch on the ground. He shook his head again, deciding to head outside. There was no point in letting the entire tent reek of sweat. It would be a pain to clean up. Outside the tent, Kaede laced his fingers behind his head and started on his squats. Push-ups, squats, and sit-ups were the fundamentals. They trained arms, legs, and core, and were also the most effective for loosening the 8 gates within the body. Kaede continued silently counting in his head. His squats outside the tent soon caught the attention of a few nearby ninja. One of them nudged a companion who was carrying supplies, asking what Kaede was doing. Marino Ibiki, holding a crate, followed the gaze of his comrade and spotted Kaede repeatedly doing squats. His expression turned strange as he wondered if Kaede was training his taijutsu. Ibiki's mouth twitched slightly as he couldn't help but think that Kaede looked somewhat foolish, despite being Orochimaru's genius student. This was the border, after all, and a battle could break out at any moment. At a time like this, instead of conserving his strength, the kid was expending energy training his body. Ibiki almost blurted out his thoughts about Kaede's intelligence but managed to phrase it more politely, noting that he was not very smart. After all, Kaede was a student of Orochimaru. His companion shrugged helplessly, questioning who would train during such a critical time and what Kaede had been doing before this. Ibiki felt a headache coming on. If a fight broke out suddenly, they might have to protect Kaede, who would be too exhausted to contribute. It seemed unwise to place someone so inexperienced in the advance unit. Back in the village, Ibiki would have confronted Orochimaru directly, but now it was too late. They were on the front lines, and there was no sending Kaede back. He decided it wasn't their problem and shook his head as he walked back into the tent. Since Kaede was Orochimaru's student, it was Orochimaru's responsibility to correct any foolishness. Whether Kaede was a burden or not was irrelevant, it wasn't their job to fix him. As time passed, Kaede moved from squats to sit-ups and back to push-ups in a relentless cycle. He paid no attention to the strange looks from the other ninjas. He felt the heat surging within him, the seal on the fourth gate of pain of the 8 gates technique loosening more and more. Despite the ache in his muscles and the increasing pain with each motion, he gritted his teeth and persevered. The fourth gate was within reach, and he was determined to break through. Kaede's intense training caught the attention of nearby ninjas, and even Orochimaru took notice. From a distance, he observed Kaede with a slight frown, puzzled by his choice to train taijutsu at such a critical moment. Compared to Ibiki and the others, Orochimaru understood Kaede better. He knew Kaede wasn't the type to waste effort on something that seemed foolish. Orochimaru had noticed Kaede's weighted gear and how he had consistently carved out time to train during their journey from Konoha to the border. He hadn't interfered then, believing that maintaining discipline was a mark of excellence. However, the situation was different now. They were at the Fire Nation border, and combat could erupt at any moment. Given Kaede's intelligence, he should have been aware of that. If he still chose to train under these conditions, it could only mean one thing. Kaede was on the verge of a breakthrough. Orochimaru contemplated the 8 gates and decided not to stop Kaede. The likelihood of an immediate battle was low, and if Kaede was indeed close to advancing, the risk might be worth it. With his current strength at a Jonin level, if he could push his mastery of the 8 gates further, even opening the first gate could elevate him to elite Jonin level. Such power, even if temporary and with side effects, would be a significant asset on a battlefield filled with high-level ninjas. Orochimaru chose to let Kaede continue. Although many of the other ninjas found Kaede's behavior baffling, they had no grounds to stop him without Orochimaru's objection. They had expected Kaede, as a young Chunin, to be more reliable than someone like Might Due, but now he seemed just as clueless. Kaede silently counted off his sit-ups, sweat streaming down his face as he forced himself up repeatedly. He could feel his core muscles nearing their limit, but he pushed on. Chakra circulated through his body, converging around the 4th gate. The heat built there, signaling progress. Finally, as he pulled himself up once more, he felt a shift at the 4th gate. The resistance vanished entirely. He realized he could open the 4th gate now. This sensation was all too familiar. He had done it. He had broken through. After a moment of rest, Kaede lay back on the ground, panting slightly, sensing that the barrier of the 4th gate had finally lifted. With the 4th gate of the 8 inner gates opened and his quadrupled speed, his combat power now rivaled Orochimaru's. With the added advantage of his time reversal ability, he would be even more formidable than Orochimaru. He reflected on his age, noting that with time acceleration he was effectively closer to 13, almost the same age as Uchiha Itachi when he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kaede felt a sense of pride in having Kage-level strength at such a young age, affirming that he had not brought shame to the title of a transmigrate. After resting for a while, Kaede left the camp alone and conducted a brief test of his newfound abilities unlocked by the 4th gate. As expected, with the 4th gate activated and moving at quadruple speed, he could unleash the Morning Peacock technique, granting him genuine Kage-level offensive capabilities. Later, Kaede returned to the camp and rested in his tent. The next morning, in the Central Command tent, 2 scouting squads Orochimaru had dispatched returned early to report their findings. One team, led by Hyuga Setsuna, had discovered numerous traces of ninja movement in the northwest forest. Orochimaru deduced that they were planning a flanking assault and ordered a brief rest before moving out. After issuing the order, Orochimaru turned to Kaede, who had just walked in. With a sly grin, he remarked on Kaede's hard work and anticipated his performance, noting that some in the advanced unit still doubted his strength. Kaede responded calmly, acknowledging Orochimaru's sharp instincts. Orochimaru chuckled, looking forward to seeing Kaede prove himself. "I won't let you down, sensei." 45 minutes later, A squad of 4 ninja remained behind to guard the camp while the rest of the forces, led by Orochimaru, moved northwest to follow the trail of the hidden stone ninja. 2 days later, Orochimaru's Konoha advance unit arrived at a region of red, barren terrain. Hyuga Setsuna, running at the front of the group with his Byakugan fully activated, called out upon spotting signs of enemy movement, alerting everyone to the presence of hidden stone ninja. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that the enemy had noticed them and was attempting to draw them into more favorable terrain. With a careful observation, Hyuga Setsuna reported that there were approximately 80 hidden stone ninja. A flash of determination crossed Orochimaru's face as he noted their numbers were about the same. He commanded his troops to prepare for battle, eager to show the enemy their strength. Meanwhile, beneath a massive hill on the barren red land, a group of hidden stone ninja had assembled, led by the elite Jonin Akatsuki. A sensory ninja reported the approaching Konoha forces, confirming the presence of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Instead of fear, a sinister smile spread across Akatsuki's face as he prepared his troops for the confrontation. As the Konoha forces approached, Orochimaru flanked the hidden stone ninja, revealing himself with a wave of snakes pouring forth. The hidden stone ninja quickly reacted, raising an earthen wall to block the oncoming wave. In the chaos that ensued, Kaede entered a heightened state, exchanging quick blows with an elite hidden stone Chunin while scanning the battlefield. He noted that Iwagakure's troop composition was weaker than Konoha's, especially with Orochimaru on their side. However, something felt off about their choice to engage directly. Suddenly, the ground erupted with a thunderous roar, and nearly 30 hidden stone ninja burst forth from a fissure, revealing the ambush that had been set for the Konoha forces. The expressions of the Konoha ninja changed drastically as they realized the extent of the enemy's trap. Even Hyuga Setsuna, with his Byakugan, was caught off guard, having not detected the enemy's underground movements. As Iwagakure shinobi emerged, grinning with confidence, Sekatsu, who was fending off Orochimaru's attacks, taunted him about the odds. The hidden stone forces had meticulously planned this ambush, leaking information to lure Konoha into a false sense of security. They had moved in small, inconspicuous groups to avoid detection, ultimately regrouping to form a formidable elite force. Orochimaru's eyes glinted with intrigue as he assessed the situation. He recognized that such a well-coordinated ambush could not have gone unnoticed by Konoha. However, he had anticipated the possibility of a trap and had brought along a certain ninja might Due whose combat prowess could turn the tide in unexpected situations. With 5 elite Jonin now surrounding him, Orochimaru remained calm, knowing that the outcome was still uncertain. He had taken a calculated risk, and now it was time to see how it would unfold. The ones who would perish here were the enemies. Sekatsu growled coldly and lunged at Orochimaru. The surrounding hidden stone ninjas moved in unison, launching a coordinated assault. At the same time, the situation for the Konoha ninjas turned dire. With nearly 30 elite hidden stone ninjas suddenly joining the battle, more than half of them Jonin, the balance of power shifted dramatically and dangerously. Someone shouted toward Orochimaru, trying to alert him. If they continued fighting under such disadvantage, they would only end in total defeat. They needed to retreat now, fighting any longer was unwise. However, Orochimaru showed no sign of retreat. Caught in combat with several Iwagakure elite Jonin, he fought fiercely, displaying no intention of withdrawing, clearly prepared to battle to the bitter end. Hyuga Setsuna struggled against 2 Iwagakure Jonin, his position precarious. Glancing toward Orochimaru, he felt confusion. The situation clearly called for a retreat. With Orochimaru's judgment, there was no way he couldn't see that. Yet he still hadn't ordered a withdrawal, leaving none of the Konoha shinobi able to understand this decision. Amid the chaos of battle, Might Due suddenly let out a roar, his entire body glowing with a vibrant green aura of chakra that intensified. He activated the 6th gate, the Gate of View, and with this newfound power, his speed and strength surged. With a single kick, he shattered a Chunin's short sword, sending the man flying. This shocking display left Marino Ibiki and the others stunned. None of them had expected this forever genin to wield such strength. Only now did they begin to understand why the Hokage had assigned Might Due to the vanguard force. With strength like this, he was worthy of inclusion. This was clearly Jonin-level power. Yet, despite their shock, the pressure on the battlefield hadn't diminished. Dewey's surprising strength wasn't enough to turn the tide. Orochimaru still hadn't given the order to retreat. Marino Ibiki and the rest could only grit their teeth and continue fighting. Even with the sixth gate, Due realized this was all he could manage. The hidden stone ninjas were truly tough. He contemplated opening the seventh gate, maybe even the eighth. With the sixth gate activated, he had the power to defeat Chunin and suppress Jonin, but even that wasn't enough to reverse the tide of battle. Given the current battlefield situation, even if he opened the seventh gate and took out a few Jonin, it still wouldn't be enough. He might truly need to open the eighth gate. Might Due took a deep breath. He didn't particularly fear death. To protect what needed protecting, to burn his youth for the sake of Konoha, that was his belief. But just as he prepared to open the seventh gate, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Kaede walked forward, gripping the white-fanged blade. Beside him stood a hidden stone ninja, whose body suddenly split in half at the waist, collapsing to the ground. Time reversal couldn't be used on others. If Due opened the eighth gate here, death would be inevitable. So instead he would take over. Kaede walked steadily forward, his expression calm. With one hand he formed a seal, and as he passed his hand over the white fang's blade, the chirping of countless birds echoed across the battlefield. He activated Chidori Blade and kept moving forward. With his next step, a silvery glow enveloped his body, the manifestation of lightning chakra spilling from the third gate, Gate of Life of the Eight Gates formation. Unlike the deep hue of the fourth Raikage's lightning release armor, and not the standard green of the Eight Gates, this glow was a pale silver-white. Kaede named this state Lightning of Life. Lightning chakra inflicted tremendous damage on the body and had significant side effects. Normally, it would be reckless, practically suicidal, but with his time reversal ability, he could ignore such limitations. Moreover, in this mode, Chidori Blade could be maintained indefinitely. This was a technique developed specifically for himself after gaining the time reversal ability. Its speed was slightly faster than normal 8 gates activation. Most importantly, the silver glow was far more visually elusive than green, making him harder to track or react to. Kaede softly addressed Might Due, stating there was no need to use that here. He would handle this. Bathed in the silvery glow, he swung the white-fanged blade from in front of him to his right, trailing arcs of lightning through the air. The unusual screeching of Chidori immediately drew the attention of the surrounding ninjas. Both IWA and Konoha shinobi turned their eyes toward Kaede, bathed in silver light, and the ninja blade White Fang in his hand, crackling with arcs of lightning. Almost everyone present was an elite shinobi. At a glance, they could tell the technique Kaede was channeling into his blade combined both chakra nature transformation and shape transformation. An A-rank jutsu. It was a lightning-style technique of A-rank level. Marino Ibiki had this fleeting thought, though it didn't ease the weight in his heart. Kaede's strength was likely already approaching that of a Jonin. Might Due as well. He had underestimated both of them. But even if they were added to the Konoha side, IWA still had more than 10 extra Jonin in their ranks. So many Jonin, only someone like the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, might be able to single-handedly turn the tide. The gap in power still couldn't be closed. A nearby Iwagakure Jonin stepped forward, narrowing his eyes at Kaede. Holding a short sword across his chest, he sneered, questioning Kaede's confidence. Might Due was also stunned. Part of his surprise was Kaede telling him not to open the 8 gates. The other part was the silver light enveloping Kaede's body. It felt like the 8 gates formation, but its form was completely different, as though it was some evolved version of taijutsu built upon it. Kaede was a genius, no doubt about it. He had even managed to develop such a technique. But could even that really turn the tide here? The enemy still had over 10 Jonin on their side. However, that thought was quickly shattered by shock. Bathed in silver light and gripping the white fang, Kaede suddenly vanished, moving faster than the eye could follow as he cut across the battlefield. Nearby ninjas could only see a streak of silver light tracing an arc through the air, appearing behind an unsuspecting Iwagakure Jonin. The Jonin's expression shifted from surprise to terror, eyes wide with disbelief. He staggered forward and collapsed to the ground, a deep gash running across his back, a devastating blow that left him incapacitated. Shock swept through the field. The Jonin who had just mocked Kaede was frozen, his face stiffening as he stared at Kaede in disbelief and growing dread. What was that speed? As he stood stunned, Kaede turned to look at him. That single glance sent a chill down his spine, as if death itself had cast its gaze upon him. Even as a veteran of countless battles, he felt the creeping chill of danger. That brat was extremely dangerous. Where would the next attack come from? He raised his guard to the maximum, every muscle tense, not daring to relax for even an instant. Then Kaede murmured the words, "Lightning flash." In an instant, he vanished again. The silver light shimmered and slashed across the battlefield, reappearing right in front of that Jonin, not from the side or behind, but from the front. The Jonin, already on high alert, hadn't expected a frontal assault. He swung his short sword with all his strength, aiming to block the incoming white fang. However, the moment his blade met Kaede's sword, it was cleaved in two, like rotted wood. The silver arc of lightning sliced cleanly through him, and the ground behind him split open in a long trench. A single blow. Instant defeat. The Jonin hadn't even had time to react. Nearby ninjas, both from Konoha and IW, were visibly shaken, eyes wide in disbelief. Only two individuals, the Uchiha Jonin with a 3-tomo Sharingan and the Hyuga ninja Hyuga Setsuna with his Byakugan, could barely follow Kaede's movements. Both the Uchiha and the Hyuga shinobi gasped, visibly rattled. Even with their dojutsu, they could barely track Kaede's speed. Kaede vanished once more, a flash of silver darting through the battlefield. Wherever he passed, elite IWA Chunin fell, unable to defend themselves, struck down in a single blow. In just moments, 3 Iwagakure Jonin and over a dozen Chunin lay incapacitated. The battlefield descended into chaos. The IWA shinobi, who had been overpowering Konoha with sheer numbers, now found themselves in complete disarray. Even those who hadn't yet been targeted by Kaede were too frightened to look away. But it was all in vain. Even with their full attention, Chunin simply couldn't withstand Kaede's blitz attacks. The speed and reflex gap was insurmountable. Jonin might survive by using shadow clones or substitution jutsu, but unless a Chunin had preemptively fled, they didn't stand a chance of reacting at all. Kaede's blade struck again, another Chunin down. Just then, a voice full of rage echoed from the side. As Kaede was cutting down another Chunin, the ground beneath him surged upward, entangling his ankles and halting his momentum. An elite Iwagakure Jonin formed a rapid hand seal and shouted as his chakra surged. The ground rumbled violently. He had fought cloud ninjas before and had experience countering speed-based opponents. The earth cracked and rose, forming layers of rock that closed in around Kaede, trapping him at the center of a barrier. The barrier's power suppressed Kaede's chakra instantly. The silver light around him faded, and the arcs of lightning on the white fang dulled and vanished. The Jonin coldly addressed Kaede inside the barrier, stating that this was the end for him. Around them, the IWA ninja let out a collective sigh of relief, thankful for the elite Jonin's intervention. Seeing Kaede trapped within the hidden stone ninja's barrier technique, the nearby Konoha ninja felt their hearts sink. They had hoped that Kaede's overwhelming power could completely turn the tide of the battle, but now it seemed that was too much to expect. After all, they were up against the elite of Iwagakure, powerful and experienced ninjas. However, inside the barrier, the silver light surrounding Kaede had faded, yet he showed no sign of panic. Instead, he tilted his head slightly and murmured that the Jonin had prepared well for speed-type opponents. Kaede could still feel the first 3 gates of the 8 gates technique open, but the chakra inside his body was circulating at a fraction of its usual speed. This was the elite of Iwagakure, after all. It made sense they wouldn't fall that easily. But this level still wasn't enough. The very next instant, under the stunned gaze of the Jonin, silver light erupted once more from Kaede's body. Lightning surged along the blade of the white fang, crackling with energy. The Jonin's face twisted in disbelief. His barrier was specifically designed to suppress chakra flow to a high degree. Even a cloud ninja using the lightning release chakra mode shouldn't be able to activate jutsu under its effects. But Kaede's expression remained calm. This was time reversal. The barrier was still active, but he had rewound his physical state to a point before being restrained. The sluggish chakra surged violently once more, and Chidori flared in Kaede's hand. Before the barrier could regain its strength, the explosive chakra within him surged downward, and the fourth gate of the 8 gates burst open. Kaede resolved to go all out, activating the gate of pain, thunder. Lightning chakra erupted from the fourth gate, causing his hair to whip wildly as silver strands sparked with arcs of lightning. In this state, Kaede shattered the rocks closing in around him. With a blinding flash, he swung the white fang forward, its blade cloaked in lightning. The slash was impossibly fast, so swift that even the dojutsu of Hyuga Setsuna and Uchiha Tsukio could barely register it. The blade tore through the air, generating intense friction that ignited flames. Flame and lightning entwined, forming a slash that cleaved straight through the earth release barrier from the center. The fiery, lightning-charged slash blasted across the battlefield, striking the earth dozens of meters away and tearing open a deep trench that stretched for tens of meters. Kaede murmured to himself, recognizing that the technique had surpassed the moon flash and deserved a new name, Radiant Flash. Danton's expression shifted dramatically as he realized the danger. He still didn't understand how Kaede had broken through his chakra-suppressing barrier, but one thing was clear: Kaede was coming for him. Without hesitation, as Kaede vanished, Danton formed a hand seal and silently disappeared using the Earth instantaneous movement technique. Kaede appeared exactly where Danton had stood, his blade crashing into the ground and carving a burning scar through the earth. Missing his target didn't faze him. He vanished again, transforming into a streak of silver light across the battlefield. Nearby hidden stone ninja attempted to intercept him with jutsu, but none could keep up with his speed. Their techniques missed entirely. A short distance away, Danton reappeared, only to be met head-on by Kaede's fiery blade. He was struck down, his form crumbling into 2 pieces of stone. Another Earth-style clone. Danton's true body emerged several meters away, panic in his eyes. His hands flew into rapid seals, trying to evade again, but this time it was too late. A fiery arc flashed through his body, and he froze, hands still mid-seal. Bathed in silver light, Kaede appeared behind him, holding his blade in the follow-through of the slash. To have dodged twice under the quadruple speed of the fourth gate, this Danton was easily the strongest Jonin Kaede had encountered on this battlefield, nearly Kage level. Kaede acknowledged the challenge. Danton turned his head with difficulty to look at Kaede, unable to comprehend how he had escaped the barrier's restraint. A normal ninja's chakras simply couldn't do that. Was Kaede a Jinchuriki? Unfortunately, he would never know the answer. As the single word left his lips, a thin red line split his body, and he collapsed as darkness swallowed his mind. From the moment Kaede broke the barrier to the moment he took down the elite Iwagakure Jonin, it had taken only seconds. The surrounding hidden stone ninja and Konoha shinobi were still in shock. Many hadn't even processed what had happened. Only when they saw Danton's bisected body hit the ground did they react, and disbelief erupted among the hidden stone ninja. Danton had held a position just below the Tsuchikage's advisors in Iwagakure. He was the commander of the 30-man ambush squad, known for his strength and strategic ability. Yet, he was dead, taken down by a single Konoha shinobi before he could even fight back. The Konoha ninja were just as stunned. Even Marino Ibiki and the others were left in a daze, unable to fathom Kaede's terrifying power. He had effortlessly defeated Chunin and even a renowned Jonin like Danton. Despite the loss of over a dozen Chunin and 3 Jonin, the hidden stone ninja had held firm. But with Danton's death, the battle's momentum shifted, and chaos began to spread among the IWA forces. Even those attacking Orochimaru, including Akato and others, were visibly shaken. One of them exposed a gap, and Orochimaru seized the chance, striking decisively. Orochimaru, with a strange smile, noted that Kaede's power far exceeded his expectations. The level of speed was difficult even for him to track. If he had to confront Kaede head-on, he would struggle to keep up. He sensed that Kaede's state was not just due to the 8 gates, it was something more, a mysterious and dangerous power at work. Regardless of its nature, Kaede's overwhelming strength had reversed the entire situation, achieving it all alone. That flash of silver reminded him of the legendary White Fang of Konoha. The hidden stone ninja looked at Kaede with clear signs of fear in their eyes. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, a Jonin gritted his teeth and barked for calm, reminding them that Kaede's state couldn't last long. They still had the advantage and urged their comrades to keep attacking. Some hidden stone ninja noticed the silver glow around Kaede beginning to dim slightly, offering them a sliver of hope. With renewed determination, they charged once more toward the Konoha forces. On the Konoha side, thanks to Kaede's rapid takedown of 4 Jonin and over a dozen Chunin, the tide of battle had shifted. The situation was no longer as dire as it had been at the start. Now, when faced with the hidden stone ninjas' continued assault, they met the attack head-on. Explosions erupted across the battlefield as the clash intensified. Kaede's eyes scanned the battlefield as he quietly reflected on his transformation. With a sudden burst of speed, he charged toward the nearest hidden stone ninja. Although his chakra reserves were limited, comparable to that of a Jonin under normal circumstances, his ability to reverse time allowed him to restore his physical state and draw chakra from his cells repeatedly. While he couldn't perform high-level techniques like the Raisin Shuriken or Tailed Beast Bomb, he could use lower chakra techniques like the Chidori almost without limit. Only reanimated ninja could match his stamina and endurance. Even Jinchuriki would struggle to keep up. The silver flash of Kaede moved swiftly across the battlefield. Few could withstand more than 2 or 3 of his strikes. Even powerful Jonin relied on body flicker and substitution techniques to evade his attacks, unable to mount an effective counter. The count of fallen ninja rose steadily 16, 17, 18. Kaede was a force of nature, a relentless warrior. On the Konoha side, veteran ninja like Marino Ibiki watched in disbelief as nearly 10 Jonin fell to Kaede's blade. Orochimaru had also dispatched 2 attackers, leading to the collapse of the hidden stone forces. Sekatsu, struggling to evade Orochimaru's strikes, gritted his teeth and issued the retreat command, his eyes filled with frustration. The battle had turned in Konoha's favor, and even if Kaede exhausted his chakra, the outcome would remain unchanged. Continuing the fight would only lead to their complete defeat. As he tunneled underground, Sekatsu felt bitterness and regret. The hidden stone ninja had meticulously planned their ambush, anticipating that Konoha's advance unit might be led by someone like Orochimaru or Danzo. They had committed 5 Jonin for suppression, but they had not accounted for Kaede's unexpected appearance. When news reached them that Jonin Hikaru and a team of elite ninja had been eliminated upon entering the Land of Grass, Sekatsu had noted Kaede but underestimated him. He had viewed Kaede as a talented ninja to be eliminated early, not as a formidable opponent on par with Orochimaru. Even Orochimaru would not have been able to take down multiple Jonins so swiftly. They had deployed enough strength to handle even 2 Orochimaru-level enemies if necessary, but they had not anticipated Kaede's speed. By the time he unleashed his full potential, chaos had already engulfed the battlefield. They had hoped that their Earth-style techniques could restrain Kaede, but that plan had failed as well. As Sekatsu continued to flee underground, he felt a sudden surge of danger and instinctively twisted to the side. A searing arc of flame split the earth, and despite his evasive maneuver, he lost his left arm at the shoulder, the stump charred black. Ignoring the pain, Sekatsu sprang from the ground and used the body flicker technique to escape at top speed. Kaede pursued him relentlessly, his silver light illuminating the chaos around them. Though Kaede did not recognize most of the hidden stone ninja, he identified Sekatsu as a leader based on his command during the battle. Orochimaru observed Kaede chasing Sekatsu for a moment before turning his attention to another nearby hidden stone ninja. With Sekatsu's retreat, the hidden stone forces crumbled, and the remaining ninja scattered in all directions as Konoha forces began their pursuit. The chase continued from morning until afternoon, culminating in Konoha regrouping at the original battlefield to assess the aftermath. Kiid tossed Sekatsu's head into a pit of sand, and as Orochimaru approached, he shrugged, acknowledging the close call. Orochimaru chuckled, his eyes gleaming with appreciation, as if he were admiring a rare treasure. Kiid explained that he had sensed Sekatsu's faint chakra while he was underground, and if he hadn't injured him earlier, he might have escaped. Orochimaru's voice was low and thoughtful as he remarked that if Kiid developed strong sensory capabilities alongside his speed, he would become an even more formidable opponent. He expressed surprise at Kiid's rapid growth, noting that he had exceeded expectations. Orochimaru recalled his own battles during the Second Ninja War, realizing that Kiid might already surpass his strength at that time, when he had been just 23 years old. Kiid, still only 10, had achieved remarkable progress. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled as he acknowledged Kiid's potential, realizing that being surpassed by a student was a new experience for him. Kiid simply smiled, recognizing the compliment but remaining humble. Kiid had developed a few jutsu under Orochimaru's guidance, but they came with serious side effects. He acknowledged that he was still far from reaching Orochimaru's level. Orochimaru's lack of confidence didn't stem from doubts about winning. Rather, he was uncertain about capturing Kiid. Winning and killing were two entirely different matters. With Kiid's incredible speed, if his only goal was to escape, Orochimaru would struggle unless he had set up a ceiling barrier in advance. Kiid's modest response hinted that if they were to fight now, the outcome would be unpredictable. Orochimaru possessed vast chakra reserves, keen sensory abilities, and no obvious weaknesses, particularly when it came to survivability. Defeating him outright was impossible. Any confrontation would turn into a war of attrition. Ultimately, it would come down to either Kiid exhausting Orochimaru's chakra or Orochimaru successfully trapping Kiid with a sealing technique. The battle could potentially last for days. Regardless, Kiid was undeniably a true Kage-level powerhouse, and even more troublesome than Orochimaru himself. With his overwhelming speed and a unique ability to manipulate time, Kiid felt confident standing his ground against someone like Orochimaru. Ordinary Jonin and even elite Jonin would struggle to last more than a few exchanges. Orochimaru observed Kiid for a moment, tilting his head in curiosity. He noted that Kiid's ability to accelerate his actions was not just a ninjutsu. Kiid remained unfazed. Orochimaru's keen insight made it clear that he had noticed the abnormal time acceleration state Kiid entered during battle. The 8 gates could enhance physical speed, but they wouldn't produce the same visual effect that Kiid exhibited. This discrepancy couldn't be attributed to speed alone. Kiid confirmed Orochimaru's observation, explaining that his ability was indeed not a regular ninjutsu but a Kekei Genkai that increased his overall speed by placing him in a higher frequency state. At his current level, admitting to possessing a unique Kekei Genkai was not a significant revelation, as every Kage-level shinobi had their own hidden strengths. Orochimaru's expression flickered with surprise and growing interest as he considered the implications. He recognized Kiid as a first-generation Kekei Genkai user. Unlike well-known inherited Kekei Genkai such as the Byakugan and Sharingan, which ran in clans, most other types appeared sporadically in individuals with unique awakenings. These rare shinobi were known for their extraordinary abilities, which often did not pass on to their descendants. Kiid nodded in acknowledgement. Orochimaru contemplated the nature of Kiid's Kekei Genkai, ruling out fusion-based types derived from basic elements, as they lacked the ability to affect frequency. He deduced that it could not be a Kekei Toda type or aligned with In Release's mental techniques, leading him to consider the possibility of a mutated form of Yang Release. However, Kiid quickly corrected him, stating that it was not Yang Release. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement as he realized the implications of Kiid's ability. The Kekei Genkai that altered the flow of time was an extraordinary concept. In the shinobi world, time-space ninjutsu was considered the most challenging to master, with most techniques focusing solely on space manipulation while leaving time untouched. Orochimaru had researched countless records on this topic, and the only vague references to time-related ninjutsu dated back centuries, involving a Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The details of that ability had been lost to history, as the shinobi who wielded it had attempted to unify the world but ultimately failed, defeated by a member of the Senju clan. This event occurred during the early Warring States era, long before the likes of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and the records were too fragmentary to determine their authenticity. Months ago, Kaede might have felt panic under Orochimaru's intense gaze, but now he faced it with calm composure. Orochimaru's keen observation and deduction had led him to conclude that Kaede's ability did not stem from the 5 elemental natures or yin or yang release, leaving only one possibility: time. Kaede acknowledged Orochimaru's insight, admitting that he had conducted tests and confirmed that his ability did not align with fire, lightning, wind, earth, or water release, nor with yin, yang, or space-time. He classified it as a 9th category of chakra nature transformation. With his current strength, revealing his time-based ability posed little threat, especially since time-based ninjutsu was incredibly difficult to counter. Unless someone possessed a time ability of their own, there was no true counter to it. Orochimaru expressed his astonishment, his gaze toward Kaede filled with awe. He saw Kaede as a priceless treasure. Orochimaru's ultimate desire was eternal life, and the greatest enemy of life was time itself. Even legendary figures like Hashirama and Madara could not conquer time. However, with Kaede's Kekei Genkai as a foundation, Orochimaru saw a potential opportunity to touch the power of time, to defeat it, and to attain immortality. At that moment, Kaede surpassed every experiment and specimen in Orochimaru's mind. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi himself ordered Orochimaru to eliminate Kaede, he would defy that command without hesitation. He might even consider defecting from Konoha with Kaede by his side. Kaede felt the weight of Orochimaru's intense gaze and shrugged helplessly. He remarked that judging by Orochimaru's expression, it seemed he was contemplating turning him into a test subject. Orochimaru chuckled, assuring Kaede that he was not interested in that, as Kaede was his most valued student. However, he expressed a keen interest in Kaede's Kekei Genkai, though he lamented that there was no time for detailed research at the moment. After a moment of thought, Kaede proposed that once the war ended, he would cooperate with Orochimaru for some research. Using the war as an excuse to delay was easy enough. By the time it concluded, he would likely have surpassed Kage level. With that kind of power, it wouldn't matter how he handled it. If everything went smoothly, he wouldn't even mind helping Orochimaru with some life extension research. After all, Orochimaru had treated him fairly well. He had learned both cell activation and the lightning nature transformation of chakra from him. So far, both of his time-related abilities could only be used on himself. That had always been one of the core limitations he had been trying to break through. Take his time reversal ability, for example. Since it locked onto his own body, it exhibited a peculiar property. If he cut his hand and flung the blood onto a wall, then used time reversal on the wound, the blood on the wall would vanish into thin air. This power completely ignored spatial distance. Kaede had even tested it by plucking a strand of hair and placing it far away. Upon activating time reversal, the hair would instantly reappear on his head. This meant that as long as he didn't want to, no one could take even a single drop of blood from him. The only drawback was that while time reversal could retrieve blood from 1,000 miles away, it couldn't teleport his physical body. He couldn't, for instance, revive at the spot where his blood landed. His soul-bound body always rewound in place, much like the mechanism behind Edo Tensei. As for experimenting with splitting his soul, or separating his body, to see how time reversal might work in such cases, Kaede had no intention of trying anything that reckless. If he wanted spatial movement, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique would do the trick. And even if Flying Thunder God was too difficult and required too much talent, there were still other options, like the Sharingan or Rinnegan, both of which had space-time techniques. All it would take was the power to seize one. Orochimaru smiled faintly upon hearing Kaede's thoughts. Even he found Kaede's current abilities difficult to deal with. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to force things. Fortunately, Kaede was his student, otherwise, gaining access to the power of time would have been nearly impossible. The only problem was that no one knew how long the war would last. Until it ended, he wouldn't have time to dive into research anyway. Just then, a ninja approached and reported to Orochimaru that the battlefield had been cleared. They confirmed a total of 77 IWA shinobi killed, including 13 jonin. Orochimaru nodded slowly, acknowledging the heavy blow to the IWA advance force and the disruption of their plans. He instructed the ninja to report the battlefield situation back to the village. As the ninja turned to leave, his gaze briefly lingered on Kaede, revealing a hint of unease but also a clear trace of respect. Though Kaede was much younger, his contributions in this battle were nothing short of remarkable, glorious, even. Nearly half of the IWA casualties had fallen due to Kaede's actions. He was undeniably the hero of this fight. This was respect earned through strength. Kaede noticed the look but didn't dwell on it. Once the ninja left, he turned to Orochimaru again and asked if he happened to have an extra Kusanagi sword. It was a little embarrassing to bring up, but White Fang was damaged. Not completely destroyed, but about a third of it had broken. Under quadruple speed and the fourth gate, combined with Chidori, the strain had proven too much for White Fang. Different ninja swords had different properties. White Fang wasn't built for durability but rather crafted from a special material optimized for chakra flow. In terms of sheer hardness, it was actually a bit inferior to standard steel. That was also why, in the original timeline, Kakashi had broken it. It just wasn't that tough. In terms of raw attack power, Kaede's current full-force strikes were probably still weaker than one of Tsukumo Hataki's swings with White Fang. But the issue wasn't power, it was technique. Tsukumo used the second stage of the Hataki sword style. His attacks were shaped purely by chakra nature transformation, stabilizing the form. This not only prevented strain on the sword but actually reinforced it. Kaede, on the other hand, was still using the first stage of the Hataki sword style, paired with lightning release, Chidori. He relied on speed to forcibly emulate the second stage's effect. He hadn't noticed it mid-battle, but after defeating Sekatsu, he realized a thin crack had appeared on White Fang's blade. One more battle like that, and it would likely shatter completely unless he could master the second stage of the Hataki sword style beforehand, unlocking a higher realm of chakra flow. But that wasn't something easily achieved. And in the state of the 8 gates, it was probably even harder to use the second stage. When it came to sheer toughness, only a divine weapon like the Kusanagi sword could endure his power. Although the Kusanagi wasn't a short blade and didn't naturally suit the Hataki sword style, it apparently had the ability to transform, stretching and shrinking at will. Even if it couldn't be shortened, he could always modify the sword style. It wasn't like he lacked time to train. Orochimaru was silent for a moment, then quickly understood what Kaede meant. He mentioned that he didn't have a spare Kusanagi sword right now, but he knew where one was. Kaede waited silently as Orochimaru opened his mouth and spat out a scroll. He handed the scroll to Kaede, explaining that it contained the approximate coordinates. The ninja in that village weren't particularly strong, and with Kaede's level, he would have no trouble handling it. It was intel Orochimaru had obtained earlier. He had originally planned to retrieve the sword himself, but the sudden outbreak of war had dragged him to the front lines, so he had to put it off. Kaede took the scroll, tempted to ask how Orochimaru managed to keep track of all the scrolls he had in his stomach, but he kept the thought to himself and simply nodded as he accepted the scroll, thanking his sensei. Inside Konoha village, at the top floor of the Hokage building, a tense meeting was underway. The atmosphere in the room was heavy. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the center, while Danzo sat to his side. Tsunagakure refused to believe their explanation and was convinced they were directly responsible for the disappearance of the third Kazekage. The new fourth Kazekage had already mobilized a large force and was advancing toward the borders of the Land of Fire. Hiruzen stated gravely, his eyes gleaming with concern that they must respond. The third Kazekage had vanished about a month ago. Tsunagakure had attempted to keep the news under wraps, secretly searching everywhere for their Kazekage. However, with no results, they ultimately concluded that Konoha had abducted him and formally declared war. Tsunagakure's declaration dramatically escalated the situation. Initially, Iwagakure's actions in the Land of Grass had involved only a small advance unit, little more than a probe with minor harassment and strategic positioning, not a full-scale confrontation. But Tsunagakure was not holding back. They launched straight into an all-out assault. One elite jonin suggested solemnly that the fourth Kazekage himself was leading the charge and that Lord Hokage should personally go to the front lines. Hiruzen's expression remained serious. He had considered leading the frontline forces himself, but with Tsunagekyu's full-scale invasion underway, there was no guarantee that Kirigakure or Kumogakure wouldn't make a move as well. The countries housing those villages did not border the Land of Wind and would not benefit from invading it. If they took action, it would only be to exploit Tsunagekyu's offensive by launching raids against the Land of Fire. Jiraiya rose to his feet, his expression solemn and resolute, stating that it would be better for Hiruzen to stay in the village to deter any other villages from taking action. Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya, reassured by his strength. Still, with the scale of Tsunagekyu's attack, it would be a daunting task for Jiraiya alone. Hiruzen then turned toward Danzo, instructing him to go with Jiraiya. Danzo sat with his cane, his eyes calm, just about to speak when Jiraiya interrupted, suggesting that Danzo should stay and keep an eye on Kirigakure. He believed that if Minato and he went together, they could handle Tsunagekyur. Hiruzen considered this for a moment and then nodded. It would be counterproductive to send Danzo and Jiraiya into battle together, and Minato accompanying Jiraiya was a much better match. Hiruzen's eyes swept across the room, where elite jonin and many clan leaders, including Uchiha and Hyuga, were in attendance. The true purpose of this meeting was to lay bare the seriousness of the situation and pressure the major clans to send their forces. The Uchiha clan leader calmly stated that if this was total war, they would follow the Hokage's commands, and the Hyuga clan leader echoed the sentiment. They all understood why they had been summoned. With war looming, sitting on the sidelines was not an option. Seeing that all the clans had expressed their support, Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction and began distributing personnel files to organize the frontline defense against Tsunagekyur. Just then, a member of the Umbu appeared, kneeling before Hiruzen and presenting a scroll with one hand, announcing an urgent report from the front. Hiruzen paused, lowering his gaze to the Umbu ninja, and asked about the battle status. The Umbu nodded, and Hiruzen felt a sense of relief. He accepted the scroll and unrolled it. With Orochimaru leading the unit and Might Due, a powerful wild card on hand, Hiruzen was confident that Iwagakure's plans would not succeed. As he skimmed the first few lines, his brow relaxed, confirming his expectations. He began reading aloud about the frontline report, detailing how Konoha's advance unit reached the border, tracked Iwagakure's forces, engaged them in the wasteland zone, and ultimately repelled them, with over half of the enemy ninja defeated. The first line alone lifted the mood in the room, and the clan heads visibly relaxed. With Tsunagekyur launching a full-on invasion, receiving such a major victory against Iwagakure was a huge relief. The situation on the Land of Grass border was now stable, and there was no longer an urgent need to send reinforcements. This allowed Konoha to focus most of its strength on confronting the Sand, which meant fewer casualties for the clans. Danzo remarked calmly, glancing toward Hiruzen, that it was well done. From Danzo's perspective, the victory at the border was a blessing. With Konoha's forces able to concentrate on defeating Tsunagekyur first, even a two-front war would not be an issue. Jiraiya added with a smirk that Orochimaru was still dependable when it counted and that he would not let the Sand run wild. He and Orochimaru had always competed with each other, and now that Orochimaru had secured such a solid victory, Jiraiya felt the need to keep pace. Hiruzen continued reading the report, which included more detailed battle information and Konoha's casualties. The advance unit had lost 11 men, with 4 seriously injured and 21 lightly wounded. Hiruzen's initial joy dimmed slightly. Casualties were inevitable in war. Losing 11 and seriously injuring 4, in exchange for wiping out over half of Iwagakure's advance unit, was undeniably a massive victory. Danzo inquired about the battle details, and Hiruzen nodded, reading on. Orochimaru had led their forces in pursuit of the enemy, located their position in the wasteland zone, and launched an ambush. Their force numbered about 80, while Iwagakure's was 70, giving them the advantage. However, nearly 30 elite hidden stone ninja were lying in wait, half of them jonin, who suddenly emerged from underground in a surprise attack. At this point, Hiruzen's voice trailed off slightly. Danzo and the other clan leaders turned serious, focusing intently. Though they already knew the battle ended in victory, a surprise ambush from nearly 30 elite hidden stone ninja, including many Chunin, must have created an extremely dangerous situation. They wondered how Orochimaru had managed to turn it around. While technically a victory, it could hardly be called a great one. The ambush by Iwa's elite forces had put their side in a desperate situation. With casualties quickly mounting and the situation critical, Kakashi Hataki used a self-created lightning release forbidden technique to incapacitate over 30 IWA Chunin and Chunin, completely dismantling Iwa's ambush strategy. At this point, the voice gradually faded, and the entire conference room fell silent. Even the normally brash and restless Jiraiya looked visibly stunned. Danzo, who had remained calm and composed throughout, now had a flicker of surprise and uncertainty in his eyes as he glanced toward Hiruzen Sarutobi, silently questioning the validity of the report. Hiruzen was just as shocked. Holding the intelligence scroll in his hand, he found himself momentarily unable to continue reading. He simply stared at it in stunned silence, his eyes scanning all the way to the end of the report and its final statistics. 33, that was the number of IWA shinobi taken down by Kaede. Among them were 9 Chunin, including Sekatsu and Danton, 2 elite Iwagakure Chunin known throughout the ninja world. In the midst of the silence, Hiruzen slowly lowered the scroll and looked toward the Umbu shinobi who had delivered it. This intelligence had come from the front lines. The Umbu confirmed that the scroll was delivered by Orochimaru's summoning beast, making it likely genuine. Hiruzen took a deep breath, realizing that Orochimaru's summoning beasts hailed from Ryuchi Cave, making forgery nearly impossible. There was no reason to go through all this trouble just to deliver a false report. It wasn't Might Due who had used a forbidden technique to reverse the battle. It was Kakashi Hataki, a 10-year-old boy, who had used some kind of self-made forbidden jutsu to determine the outcome of the battle. The implications were shocking and unbelievable. Uchiha Fugaku, sitting to the side with his arms crossed, finally broke the silence. He recognized Kaede's name, having recently labeled the boy a genius among young shinobi, but it had only left a mild impression on him. The Uchiha clan had never been short on geniuses, and a child who hadn't fully matured, even one with a genius title, wasn't worth his attention as clan head. But now things were different. If this report was accurate, then Kaede was no longer a developing genius. He was a shinobi already qualified to inherit the name of Konoha's White Fang. A shinobi of that caliber couldn't be ignored, even by the Uchiha clan. Hyuga Hayashi, sitting beside Fugaku, gasped in disbelief, realizing that a self-created forbidden jutsu had led to the defeat of 33 IWA shinobi, 9 of whom were Chunin. Even if this feat was somewhat exaggerated, it was still astounding. Such a record would make any shinobi a legend. Danzo withdrew his gaze from Hiruzen, a glimmer of something dark flashing in his eyes. It was unexpected, far too unexpected. Who could have imagined that Kaede would possess such power before even turning 11? If Danzo had known this earlier, he would have taken a far stronger approach to bring Kaede into root. A shinobi like that, carefully cultivated, would become a powerful and reliable asset. He felt a twinge of regret for not valuing Kaede highly enough, as the boy had slipped through his fingers and ended up as Orochimaru's student. Hiruzen fell silent for a moment, then raised his head and looked at the Umbu. He ordered the promotion of Kaede to Special Chunin, directly under Orochimaru's command, allowing him to operate independently. Kaede's strength and achievements already qualified him for full Chunin rank, but Chunin were usually required to demonstrate leadership and sound judgment in complex situations, qualities that were still unknown in Kaede. For now, promoting him to Special Chunin under Orochimaru and without a team was the best option. The Umbu responded promptly and disappeared from the conference room. Hiruzen glanced around at Jiraiya and the heads of the major clans. Seeing that they were all still reeling from the earlier report, he paused before speaking again, redirecting the discussion to troop assignments for the front lines. In a clearing somewhere in Konoha, Kakashi stood expressionlessly atop a stone pillar with his arms folded, looking at Uchiha Obito, who was rushing over while wearing his usual goggles. Obito ran all the way over, but as a trained ninja, he wasn't even out of breath. He explained that he had encountered an old lady on the way. Kakashi, unimpressed, sighed and suggested that Obito could at least come up with a more believable reason next time. Just as they were about to bicker again, Rin intervened helplessly, believing Obito. She pointed out that Minato-sensei was also late. Kakashi speculated that Minato probably ran into something. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a figure silently appeared behind him. It was Namikaze's Minato, wearing Konoha's forehead protector and sporting golden blonde hair. Minato apologized for being late, explaining that something had come up. Obito, scratching the back of his head, laughed awkwardly, while Kakashi shot him a glare that clearly indicated his disapproval. Rin then asked Minato about their mission for the day. Minato informed them that there was no mission today, as Sunagakure had officially declared war on them. All previously scheduled missions were cancelled, and starting tomorrow, the three of them would accompany him to the border to face the Sand Ninja. Obito froze for a moment, but then his eyes lit up with excitement at the prospect of going to the battlefield. It was finally Obito's time to shine. However, Kakashi, casting him a sidelong glance, remarked that with how often Obito was late, by the time he showed up, the battle would probably be over. Obito froze and turned angrily to glare at Kakashi, feeling frustrated. Ever since joining the squad, he had been constantly mocked and looked down upon by Kakashi. Compared to that, Kid seemed almost tolerable, though Obito found it annoying how popular Kid was at school, with nearly all the girls obsessed with him. Minato, ignoring Kakashi's snark, looked at Obito seriously. He emphasized that this time they were going to the front lines and that Obito must obey orders without acting on his own. Kakashi and Rin were reliable, but Obito had a tendency to cause trouble, so Minato needed to lay down the rules ahead of time. This was not a normal mission, they were going to war. Obito wilted under Minato's serious tone and reluctantly acknowledged his instructions. Rin took a deep breath, finally recovering from the news, and wondered how Kid was doing. Minato hesitated for a moment before trying to explain the situation. Seeing his expression, Kakashi's face turned serious, and he asked what had happened to his brother. Obito also looked up, his gaze tense. He might not like Kid, but he didn't want to hear any bad news about him. What he wanted was to surpass Kid in strength and achievements and become Hokage, not to see Kid fall on the battlefield. Minato took a moment to gather his thoughts before revealing that Kid had likely been marked as a high-alert target by the top brass of Iwagakure. Rin blinked in confusion, not quite understanding what that meant, while Kakashi narrowed his eyes, guessing but still finding it hard to believe. Minato confirmed that in a recent battle, Kid had defeated more than 30 elite ninjas from Iwagakure, including a significant number of Jonin. His words brought a sudden silence. Even Kakashi, who had mentally prepared himself, looked shaken. He hadn't expected Kid to accomplish something so extraordinary on the battlefield. Rin stood frozen, struggling to process the information. The thought of Kid having killed over 30 elite hidden stone ninjas, including numerous Jonin, was nearly impossible to believe. Konoha had more than 20,000 active shinobi, but the number of Jonin was less than 300, each considered a top-tier talent capable of leading a ninja squad. Kid had achieved something almost beyond belief. Just how strong had he become? Obito, stunned, found it hard to accept. It sounded like something out of a fantasy. Minato reassured them that it was confirmed intelligence and that Kid had truly inherited the talent of White Fang, but it was more than talent. He must have put in an unimaginable amount of effort. Kakashi took a deep breath, knowing better than anyone how intense Kid's training was. Every day, Kid practiced until midnight, splitting his sleep into short bursts just to keep training. That kind of regimen wasn't something a normal person could endure. Kakashi had tried it once and had to give up after just 2 days. He remembered Kid's words about the necessity of relentless training to earn strength far beyond others. Now, Kid had reached a level where he could defeat Jonin, while Kakashi hadn't even mastered Chidori yet. Feeling the weight of the gap between them, Kakashi shook his head inwardly, wondering how he was supposed to catch up. Obito, still dazed, realized he was still a genin while Kid had already made a name for himself. The distance between them felt unreal. Just months ago, they were classmates. He thought that Kid must have cheated, but he was still Uchiha Obito. After a moment of blankness, he regained his composure, took a deep breath, and clenched his fist, vowing to surpass Kaede. He was a member of the Uchiha clan, and once he awakened his Sharingan, his power would skyrocket. He would enjoy the spotlight while he could, but sooner or later, he would catch up and become Hokage. In the Land of Fire, at the border camp, Orochimaru, Kaede, and several Jonin from the vanguard forces gathered in the central tent. After a brief wait, a small snake slithered out from Orochimaru's sleeve and spat out a scroll. Orochimaru picked it up and opened it, revealing orders from Hiruzen Sarutobi in Konoha. He skimmed through it before reading it aloud, which instructed him to dispatch a squad to escort the seriously and lightly wounded ninjas back to the village while the remaining forces stayed at the Land of Grass border to monitor Iwagakure's movements. The scroll also mentioned Kaede's promotion. Although it was only a special Jonin title, it was still a Jonin-level rank. Becoming a Jonin at 10 years old was a first in Konoha's history. After reading the scroll, Orochimaru glanced at Kaede. The other Jonin in the tent exchanged glances. While there was a ripple of emotion at the idea of someone becoming a Jonin at such a young age, none expressed dissatisfaction or doubt. Given Kaede's strength shown in the previous battle and the merits he had earned, no one in the vanguard would question or oppose his promotion to Special Jonin. Kaede smiled lightly, downplaying the achievement as just a wartime exception. Orochimaru then suggested they decide who would escort the wounded, indicating that Shikuro's team should handle it, as there were only 4 severely injured ninjas. The lightly wounded could still move normally and retained combat capabilities, so a single team was sufficient for escort duty. Aburame Shikuro, ever quiet and reserved, acknowledged the order and immediately left the tent. After some further discussion about camp arrangements and whether to advance into the Land of Grass for a cleanup operation, the rest of the ninja also dispersed. Back in his own tent, Kaede sat cross-legged and took out the white fang short blade. He could clearly see a crack running down. The blade, extending from the center all the way to the hilt, extensive damage for any sword. Holding the white fang, Kaede closed his eyes, and in the darkness, a golden illusionary clock appeared before him. After trying a few things, he pressed his hand over the crack in the blade. A few seconds passed, but nothing changed, the crack remained. Kaede opened his eyes and sighed, realizing it was no good. After obtaining information about the Kusanagi sword from Orochimaru, he hadn't gone to retrieve it immediately. Instead, he first studied his own abilities and tried to repair the white fang using time reversal. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried, he couldn't apply his time powers to external objects. Neither time acceleration nor time reversal worked. He had always thought that the white fang was better off in his hands than Kakashi's. His mastery of the Hataki sword style surpassed Kakashi's, and it suited his techniques better. At least, he wouldn't damage it so easily. Yet, the white fang had broken even earlier than it had in the original timeline. Kaede contemplated finding a craftsman to repair it. If it could be fixed, he would return it to Kakashi, as it no longer suited him. It seemed Sunagakure had already launched a full-scale offensive, but Iwagakure's intentions were still unclear. If they remained inactive, he might take the opportunity to retrieve the Kusanagi sword. At his current level, the presence or absence of a suitable weapon didn't drastically affect his strength. He could still use Chidori without relying on a weapon. His close combat wouldn't suffer much, only his long-range attacks would be weakened. This was because the Hataki sword style allowed for more concentrated force and could unleash ranged slash attacks, which were more destructive than the fireball punches of the Morning Peacock. Kaede began contemplating his future training path. Normally, with a 13-year-old body, his chakra would at best be at Jonin level. But thanks to the secret technique of cell activation, his chakra capacity had increased a tier. It might seem like he had surpassed 90% of the ninja world, but in reality, it wasn't even enough to unleash a single Raisin Shuriken. There was no need for him to train Raisin Shuriken anyway, but this chakra level made evolving Chidori into Raikiri a bit troublesome. Chidori was an A-rank technique, while its evolved form, Raikiri, was an S-rank lightning release jutsu, requiring even more chakra and greater precision. Raikiri's power clearly surpassed Chidori. For Kaede, evolving Chidori into Raikiri was a clear direction, but he wasn't quite at the threshold yet. He murmured to himself, wishing his chakra could increase by one more level. If it did, it would reach Kage level. Then he could not only train Raikiri but also start learning Senjutsu. His power would undergo a leap no less significant than when he opened the first of the 8 gates. Unfortunately, that step wasn't easy to achieve. Across the entire ninja world, those who had Kage level chakra were few and far between, with each village having only a handful. If he followed the usual path, he would need to be at least 16 years old to achieve Kage level chakra. To speed it up, he would need alternative methods, like becoming a Jinchuriki or absorbing the dragon vein energy from Rorin. Becoming a tailed beast Jinchuriki wasn't ideal for now. With his current physique, he couldn't handle the 9 tails chakra. At best, he could manage only a quarter of it. As for the 1 to 8 tails, his body could bear them, but their chakra would constantly interfere with his mind. He would need to build a good relationship with the tailed beast and give them a thorough dose of socialist ideology. That wasn't something that could be accomplished quickly. It was too much trouble. It was better to just train normally up to Kage level. The dragon vein in Rorin wasn't suitable either. Though he could theoretically recover infinitely with time reversal, the energy density of the dragon vein was immense. It could reverse time itself. If he got flung thousands of years into the past or future and couldn't return, that would be a serious problem. As for other things, like Orochimaru's curse seal or Hashigikuru's star, those kinds of shady chakra-enhancing tools held no interest for him. Spending effort on those wasn't worth it. It would be better to use quadruple speed time acceleration to train the right way. Focusing on the next gate of the 8 gates technique still seemed like the most suitable plan. In Kaede's view, with his current level of strength, if he could master the 5th gate of the 8 inner gates, he would probably reach the peak of Kage level power. If he advanced to the 6th gate, and his time acceleration ability improved accordingly, he would surpass Kage level altogether. Kaede had read novels where power was categorized beyond Kage level into Super-Kage and 6 paths, tiers. To him, this division made sense. The strength displayed by the 6 paths of pain, both in destructive power and other aspects, clearly exceeded Kage level. Whether it was a Noki of the Stone or Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, all of them would stand no chance against pain. Defeat was inevitable. As for Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju, those two didn't even need to be mentioned. Even the combined force of the 5 Kage wasn't enough to take on just one of them. That kind of strength clearly couldn't be defined as Kage level anymore. Calling it Super Kage level was entirely appropriate. Judging by the enhancement the 8 inner gates gave him now, once he mastered the 6th gate, combined with time acceleration and time reversal, he would likely be able to overwhelm most Kage level opponents with ease. Even within the Super Kage tier, there were still distinctions in power. For instance, even Uchiha Madara, with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the might of the 9 tails, the strongest tailed beast, still couldn't defeat Hashirama Senju. So once one got past the 6th gate, power levels became a bit ambiguous. Kaede estimated that relying solely on the 6th gate along with time acceleration might not be enough to defeat formidable opponents like Madara or Hashirama. He would likely need Sage Mode or a Sage's body as well. Going further, it was difficult to determine just how powerful the 7th gate would make him, or even if he could open it at all. Mastering the 8 inner gates required not only effort but also talent and physical aptitude. But everyone could reach the 8th gate. If they could, there would be little reason to develop any other ninja techniques. Reaching the 6th gate would already be a significant achievement. Kaede sighed quietly. As a transmigrator, if he could attain Super Kage level strength before Naruto's storyline began, it would be a game changer. Disrupting Uchiha Madara's plans would be effortless. Even the troublesome Edo Tensei technique would pose no threat. He could gather the tailed beasts and the Rinnegan himself, becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki. With that in mind, the 8 inner gates remained his top priority. The 5th gate was next, and he braced himself for another round of intense training. Kaede felt a sense of fatigue creeping in. Despite time acceleration speeding up the process, the training still felt very real. To complicate matters, he wasn't particularly skilled with the 8 gates. While Rock Lee had reached the 5th gate in less than a year, Keat had spent a year and a half just to reach the 4th gate. It would likely take him another year to reach the 5th gate. This was why he had started exploring alternative methods to break through using chakra. If he could develop a sage's body and become the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, then activating Tailed Beast Chakra mode would grant him power that surpassed even the 6th or 7th gate of the 8 gates. For now, Keat decided to concentrate on training for the 5th gate. His thoughts wandered back to the power of the illusory clock. Closing his eyes, he visualized the phantom clock in his mind. The dial at the 3 o'clock mark remained cloaked in a dense gray mist. He wondered what the 3rd time ability would be. Time acceleration and time reversal had already granted him immense power. If he could unlock just one more time-related ability, he might not need to rely on other ninja techniques at all. He could stand atop the entire ninja world by himself. In Iwagakure, the Tsuchikage's office was tense. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, stood behind his desk, glaring at the ninja before him. His voice was low and grim as he expressed his disbelief at the failure of their plan, which had been thwarted by a young ninja. The IW ninja kneeling before him was drenched in cold sweat, clearly panicked. Neither Lord Sekatsu nor Lord Danton had anticipated this outcome. They had no idea that Konoha had someone like that among their ranks. Fury flashed in Inoki's eyes. He had invested significant effort into arranging this operation, hoping to catch Konoha off guard at the start of the war and seize the early advantage. Instead, they had been thoroughly routed and forced into a passive position. Blaming the advance squad now was futile. Both Sekatsu and Danton had perished in battle, and the rest of the squad was either dead or injured. Inoki inquired if they had any information on the young ninja. The kneeling ninja took a breath and began to report what they had learned. After listening quietly, Inoki's eyes narrowed slightly. Kakashi Kid was the son of Konoha's White Fang, a fact that filled him with frustration. During the Second Great Ninja War, Iwagakure had suffered greatly at the hands of Tsukumo Hataki, who had played a decisive role in their defeat. A few years prior, Inoki had secretly celebrated Tsukumo's death, believing it to be a loss for Konoha. But now, with the Third War underway, White Fang was gone, yet his son had emerged, leading to the annihilation of their advance forces. Was the Tsuchikage's fate cursed to be at odds with the Hataki clan? A ninja sitting on the sofa nearby stood up and addressed Inoki seriously. Their advance force had taken heavy losses, and he asked what Inoki planned to do next. This was Jodo, the Tsuchikage's chief advisor, second only to Inoki in rank within Iwagakure. The ambush operation had been planned jointly by the two of them. Inoki floated into the air, contemplating his next move. After a moment, he spoke in a low voice. With the advance unit nearly wiped out, continuing to fight Konoha head-on would put them at a disadvantage. There was also a real chance that Kumogakure might attempt a surprise attack. Jodo frowned slightly, noting that Tsunagakure had already gone to war with Konoha over the Kazekage incident. This was still a prime opportunity to strike. Inoki's eyes gleamed with a calculating light as he explained that even if they did not act, Konoha would remain cautious. They wouldn't commit all their forces to the Land of Wind. Whether they attacked or not, they were still applying pressure on Konoha. He continued, stating that if Tsunagakure emerged victorious, they would move in together. However, if they lost, there would be no need for them to engage in a losing battle with Konoha. Jodo listened to Inoki's words, his expression thoughtful. He had to admit it made sense. Launching a full-scale assault on Konoha right now would lead Konoha to hold back forces to counter them. Even without an attack, Konoha wouldn't dare shift all its troops to the Land of Wind. Given the defeat of the advance unit, a war with Konoha wouldn't be favorable, especially with the risk of a sneak attack from the hidden Cloud Village. Thus, a wait-and-see approach was indeed the wisest move. Inoki issued his orders decisively, instructing them to suppress information about the advance unit's defeat for now. They could not allow news of the crushing defeat to leak out and affect morale on the Sand Village's side of the battlefield. If the Sand Village sensed things were turning against them and suddenly withdrew, Konoha likely wouldn't pursue, and the entire plan would collapse. According to the intel, He was only 10 years old and already that strong. He might become a serious problem in the future. Inoki, arms crossed and floating midair, remarked that it was just power obtained through forbidden techniques and there was no need to worry too much. He noted that forbidden jutsu weren't something that could be used casually, pointing out that Jodo wouldn't be in his current state if he hadn't been so obsessed with them in his youth. Reports from the surviving members of the advance unit suggested that Kaede's abilities on the battlefield were quite different from the White Fang's. His strange battle state clearly wasn't normal. He had to be relying on some kind of forbidden technique. And with forbidden techniques, there was always a price. Jodo himself had damaged his life force due to his overuse of forbidden techniques in his youth. Now, his chakra could barely sustain his current state, let alone grow any further. Ninjas who relied too heavily on forbidden arts rarely reached the peak of power. The ninja world had more than enough examples of that. While Kaede might look impressive now, Inoki saw it as a reckless move. Forbidden jutsu were typically only considered after one hit a plateau in growth, and using them at such a young age was foolish in his eyes. It might seem like a threat, but that was likely just on the surface. Even if it didn't have side effects, there would definitely be weaknesses. Once a weakness was found, it could be exploited. A forbidden jutsu without any weaknesses or side effects simply didn't exist. Jodo shook his head, acknowledging that Kaede was still a threat, and finding the weak points in a forbidden technique wasn't simple. Inoki floated calmly, hands behind his back, suggesting that if they stayed put, Konoha might send Kaede to the battlefield in the Land of Wind. They could let the Sand Village deal with him and find his weakness or even eliminate him for them. Jodo rubbed his chin thoughtfully, considering the assumption that things would unfold that way. At the Konoha frontline camp in the Central Command tent, nearly 2 weeks had passed since the last major battle, yet Iwagakure still hadn't made any moves. No reports of significant activity had come in. Orochimaru, scanning recent intelligence from Konoha and internal reconnaissance from the Land of Grass, chuckled, suggesting that Inoki was probably waiting to see how the battle between them and the Sand Village played out before deciding his next move. Kaede studied the map before him and noted that if Iwagakure and Kumogakure were to form an alliance and launch a joint assault, Kirigakure might also break its pact with them, which could put them in a dangerous situation. Orochimaru agreed, adding that Inoki was far too cautious to risk a full-scale war. Even if he could ally with Kumogakure, he wouldn't trust them. This mutual distrust was why Konoha could maintain control of the largest resources. The major villages couldn't trust each other enough to form a real coalition. Kaede nodded slightly in agreement, recognizing the truth in Orochimaru's words. Konoha's strength might be overwhelming now, but if all 4 major villages united against it, even with Kaede's unpredictable presence, the situation would be incredibly difficult. However, mutual distrust ran too deep. Even if they all moved to attack Konoha, each would hold back some forces to guard against betrayal by the others. This was what allowed Konoha to survive such onslaughts, and it was the fundamental reason it ultimately triumphed in the Third Great Ninja War. With Iwagakure not moving for a while, Kaede expressed his desire to leave camp temporarily to retrieve the Kusanagi sword. He believed he should have enough time to return even if they acted. Orochimaru encouraged him to go ahead, reminding him to be careful. He had been the one to provide Kaede with the intel on the Kusanagi sword, and it truly was the best time to retrieve it, with Iwagakure still inactive and the sword's location not too far from the Land of Grass. Orochimaru figured it wouldn't be long before Hiruzen Sarutobi deployed Kaede to the Land of Wind to help fight against the Sand Village. With Iwagakure staying dormant, Orochimaru and Might Due were more than enough to hold the front. There was no need for Kaede to remain. Sending him to fight against the Sand Village was the most effective use of his strength, and Orochimaru was confident Hiruzen would see it that way too. Kaede gave a small nod and silently disappeared. The intel Orochimaru had given him placed the Kusanagi sword near the border between the Land of Grass and Amigakure. There, a hidden group operated in the shadows, much like Akatsuki before it was founded. This group was composed of rogue and independent ninja disguised as a simple village, surviving by taking on underground assassination and black ops contracts. The group was small and hidden, and its border location had kept it off the radar of both Amigakure and Kusagakure. Orochimaru had discovered it by accident while gathering intel on the Kusanagi sword, learning that the leader of this group possessed a blade matching the sword's description. Several days later, Kid arrived at the hidden village. It was quiet, the streets were empty, and every house was shut tight, like a village cowering in fear amidst the chaos of war. Wearing a rain cloak and a conical straw hat, he walked into the village and soon felt several presences watching him from the shadows. They didn't feel like ordinary civilians. Something was off. Kid slightly narrowed his eyes and, without a word, headed toward the only shop still open in the village, a tea house. The interior looked rather deserted as well. The owner was surprised to see a customer but quickly served tea and snacks when Kid placed a generous amount of money on the table. In the shadows, several pairs of eyes watched as Kid walked into the tea house. One of them, after a moment of hesitation, quickly vanished into the rain and arrived at a small house on the north side of the village. He jumped up to the second floor and climbed in through the window. The boss, a man with a scar on his face, opened his eyes and asked what kind of ninja had arrived. The report indicated that the newcomer looked young, maybe 12 or 13, and since he wasn't wearing a forehead protector, he might be from Amigakure or another village. He didn't appear to be a rogue ninja. The scarred ninja narrowed his eyes, questioning if there was only one person to be concerned about. A teenage ninja had suddenly appeared in the village without a forehead protector, raising alarms. The subordinate nodded, a cold glint in his eyes, and suggested that they take him out preemptively. The scarred ninja shook his head solemnly and instructed everyone to evacuate. The subordinate looked stunned. It seemed excessive to leave the village over one unknown young ninja, especially when they weren't even sure if he had noticed them. The scarred ninja stood up, his eyes gleaming with determination. He insisted that they leave immediately. Wartime demanded caution, and it was safer to leave the village for half a month rather than risk confrontation. As a deserter from Iwagakure during the Second Ninja War, he understood that his survival depended on vigilance. Any encounter with a ninja, especially an unknown one, should be avoided. If they left any trace behind, it could lead to trouble with the village backing that ninja. Even smaller nations like Amigakure or Kusagakure were not to be underestimated. The subordinate, though surprised, acknowledged the order and departed quickly. The scarred ninja retrieved a bag from a cabinet, filling it with stacks of money and a long wooden box. A short while later, nearly a dozen ninjas wearing cloaks and straw hats gathered in a courtyard, all dressed in rain gear. Some expressed their doubts about the decision to evacuate over a mere child, suggesting that the kid might not even be there for them. The scarred ninja, however, remained unfazed by their complaints. He coldly stated that anyone who wished to stay could do so, and those who wanted to follow him should come along. He left the courtyard, heading toward the village outskirts. The remaining ninjas exchanged glances, hesitating before a few decided to follow him. Others remained, their expressions conflicted. They believed the boss was overly cautious and that they could handle the situation without fleeing. A short while later, at a river on the east side of the village, the scarred ninja and his 7 subordinates prepared to cross when they noticed a figure on the opposite bank. The figure, a teenager with silver-white hair damp from the rain, stood without a straw hat. It was Kid. Kid observed the scarred man and noted the irony of his survival instincts. The scarred ninja had fled at the mere presence of a ninja entering the village. If not for his subordinates trying to ambush Kid and failing, he might have missed the scarred ninja altogether. The most absurd part was that the scarred ninja didn't even recognize Kid as a Konoha ninja or acknowledge his accomplishments in the Land of Grass. Kid directly asked if the scarred ninja possessed a Kusanagi sword. The group of ninjas glared at him, one sneering at his audacity. However, before he could finish, the scarred ninja pulled a wooden box from his bag and threw it at Kid. The box burst open mid-air, revealing a sheathed Kusanagi sword that landed at Kid's feet. The remaining ninjas froze in disbelief, and Kid himself was momentarily stunned. The scarred ninja quietly instructed Kid to take it before turning and fleeing at top speed. Silence enveloped the scene as the remaining ninjas struggled to comprehend what had just occurred. Their boss had handed over the sword without a fight, leaving them bewildered. Kid caught the sword, blinking in surprise before chuckling. He had anticipated a confrontation, but the scarred ninja's fear had led to an unexpected turn of events. Among the remaining ninjas, one finally regained focus, his gaze fixated on the sword in Kaede's hand. A look of greed began to surface as he realized the potential of acquiring the Kusanagi sword, a divine weapon that could secure a life of luxury. While their boss had the sword, he had never dared to think about taking it. But now that it was in the hands of a kid, the opportunity seemed ripe. If he could eliminate Kaede and claim the sword, he could vanish into the civilian world, escaping the reach of even the great villages. Taking a deep breath, he felt chakra flow through his body as he subtly adjusted his grip on his kunai. However, before he could act, Kaede's figure suddenly vanished from the opposite side of the river. In an instant, Kaede had crossed the riverbank and appeared behind him, the Kusanagi sword drawn and piercing through the ninja's chest. Kaede shook his head, commenting on the disparity between the intelligence of the leader and his subordinate. He withdrew the sword, and as beads of blood dripped from the blade, it was evident that it was indeed the genuine Kusanagi sword. Judging by its appearance, it looked nearly identical to the one Orochimaru had given Sasuke in the original story. The ninja, pierced through the chest by Kaede's sword, wore a look of shock. He reached for his chest, seeing his hands stained red. His eyes filled with fear, and his strength quickly faded as he collapsed to the ground. The other ninjas, witnessing this, were equally shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief as they looked at Kaede. They wondered if this was some sort of joke or if he was truly a Jonin. The speed and chakra he displayed were unmatched, even by their leader. Such power could not belong to a Chunin or Genin. It was undoubtedly at the Jonin level, possibly even from one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Realizing the gravity of the situation, their greedy thoughts were quickly extinguished by fear, and they fled in the opposite direction. A Jonin from one of the 5 great shinobi villages was beyond their ability to handle. But by the time they decided to escape, it was already too late. Kaede had no intention of letting any ninja with murderous intent go. Holding the Kusanagi sword, he dashed through the crowd. A shadow passed by everyone. Fear and horror froze on their faces as they collapsed to the ground. The rain mixed with the blood, staining the wet ground and flowing into the nearby stream. The scarred ninja, who had managed to escape far away, glanced back and noticed the chaos unfolding. He cursed inwardly, realizing he had predicted this outcome. Someone who could chase them down from the village with such a direct approach clearly had their sights set on the Kusanagi sword. Whether there was an ambush of many ninjas nearby or this person's power was incredibly frightening, he couldn't tell. Reluctantly parting with the Kusanagi sword, he threw it away, knowing that life was more important than any artifact. Seeing Kaede eliminate his subordinates with ease, the scarred ninja activated more chakra and increased his speed, fleeing even faster. Meanwhile, on the riverbank, Kaede, holding the Kusanagi sword, looked in the direction of the retreating figure. He contemplated whether to chase down this overly cautious ninja. Letting him go might leak the information that the Kusanagi sword had fallen into his hands. However, with his current strength, he wasn't afraid of anyone coveting it. The sword would be useful in future battles, just as Orochimaru had used it on the battlefield. Just as Kaede was thinking, his gaze suddenly froze. The scarred ninja, now far away, stopped abruptly in front of a vast forest. Kaede saw him turn around, trying to flee in another direction, seemingly having seen something terrifying in the forest. Then, chaotic elements erupted from the forest, fiery flames and water-like projectiles. A barrage of attacks fell relentlessly. The scarred ninja desperately tried to dodge, but was ultimately hit by several ninjutsu. Kaede narrowed his eyes, realizing this overly cautious ninja had truly bad luck. First, he encountered Kaede, and now he had stumbled upon something he shouldn't have. Moments later, a large group of figures emerged from the forest, rushing toward him. Judging by their numbers, there were nearly 100 of them, clearly a ninja squad. Despite the distance, it was evident that these ninjas were not from Konoha, nor from Iwa or Amigakure. They were from Sunagakure. Kaede wondered why a Sunagakure team was here. This was the northeastern border of Amigakure, far from the land of wind but closer to the land of earth. The Sunagakure team must have taken a long detour to arrive here. 100 Sunagakure ninjas weren't something Kiid feared, but there was no reason to engage with them. Simply discovering their presence and passing the information to Konoha would suffice. However, before Kiid could retreat, a large number of Sunagakure ninjas rushed in his direction. A sensory ninja in the advancing Sunagakure team called out that a ninja was at 3 o'clock. The leader of the Sunagakure ninjas, Elite Jonin Pakura, ordered teams to surround Kiid and not let him escape. She didn't know which village this ninja was from, but since he had discovered their presence, he couldn't be allowed to flee. Their mission was to launch a surprise attack on Konoha's base, destroying supply, medical, and injured units. This was Elder Hashizora's plan, and they had spent nearly 10 days crossing Amigakure to execute it. If the attack succeeded, it could catch Konoha off guard and even decide the outcome of the war. Therefore, there could be no risk of any information leaking. A large number of Sunagakure ninjas quickly surrounded Kiid. He sheathed the Kusanagi sword and began to retreat, glancing back at the approaching ninjas and slowly realizing what was happening. This team had likely been assigned to raid Konoha's base, which explained their relentless pursuit after taking out the scarred ninja. Seeing Kiid retreat, the Sunagakure ninjas showed no intention of giving up and continued to chase him. In no time, they had covered several miles. Kiid warned that if they kept chasing him, he wouldn't hold back. 100 ninjas weren't enough to make him resort to the 8 gates technique to escape. Although 100 ninjas could pose a threat, their varying speeds and strengths would lead to disarray. Their formation would break down, preventing them from closing in on him effectively. For Kiid, numbers no longer mattered. As long as he didn't get surrounded, even 1,000 ninjas wouldn't pose a threat. Ninjas are fast, especially when they are all elites. In just a moment, the Sand ninjas had chased Kiid several miles. However, aside from Pakura, who led the pursuit, and a few other elite jonin who had managed to close the distance slightly, the rest of the large ninja force had already been left far behind. Pakura furrowed her brow, realizing he was no ordinary ninja. This speed was beyond what an ordinary ninja could possess. Unsure of which village he was from, she feared that he might be a jonin. If a jonin, whose origins were unknown, had noticed their movements, it would spell trouble. Even as a jonin from the Rain Village, he could still send word to Konoha, jeopardizing their plan to ambush the Konoha camp. Pakura issued orders with a serious tone, instructing the rear units to halt and rest while she and a select group of jonin continued the pursuit. Kiid was a jonin, and keeping the entire force on his trail seemed unwise. They would not only fail to catch up, but their large numbers would make them easy targets for detection. If they were spotted or if Kiid encountered a village, the chances of their plans being leaked would increase significantly. The best course of action was for her and a few other jonin to pursue, minimizing the risk of exposure. A few ninjas quickly acknowledged her orders, relaying them to the rear forces, which then came to a stop. Pakura and her chosen group pressed on after Kiid. As the chase continued, the distance between Pakura and Kiid gradually decreased. Once they were within range, one of the jonin beside her flickered his eyes coldly and called out to create enough distance before executing his technique. With a swift shout, he formed hand signs and slammed his hands to the ground. In the damp climate of Amigakure, earth-style techniques were typically weakened. However, certain jutsu, like earth flow river or earthquake techniques, gained power and range. The ground surged ahead, trapping Kiid and disrupting his footing, causing his speed to drop dramatically. Without hesitation, another Sand ninja wielding a short sword leapt forward, aiming to strike Kiid from behind. Kiid, hindered by the shifting ground, barely dodged the attack. Although he managed to evade it to some extent, the sword still grazed him, leaving a mark before he transformed into a puff of white smoke and vanished. A shadow clone jutsu. His teammate alerted the others to Kiid's position, and the Sand ninja with the short sword did not hesitate, slashing at Kiid, who had reappeared, now holding the Kusanagi sword. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Kiid landed behind him. He noted that while he was accustomed to short blades, the Kusanagi sword felt a bit awkward, lacking the ability to extend or retract. Kiid quickly formed hand seals with his left hand, and the air filled with the sound of chirping birds as lightning crackled around the sword. At the same time, Three figures rushed toward Kaede from different directions, attempting to overwhelm him with their numbers. They were relying on taijutsu, avoiding jutsu to prevent friendly fire. As they closed in, it seemed impossible for Kaede to escape. Just then, a golden shimmer flashed in his pupils, and his speed became unnatural, almost eerie. With a flick of his sword, he slipped out of their encirclement. Silver light surged as arcs of lightning danced around him, and an intense chakra burst forth from Kaede's body, causing Pakura and her group to change their expressions dramatically. Pakura stared at Kaede, her eyes narrowing in wariness. The chakra levels he exhibited were beyond that of an ordinary jonin, even stronger than hers. This ninja was certainly not an unknown figure in the ninja world, but his youthful appearance was puzzling. Kaede casually identified himself as a Konoha jonin, his voice barely audible as he transformed into a streak of silver light, rushing toward one of the jonin who had attacked him earlier. The jonin's face paled in disbelief as he realized that the Kaede, who had seemed slower moments ago, now displayed terrifying speed. In a panic, he poured chakra into his kunai and slashed at the silver flash. As a jonin from the Sand Village, even in his fright, his movements were incredibly quick. However, to Kaede, everything appeared in slow motion. He could clearly see the trajectory of the Sand Jonin's kunai, as his awareness and vision operated at 4 times the normal speed. This disparity meant that even a jonin would find it nearly impossible to bridge such a gap in close combat. In this state of time acceleration, their timelines ran at different speeds, placing them in entirely different worlds. The silver light flashed by, and the Sand Jonin's face froze, his eyes reflecting horror and disbelief. He had never imagined he would be unable to block a single attack from this opponent. Nearby, several other sand ninjas exclaimed in shock as they witnessed Kaede zip past. The jonin stood frozen, and then he was overwhelmed, leaving chaos in his wake. Pakura's pupils constricted as she watched the scene unfold, her expression shifting. With such speed, there was no way they could catch up to him. The only reason they had managed to pursue him thus far was that he had been allowing them to. Without hesitation, she unleashed her signature jutsu Shikutten, the Kekei Genkai of the Sand Village, combining wind and fire chakra elements to create devastating attacks. Kaede, bathed in silver light, tilted his head slightly, recognizing her as the famous Shikutten user, Pakura of the Sand Village. The voice in the accelerated time felt like it was being played on fast forward, making it difficult to hear clearly. However, Pakura could still barely make out the last word her name. Coldly, she remarked that he knew her name, identifying him as a Konoha ninja. Although she hadn't caught most of Kaede's earlier words, it was now clear that he was indeed a Konoha ninja. No ninja from other villages would act the way he did. After encountering them, they would have quickly fled instead of deliberately luring them into a battle. 5 crimson fireballs appeared, emitting a fiery glow. These were not ordinary flames but were created from the combination of wind and fire chakra, forming orbs of intense heat. The fireballs circled around Pakura's body, protecting her from all sides. Kaede squinted, intrigued, but instead of engaging Pakura, he vanished in a flash, charging toward another nearby jonin. The jonin's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he used the body flicker technique to evade Kaede's attack, but Kaede immediately targeted another ninja. Pakura gritted her teeth, seeing her comrades in danger. She rushed to support them, but her speed was no match for Kaede's. The power of Blaze release was formidable, but due to Kaede's overwhelming speed, it was challenging for her to use it effectively without risking harm to her allies. In a brief exchange, Kaede's figure flashed with silver light. His Kusanagi sword, crackling with lightning, struck one of the jonin, and he staggered back, blood spilling from his mouth. Pakura had brought 6 people to pursue Kaede, and aside from her, the remaining 5 were all sand jonin. In the short time since the battle began, 2 of them had already fallen. The remaining 3 jonin looked at Kaede in horror, one of them trembling as they spoke. Bathed in silver light and using lightning-based techniques, Kaede's appearance matched that of the 3rd Reikage clan from the hidden Cloud Village. However, the young boy before them looked nothing like the figures described in intelligence reports. One of them corrected the assumption, stating that he was a Konoha ninja. Pakura shouted to her remaining subordinates to use the barrier. Against a speed-based ninja like Kaede, their only option was to trap him with a barrier. The 3 remaining Jonin, experienced as they were, quickly formed hand seals. In an instant, a yellow light curtain expanded from their positions in a triangular formation, combining to form a pyramid-like barrier. The damp earth was covered by the pale yellow light, drying out and stirring up large amounts of sand. The sand spiraled upwards, obscuring the view of what was happening inside the barrier. Kaede drew his Kusanagi sword and observed the pale yellow barrier enveloping him and Pakura. His figure flashed again as he struck at the nearest corner, swinging his sword, which crackled with lightning. The sword collided with the barrier's surface, and sparks erupted. However, it was as if he were striking mud. The barrier twisted and deformed but did not break. Kaede murmured to himself, recognizing that this was a continuous maintenance type of barrier, somewhat similar to the 4 violet flames formation. The barrier created by the 3 Jonin was smaller than the 4 violet flames formation but appeared more resilient. A single strike was insufficient to destroy it. The advantages and disadvantages of this barrier were clear. It could quickly form and cover a large area, making it difficult for even a fast ninja to escape before it enveloped them. However, the inside couldn't attack the outside, and the outside couldn't attack the inside. Additionally, 3 Jonin were required to maintain the barrier. If the inside continually attacked, the barrier would soon exceed its limits and collapse. This barrier was not meant to trap enemies. It was to block their movement and create a more favorable battlefield for the user. Pakura understood this well. Instead of seeking reinforcements, she moved toward the edge of the barrier. The 3 remaining Sand Jonin opened a gap for her to enter. Pakura placed a fireball in front of her and detonated it with intense heat, ensuring that Kaede couldn't use the gap to escape. Then she entered the barrier. The 3 Jonin immediately sealed the gap. Pakura, holding a fireball in her right hand, stated coldly that Kaede had managed to kill 2 of their Jonin, and now, inside this barrier, he would experience her blaze release. As her words fell, Pakura waved her hand, sending the blazing fireball hurtling toward Kaede, emitting an intense white light. Kaede vanished from his spot, appearing on Pakura's right side, and the Kusanagi sword descended once more. Pakura flicked her fingers, causing the fireball on her right side to rapidly expand, enveloping Kaede. Kaede dodged the expanding fireball, and with another flash of silver light, he reappeared on Pakura's right, the Kusanagi sword once again aimed at her. Pakura remained calm, manipulating the fireball on her left to expand, forcing it toward Kaede. Lightning and fire crackled as the scorching heat, even without direct contact, caused Kaede's clothes to catch fire slightly, and he felt the intense heat on his face. Pakura declared that within the barrier, his movements would be restricted, and with his power, he wouldn't be able to overcome her blaze release. As she successfully blocked 2 of Kaede's attacks, she summoned more fireballs around her, resembling tiny suns, radiating terrifying power as they pressed in on Kaede. The 3 Jonin maintaining the barrier let out quiet sighs of relief, grateful for Pakura's presence. Without her, even if they could temporarily trap Kaede with the barrier, it wouldn't last long before it collapsed. They reflected on Kaede's terrifying speed, noting that if the hidden cloud village had no reason to fight them, they might suspect he was from there. However, they concluded that it didn't matter. Whether he was from Cloud or Konoha, he would soon be defeated. Trapped within this barrier and facing Pakura's blaze release, even the 4th Kazekage would likely struggle, let alone anyone else. A ninja already at a disadvantage in close combat was now hindered from utilizing his speed. It was certain death. Kaede gazed at Pakura from a distance, acknowledging her as a hero of Sunagakure, her status in the village comparable to that of Konoha's White Fang. Her end had been similar to that of White Fang's, her remarkable achievements having threatened the position of the Kazekage, Raza. After the war, the higher-ups in Sunagakure secretly plotted his demise. To become a hero, he had likely succeeded in executing an attack that caused significant damage to Konoha. And now, he had encountered her. Pakura's strength was undoubtedly at the level of a Kage, but the fluctuations in her chakra suggested that she had only just reached that level and had not yet attained the power of the White Fang. This was the first time Kaede had faced a Kage-level ninja. He had thought that the sand ninja he lured in would be easily dealt with, but he hadn't expected a more formidable figure to appear. However, in Kaede's eyes, Pakura was still just a bit more troublesome. Jotan had no effect on him, who could reverse time. Kaede contemplated using her to practice switching his short blade to a long sword. He gripped the hilt of the Kusanagi sword and, instead of charging directly at Pakura, swung the sword from a distance. The blade, wrapped in lightning, sliced through the air, igniting flames and creating a crescent-shaped slash. The two ends of the crescent flared with intertwined flames, almost forming a full moon. Pakura was slightly surprised by Kaede's ability to perform a long-range attack but remained calm. She gave a slight hum before waving her right hand, sending a white orb of light wrapped in flames toward the crescent. The two forces collided, resulting in a powerful explosion. The ground was instantly torn apart, forming a deep crater several meters in diameter. The shockwave swept across the barrier, causing the damp earth to churn. Pakura's expression remained unchanged as she coldly noted that Kaede was no longer daring to fight her at close range. However, long-range attacks were her specialty. As her words fell, Pakura waved her slender hand forward, and another white orb of light shot toward Kaede. He responded by launching another white orb. Kaede observed the incoming orbs and, with a swift movement, swung the Kusanagi sword in a slicing motion, releasing two fiery crescent-shaped slashes. They collided with the white orbs midair, resulting in two violent explosions. Kaede didn't even glance at the explosions above. The shockwaves forced him to close his eyes, but his hand never stopped swinging the Kusanagi sword. Flashes of silver light continuously burst forth, spinning like spiral-shaped blades, ripping through the earth and cutting through the air, heading straight toward Pakura. Her expression shifted at the sight. That kind of attack could be released continuously? This was impossible. She could tell that Kaede's attacks were utilizing lightning-based chakra, and with ultra-fast strikes, he was delivering long-range assaults. However, such a technique should consume far more chakra than her Jotan, yet he showed no sign of slowing down. Despite not understanding where Kaede got his stamina to compete with her, Pakura let out a low shout and pushed her hands forward. White fireballs burst from her palms and rushed toward Kaede, clashing with the continuous flashes of light. The explosions intensified, one after another. Although each explosion occurred almost directly at the center of the barrier, the resulting shockwaves caused the entire barrier to shake, forcing the three Jonin maintaining it to exert all their strength to stabilize it. They watched the scene inside the barrier, their expressions filled with disbelief. They knew Pakura's strength and her techniques, but this young ninja was actually able to engage her in long-range combat using Jotan. His strength was far beyond what they had anticipated. If they had encountered him on the battlefield rather than here, he would have been an incredibly difficult opponent to handle. The three Jonin inhaled deeply as they watched the situation unfold. Kaede's displayed strength was terrifying. If he were outside the barrier, the situation would have been incredibly dangerous. But inside the barrier, relying on Jotan, Pakura held a clear advantage. Explosions continued to erupt in a chain, shaking the small barrier with repeated shockwaves. Inside, chaos reigned, and no one could clearly see what was happening. The only sounds were the explosions, and the ground beneath them seemed to tremble continuously. As the battle wore on, Pakura, who had originally remained calm, was now finding it difficult to maintain her composure. She couldn't believe it. Her chakra had already been drained by more than half, yet Kaede was still relentlessly launching attacks without any signs of weakening. In fact, his attacks were becoming more intense than before. Could his chakra be infinite? She couldn't let this continue. Pakura gritted her teeth, not worried about losing in a battle of attrition, but because the continuous explosions and shockwaves within the barrier were building up. The battle between her and Kaede was no longer a long-range exchange. It had become a struggle to resist the shockwaves that kept exploding. Now, even defending against the shockwaves was becoming difficult. If this continued, the shockwaves alone would destroy the barrier. A flash of resolution appeared in Pakura's eyes. At this point, she had realized how terrifying a ninja like Kaede could be. If she allowed him to escape, he would cause unimaginable damage on the battlefield. His speed made him difficult to pin down, so she had no choice but to eliminate him here. She took a deep breath, and her chakra surged violently. The two light orbs placed on either side of her, prepared in case Kaede made a sudden assault, also began to move. A large number of light orbs spiraled around her and gathered in her palms, forming one giant sphere wrapped in crimson flames. With a fierce motion, she moved it forward. A thunderous explosion rang out, and the dusty, yellowed barrier could no longer withstand the blast, shattering completely under the force of the explosion. The three Jonin maintaining the barrier were hurled backward, their chakra disordered by the violent shock, and they coughed up blood. Ignoring their own injuries, the three Jonin immediately rose and rushed toward Pakura. What they saw shocked them. After releasing the final attack, Pakura had also been unable to withstand the shockwaves. She was sent flying backward, her clothes shredded, and her body covered in burns and scorched marks. With the support of one Jonin, Pakura staggered to her feet, giving a wry smile. She hadn't expected him to be this hard to deal with. The upcoming ambush might be affected. She had unleashed her full power in that last attack, compounded by the previous shockwaves. Kaede's body was likely obliterated beyond recognition. However, she herself had been heavily injured, and she wasn't sure if she could heal enough to lead the ambush. That ninja was probably Konoha's secret weapon. Just like their ambush, taking him down would significantly impact the war effort. One of the Jonin offered comfort to Pakura. The fact that someone could force her into such a state indicated the terrifying strength of the opposing ninja. Another Jonin, noticing that Pakura's life was not in immediate danger, approached the shattered barrier to search for any remnants of Kaede's body or his headband. The air was thick with dust, making visibility difficult. However, it was clear that even Pakura, who had suffered from the explosion's backlash, was severely wounded. There was no doubt that Kaede, who had faced the explosion directly, must have perished. Moku, a Jonin from the Sand Village, ventured into the dust, his eyes scanning the wreckage. The center of the battlefield was marked by a deep pit created by the explosion, and he made his way toward the center of the crater. Ninjas typically carried their village's forehead protectors and nameplates, which allowed for identification even if their bodies were destroyed. Both items were made of metal, making them less likely to be obliterated. Finding a forehead protector would confirm the origin of this powerful young ninja, and if he could locate the nameplate, it would reveal the ninja's identity. Moku quickly spotted some fragments at the bottom of the pit and discovered a ninja forehead protector bearing the Konoha symbol. However, it only indicated the origin and not the identity, prompting Moku to continue his search for the nameplate. Suddenly, Moku froze in place as a sword tip emerged from behind him, piercing through his chest. Blood sprayed out, staining the scorched earth. His pupils contracted sharply in disbelief as he struggled to turn his head, only to see the figure behind him, Kaede. Moku could hardly comprehend how this was possible. Kaede's clothes were torn, yet his skin was pale and unmarred, not a single scratch on him. Kaede muttered that his clothes were the real problem, drawing his Kusanagi sword and glancing down at his shredded attire. This was likely the difference between him and those reincarnated through Edo Tensei. While their bodies could regenerate, his clothes and external items could not. With a flicker, Kaede leaped onto the edge of the crater. Two Sand Village Jonin, who had been supporting Pakura, sensed the disturbance and turned to see Kaede, their faces paling in shock. Before they could react, a flash of silver light cut through the air. The injured Jonin were taken down swiftly by the Kusanagi's blade, collapsing into the rain-soaked ground. Pakura's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed Kaede's return. She attempted to channel chakra but found herself unable to summon any due to her injuries. She managed to activate a small amount, but it resulted in her coughing up blood and collapsing to one knee. As she gazed at Kaede's flawless body beneath his shredded clothes, she struggled to comprehend how he had survived. She was well aware of the destructive power of the Scorch release. Even the fourth Kazekage, known for his defensive capabilities, might not have survived her full-force attack combined with the explosive aftershocks. Yet Kaede had emerged completely unharmed. Keed approached the kneeling Pakura, his silver light fading as he no longer cared whether she saw his body. Desperately, Pakura formed hand seals with both hands, trying to channel her remaining chakra to unleash a fireball attack towards Keed. But in the next moment, Keed's Kusanagi sword shot forward, the blade wrapped in lightning, slicing through the fireball effortlessly. Pakura coughed up more blood as she looked up at Keed, wanting to understand how he had done it. Unfortunately, her vision began to fade, and she could no longer keep her eyes open. As darkness enveloped her, she slowly shut her eyes and fell backward. Keed observed her without rushing over, sensing her chakra slowly fading away. He approached cautiously, checking for a response, but found none. It seemed that with her chakra exhausted and her severe injuries, her life had slipped away. He sighed, realizing that capturing her alive was no longer an option. Pakura was a ninja worth trying to capture, but he had perhaps gone too far. He should have anticipated that after scaring her, she would exhaust her chakra with that fire jutsu. Keed contemplated the possibility of using the time rewind technique on others to revive her, but he knew he couldn't. Edo Tensei was not a method he would employ. He decided to leave her for another time, perhaps hoping that one day, when she was brought back through Edo Tensei, she wouldn't be his enemy anymore, and they might even have a conversation. A strange thought crossed his mind, likely due to his age, where he was instinctively beginning to desire human forms. He gazed up at the sky, reflecting on the Third Great Ninja War, an era of great change with many geniuses emerging. Pakura from the Sand Village, Minato Namikaze from Konoha, Shursui Uchiha, the Fourth Raikage and Killer Bee from Kumogakure, and Mei Terumi, the future Fifth Mizukage. There were too many to mention. Now, he found himself on the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War, bound to encounter these remarkable individuals. Aside from Minato's Flying Thunder God and the Reaper Death Seal, the others did not pose a threat to him. However, the Raikage was a different case. He still needed to improve his strength. As he bent down to search Pakura's body, he found a small metal nameplate engraved with her ninja number from the Sand Village. This type of nameplate was something he also carried, used to identify ninjas after death, especially in chaotic times of war when bodies were often destroyed beyond recognition. Keed stored the identity plates of several jonin and looked toward the direction where more Sand Village ninjas were approaching. His eyes narrowed slightly. Pakura and the jonin were likely the leaders of their group. The Sand Village wasn't yet strong enough to send out 100-strong ninja force, especially with 2 Kage-level ninjas leading the charge. The rest posed no threat to him. Since that was the case, he thought, why not take care of them all? Keed used the fabric from Pakura and the others to patch up his clothes. Then he incapacitated several jonin, sealing them, before using transformation jutsu to assume one of their appearances and headed toward the Sand Village's ninja force. In the hidden Rain Village, beneath a massive rock, a large group of sand ninja had gathered. A Chunin expressed concern about Pakura's absence, wondering why she hadn't returned yet after pursuing Keed. Another ninja beside him furrowed his brows, speculating that if they had caught up, the fight should have ended by now. If they hadn't caught up, they wouldn't waste time chasing him. The possibility of an ambush was concerning. A jonin left behind with the group spoke in a low voice, suggesting that the young ninja might be a decoy. He noted that with Lady Pakura and Moku's strength, at least one of them should have returned to notify the group if they had been ambushed. Another jonin frowned, questioning how their mission could have been noticed by Konoha, especially with the appearance of a decoy ninja in such a location. The first jonin replied that they could only wait a bit longer. If there was no word in 15 minutes, they would go look for them. The jonin and chunin around him nodded slowly, their expressions grave. This surprise attack was crucial, potentially determining the outcome of the war. They had encountered an unexpected situation. A mysterious ninja had spotted them, and Pakura and the others had chased after him but still hadn't returned. This was bad news. Time passed quietly as raindrops continued to fall, trickling down the rock cliffs. The sand ninja gathered beneath the rocks to avoid the rain, while others stood above to keep watch. A silent tension hung in the air as they waited. Suddenly, a ninja atop the rock scanned the surroundings. After a brief flash of realization, he jumped down, announcing that a ninja was spotted at 7 o'clock, identifying him as Chūnin Yuki. The oppressive atmosphere lifted instantly as all the sand ninja turned their attention in that direction. Some immediately ran off toward the 7 o'clock position. The lead Chūnin watched Yuki rushing toward them, a bad premonition creeping into his heart. If Pakura and the others had dealt with that ninja, they should have returned together by now. But now, only Yuki was coming back. Could it be true? Was that ninja actually a decoy who lured Pakura and the others into an ambush? Now Yuki had returned looking for reinforcements. The other sand ninja shared this concern, and tension spread across their faces. All eyes were now focused on Yuki, who was rapidly approaching. As Yuki closed in, a sensory ninja among the sand ninjas suddenly froze, sensing something amiss. When Yuki got within 500 meters, his face changed drastically, and he shouted a warning that the approaching figure was not Chūnin Yuki. His voice echoed across the area, and the sand ninjas' faces changed in unison. It was then that the Yuki rushing toward them, surrounded by white smoke, suddenly transformed into a young ninja with silver hair and torn clothing. Immediately, the speed of the young ninja surged, nearly 3 to 4 times faster, as he charged toward the sand ninja. Seeing this, one of the sand Chūnin shouted commands, instructing teams 8, 9, and 10 to prepare their ninjutsu. As they formed their seals, Kied's chakra surged within him. He broke through the 3rd gate, glowing silver, and then shattered the 4th gate, arcs of lightning weaving through his silver hair. His speed skyrocketed several times over. Under the horrified gaze of the sand ninja, they could only see a silver streak flash across the battlefield, covering the final stretch of 200 meters. More than 10 sand ninja shouted in unison, unleashing their wind release techniques to create a vast net of wind blades sweeping toward Kied. The Chūnin in charge observed the scene with a dark expression. He wasn't overly concerned about the ninja before him, believing that with over 100 elite warriors, no matter how fast he was, he wouldn't be able to break through their wind jutsu blockade. However, the real problem was the dire situation they faced. An enemy disguised as Yuki had launched a surprise attack, while Pakura and the others had vanished without a trace. They were most likely in grave danger. His thoughts raced, but his command did not falter. As the 3 teams combined their wind jutsu to block Kied's advance, he continued issuing orders to secure the flanks and surround him. The Sand Ninja Village, proficient in wind release techniques, had no fear of speed-type ninja. They believed that wind could easily counter lightning. Kied remained eerily calm as he watched the wind blade net in front of him, with more wind blades closing in from both sides. Indeed, wind release techniques countered typical speed-type ninja, but he was far from typical. For someone with the defenses of the 3rd Raikage or someone like him who could regenerate endlessly, wind jutsu was far less effective. At that moment, looking down from above, one could see a silver streak charging straight at the scattered sand ninja. Ahead of that streak was the woven wind blade net, and from both sides, more sand ninja were quickly forming hand seals, preparing to unleash the same technique to trap the silver light in the net. The confidence of the sand ninja was palpable, but Kied was determined to prove them wrong. "Your speed is your weakness," a cold glint flashed in the sand Chūnin's eyes. Being fast also meant it was harder to change directions. If Kied could make a sudden 180-degree turn right now, he could escape the range of the wind blade net. But that would be extremely difficult. If he could only manage a 90-degree turn, he would slam directly into the wind blade net coming from the sides. No matter what, there would be no escape. Some of the sand ninja were still alive, but they had already sealed their fates. The others, seeing how the situation was rapidly evolving, began to consider the unknown whereabouts of Pakura and the others. Just then, an unexpected scene unfolded. Kied, bathed in silver light, did not veer off course as the wind blade net approached. Instead, he charged straight into it. The sight left all the sand ninja dumbfounded. Kied, glowing silver, charged directly through the wind blade net. His body seemed to be caught in the net, leaving a trail of crimson in the air. A stunned silence fell over the battlefield. Was this a reckless move? Even the commanding Chūnin didn't expect this outcome. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that at that speed, there was no chance to even slightly adjust direction? Indeed, speed was not always an advantage, but a potential weakness. Before he could fully process it, something unexpected happened. The blood-stained trail left behind by the high-speed wind blades began to reverse course and flew back toward the silver light. Not a single drop of blood hit the ground. All of the blood that had spilled out returned to the silver light, which swiftly shot toward the closest cluster of people like a streak of silver lightning. In an instant, more than 10 sand ninjas froze in place, their bodies disintegrating into mist. Nearby sand ninjas were horrified, unable to react in time. Some gripped kunai, trying to defend themselves from the silver streak, but they couldn't even track its movement. The commanding Jonin experienced a drastic change in expression. This was something he hadn't anticipated at all, being caught by wind blades and still recovering. In a panic, he shouted commands for his teams to block Kaede's path and provide support. He drew his sword, trying to help as he fixed his gaze on the silver streak cutting through the battlefield. Some of the sand ninjas, still in shock, barely managed to regroup. They unleashed another large-scale wind jutsu to block the path of the silver light. Yet, the silver light didn't dodge. It charged directly through the wind blades, disregarding the damage. With the Kusanagi sword crackling with energy, it cleaved through over 10 sand ninjas, leaving them incapacitated. The Jonin's face was grim as he screamed commands, but his voice shook with uncertainty. Some sand ninjas attempted to erect barriers to stop the silver streak, but the silver figure easily avoided them. They posed no threat. At most, they would delay him for a brief moment. The goal was to eliminate, not to be trapped. The barriers failed again, and over 10 more ninjas fell to the Kusanagi. By now, the sand ninjas were in complete disarray. Fear and horror spread across their faces. These were the elite of the sand village, not afraid of battle, even when outnumbered. Yet, facing an enemy they couldn't even see coming, they were terrified. With the silver light rushing into the crowd, more than half of the elite ninjas were down in mere moments. No matter how fast the ninjas reacted, they couldn't withstand a single round of combat. The silver flash appeared, overwhelmed them, and left no room for resistance. It was an impossible fight. The Jonin, watching the chaos unfold, gritted his teeth and gazed at the silver light with growing anger and panic. He realized that this mission was lost. Continuing the fight would only increase their losses. Finally, he shouted the command to retreat. The command was difficult, as this mission was crucial, one that could decide the fate of the village. Yet, the speed of the enemy's assault had already claimed nearly 10 more lives in just a few seconds. Kaede narrowed his eyes at the retreating sand ninjas. His clothes were completely tattered, and despite the silver light surrounding him, his speed left no time for anyone to truly track his movements. But he wasn't letting anyone escape. The earlier confrontations had been nothing special, but now the real challenge began. Once the sand ninjas scattered in different directions, even with his speed, it would be difficult to catch them all. However, the disordered sand ninjas instinctively grouped together, heading in one direction to escape. This was precisely what Kaede had hoped for. Without hesitation, he charged into the crowd again. His sword flashed, and within a mere 10 seconds, another 10 sand ninjas fell to his Kusanagi. The sand ninjas finally realized the gravity of the situation and started dispersing in all directions. But by then, over 80 sand ninjas had already fallen. Only around 20 remained, and the sharp reduction in numbers made it much easier for Kaede to hunt them down. The silver light danced through the rain, and the number of sand ninjas continued to dwindle. 5 left. 4, 3. Finally, after pursuing them for about 2 kilometers, Kaede caught up to the last sand ninja. His Kusanagi sword pierced through the ninja's chest without mercy. The sand ninja, eyes wide with terror, managed to utter a single word before his consciousness faded away. Kaede pulled his sword out and looked down at the body that fell into the rain-soaked ground, shaking his head. A demon? He was just a human trying to survive until the very end. With those thoughts, Kaede turned and glanced back at the battlefield behind him. Even from a distance, he could barely make out the land, now soaked in blood. A sea of corpses. Blood flowing like a river. It was a scene that resembled hell itself.